Good evening, everybody. Big day ahead. It is the
Yes.
finals for the Unstoppable League here at Risen Esports, and I have my two partners in crime on the side here. We have Darter the best analyst in the Discord, and we have the best play-by-play on the other side, Hyper. How you doing, gentlemen?
That's high praise. It's high
I
praise. I don't
know,
know if I can live
right?
up to that.
You said best play-by-play analyst. I turned around. I was like, that can't be
It's
me,
like, who's that?
Hey, you
right?
got Captain Flowers to comment on something, so hey, need I say more?
Yeah, true.
I still I took that shot in the dark. I'm gonna be real. I'm like, he ain't gonna do anything. And then
And
Boat
he's like,
popped
yeah,
up.
sure.
He was like, oh yo, this game's actually kind of lit. I was like, oh shit.
I know, right? I know, but we can go on about having casters interact with us all day. But today
Yes.
is an important matchup. The finals once again. Dorado Gaming Omega coming off of a fresh 3-0 from last week, and
Mm-hmm.
Flash Abusers are their opponent, who also 3-0'd Vino's Goons, who was the number one seed on the other bracket. So very much a
Yeah.
surprise to us when we found out. So we're pretty stoked on how this could go. This could go either 3 close games or 5
Yeah.
back and forth games. We don't know what's going to happen, but we're excited for what is ahead to come. Boys,
Yeah.
what do you got going? What are your thoughts coming into tonight?
Yeah, I think the big thing for me, especially throughout these playoffs, Flash Abusers look like they've gotten a lot better. Because if you remember, in the second to last week, they did get 2-0'd by Dorado Gaming Omega,
Mhm.
Yeah.
but they came into playoffs and quarterfinals, had a very close series to Wranglers, which are the third seed from the other division, and then they go to the next week. The semifinals play against the top seed from Div B and 3-0 them, and they weren't close games at all. I had a look; every single one of those games was 26 minutes or less, and the third game was 22 and a half minutes. And they were
22 and a
complete.
half.
Every single one of those games was a complete stomp in the favor of Flash Abusers. And the last two games, the Vino's Goons didn't even get more than 10 kills. So
Wait, this was against the Vino's Goons,
Venus
really?
Goons, yeah, they
Mhm.
completely stomped them. So they've definitely transformed a lot over these last 2 weeks in playoffs. So I don't think I hope we won't see a stomp just based on how good they've gotten and that they look like they've gotten. I think Omega also proved that they're a very strong team. We saw them last week for semifinals, excuse me, and they also had a very convincing 3-0, a little bit less stompy. They weren't like all super quick games, but I don't think any one of them was over 30 minutes.
I
So
think
both of
first
these teams look
one
really
was
strong coming in.
game
Yeah.
two was 31, I
Yeah.
think, and game three was like 20 something minutes.
Yeah,
But
they were pretty standard game length. So both of these teams do look really strong coming in. So I don't think it'll be a 3-0.
okay, Hyper, what are your thoughts on coming into tonight?
Coming tonight, I'm gonna just kind of like ride the roller coaster here. No, Darter hit it all. Like Flash Abusers are looking really good. I don't
Mhm.
remember who we talked to. I think it was not important.
Yeah, it was.
Yes, that's what
He
we
said,
talked.
they made some changes. They've
Mhm.
dialed in, and when they were playing against Crab Wranglers, I don't know if it was just the day, maybe
Mhm.
someone wasn't in their mindset, maybe they were genuinely challenged. A lot of factors.
Yeah.
Human factor is going to come into play there,
Mhm.
but they were tenacious,
Yeah.
and
I
even
agree.
even when they were behind, they never were behind mentally. They were still in the
Right.
game, and they were
Yeah.
always there. And that game five really showed it when they get the massive pick in the mid lane, and then they
Mhm.
just walk it down, hit the in hit, bring the wave, and they just end the game off that.
Mhm.
It's like, you know what, we got the team fight. We picked the correct person that could totally ruin our chances of ending right now. Let's just
Yeah.
go for it. What's the worst that's going to happen? Kind of sort of thing. We
Mhm.
get an inhibitor and we have to back out. Oh well.
Mhm. Yeah.
But I'm excited. I'm stoked. I'm really stoked to see what the two supports, Bento and Kyoshi, because they're both
Mhm.
really engage heavy supports,
Yeah,
and
they
they
are.
both pull a lot of triggers and they hit key targets. So
Mhm.
these team fights are gonna get pretty crazy,
Oh
and
yeah.
and I think it's gonna come down to those supports on who they decide to pull the trigger on.
One thing,
Yeah.
and we talked to Kiyosh last week, I believe, and
Yeah, we
Yeah.
did.
basically was the shot caller, calling a lot of the shots in some of the team fights, and being really proactive on the map, which is something we saw both supports doing. So I'm expecting a lot of
Yeah.
support roams. We
Yeah.
commented too that both teams will hopefully have really good vision, because in both of
Yeah.
their series that we have watched, they had really good vision all throughout the enemy jungle, so they knew where the jungler was at all times.
Yeah.
They knew what the pathing was like. They knew and counted on objective timers to be able to catch out the jungler if necessary. And then same thing with like getting a kill somewhere else on the map. So I honestly think as good as both these teams are, I think this game's gonna come down to a support diff. If I'm completely honest with you, is which support is gonna outplay who first?
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, if we remember last week when we were talking to Kyoshi, you know, he specifically said his jungler yells at him.
Yeah,
Like,
which is
you need
more
more
vision, yeah.
right now.
Yeah, we'll get wards. I think it's super important. I think that a big part is for both these teams that we saw, especially from Dorado Gaming last week, is part of the reason why they were able to confidently go for all these plays is because, like you mentioned, they always knew where everyone was, and they would just instantly pull the trigger. And not only that, they would have the confidence to follow up on those engages and those plays from their support. So, and we saw that from Flash Abusers as well a couple weeks ago. And based on the games I had to look at from last week, it's very much the same thing. Every single game he was on an engaged support and had very high KP. Both of these supports in general across the whole split have some of the highest KP among supports. Right. So they're definitely the catalyst for both of their teams. And I think like you said, I think it really is going to come down to a vision gap and a support gap, whichever support can find the right angles and get their carries ahead in the right ways.
And then I actually wanted to say, will this kind of affect draft, especially on the support end? Because I think we had a lot of support bans last week.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. I actually have it all written down here, so I will take a quick look while you're having a talk. So
no, fair enough. But I want to rewind a little bit and think about like how far we've come. We started doing this 3 months ago, just about now, I believe.
Yeah.
And we had no idea what to expect, coming into the season. And now it's pretty clear that these two teams are the best teams. I think it's Group A supremacy again, because I think it was last. Yeah, I think during spring it was too, which is kind of funny. So Group B, y'all gotta step it up in the fall. Come on, pal.
Yeah, for sure. no Group B team made it past semis this time. I mean, like this is a group. This is the Titans of Group A for sure. I mean, Dorado Gaming Omega undefeated during the regular season. We mentioned it last week. Flash Abusers, the only game they dropped was to Dorado Gaming. So both of these teams very strong, obviously, and based off their performances last week, both of them won 3-0. So it's not like either one of them had a close series, like we mentioned. Yeah. So it looks like the top of Div A is very heavy and definitely showed that in playoffs. I think some of us did expect, I know I at least did, to see potentially both of these #1 seeds, because most of Vino's Goons games from the regular season and even in quarterfinals, they looked very dominant in those games. So I was expecting to see them come through potentially, or at least have a very close series with Flash Abusers, but ended up being quite the opposite.
And this is why I always advocate for best of 3s in a competitive scene. I do not like best of 1s, because best of 3s, you can use all 3 of the games to adapt. Honestly, I would argue that is the superior system of games, which is why I will continuously argue that North America, I'm not going to say Europe anymore, because Europe is now doing best of 3s.
They are, yeah.
But North America is continuously falling behind the rest of the world because I would argue because of this best of 3 format. We don't know how to adapt on the fly like other regions do at this point, because we need to be able to get those kind of adaptations. And that's what I think that this league does so well, is being able to have that time in between games to go over some strategies, make new strategies, go over draft changes, things like that. I will forever be in favor of best of 3s over best of 1s, and I will take no argument from Twitch chat about it whatsoever. All 6 of you, because everyone doesn't know we're live right now, probably. So there's that.
Yeah, you didn't tweet it out today or what?
Yeah, come on, what's going on? Yeah, I listen. Hey, I retweeted it as well. But I think like we were talking about earlier when I was looking at my notes here, there wasn't necessarily a lot of support bans, but Thresh was permabanned last series from Delta against Omega. Every single game it was banned first phase alongside Kaisa, and Blitzcrank as well was banned in game 1. And against Flash Abusers, Rel was permabanned against them last week as well.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, the week before when they were playing against Crab Ranklers, Rel was pick banned.
Rel was pick banned in that series as well, yeah.
Blue side. No, it was It was R2 almost every single time, right?
Yeah,
Or
it was
R1?
it was pick or Ben in both of those series. I think in quarterfinals, against Crabbearing, there's every single game either had a rel or it was banned.
Yeah.
And most of the time it was on red side. I know the game that the game 5, I remember
They
distinctly it was on red
specifically
side
banned it.
because of that play in mid lane. I remember it. There was a
Yeah.
rel there.
Oh
So
yeah, that's right.
it was pick Ben in that series and most commonly on red side because I do think it's one of the best supports, if not the best support on the patch, and has been for the last few patches. It's just not blind pickable. If you know the enemy support can play things like Thresh and Alistar and Janna, you can't really be blind picking this champion just because it has a very tough time into those disengaged champions, and especially with the ADC pairings that you most commonly pick with Rel, it makes it a bit difficult. But it's definitely very strong, and I know we know that both of these supports can play it. So I wouldn't be surprised if Thresh or Rel are pick banned in this series as well, and we should see a lot of Braum, a lot of Nautilus, and a lot of Leona, I would expect.
I,
Yeah, and
I would
we
expect to
also
see a lot of. I mean, even Rakan too, because Zaya's
Yeah.
actually come back into meta
Yeah, she has.
a little bit too. So we probably start seeing Rakana played a lot more too.
I would think
Yeah.
so. And one thing we gotta also keep in mind is Rel is a flex pick now, as she can
Yes.
be rotated into the jungle. We have
Yeah.
seen it in the LPL, we've seen it in the LEC, and I think maybe a couple games in the LCS. So that is a very distinct possibility that this champion can be flex pick, whether or not important. And I believe Bozos. I'm gonna make sure I got that right. So not important in Bozos, whether or not those two can actually play Rel in the jungle.
Yeah.
But they're kind of more of carry oriented junglers, the both of them. So I don't anticipate Rel to be a flex pick. I think it will be just strictly support. But in the meantime,
I mean, Bose feels
yeah,
more
go
of
ahead.
the fast clear gank when needed kind of thing. So like I'm a clear 6 camps by the time you're done with 3, and then gank a lane. Or I'm a clear 6 camps. I'm gonna clear my entire camps. I'm gonna walk into your blue side quadrant. I'm gonna take your Gromp, and I'm gonna walk out, gank a lane, come back for scuttle, and then just 1v1 you, which is kind of nuts. But
yeah, I know they nerfed it a little bit.
He does. I did notice he liked to play those really fast clear kind of champions, so he can get out on the map quicker.
Yeah, speaking of Rel jungle, I think it is potential flex for these teams. I don't know if they really play it too much, but I know they nerfed it a little bit, but Rel Q Smite still outsmites most junglers with the burst it has.
Good.
So if they can play it and are comfortable playing it, her Q to monsters, especially to like epic monsters, does like 500 damage.
I thought they nerfed that.
They did, yeah. Because before, before her WQ Smite would do like 2,300 damage as a full combo, and now it only does like 1,800 damage. So you're still outsmiting everybody, but you have to be a little bit better at it. But yeah, it's still very strong in jungle. I'm not 100% sure if we'll see that. Like you said, it should just stick to support. I would expect from both of these teams. But that should be it from me. If there's unless there's anything else you guys have.
One quick thing I do want to talk about. We mentioned last week about the top laners, and this top lane matchup I think is going to be spicy. Bennett and Winterchad.
Yo.
Yes, I had to make sure I got it right.
Both of these guys are crazy. I mean, we've seen what Bennett can do. We saw what Wintershard did the entire all 5 games in quarters. He can definitely create leads. His Renekton was crazy last week as well. He had a couple monster Renekton games, like that game 3 that I mentioned that was 22.5 minutes. He was 8-1-2 in against Vino's Goons last week in semis. Wow. So his Renekton is huge. I would expect that to be banned because I know the champion is high priority, but no one's really been banning it in these games so far. So if they've been doing their research, I would expect that to be taken away.
But Aatrox, so I don't know.
I was about to say, are we gonna see Aatrox bans as
We're probably gonna see Aatrox get perma because I know both of these top laners are crazy at it.
Oh yeah.
So Aatrox is probably perma, and it's a crazy win rate in solo queue as well. The champ's just broken, so I would not be surprised if that's perma.
Yeah,
that I just Fiora probably actually both of those top laners, both of these guys can play both of those champs very well. So I mean, maybe Renekton does get left over because there's too many top bans, and we saw Bennett's Camille as well.
Yeah, there could be. I just do not think we're gonna see a tank matchup in the top lane. If maybe Sion at most, but other than that, I don't think we'll see any tanks. It'll be probably mostly carry v carry matchups.
Yeah,
and mid laners might take the utility side unless Nico's open. But other than that, like I don't anticipate. I think it's gonna be kind of carry top laners, carry junglers, utility control mages most likely, and then just noodling around in the bot lane.
Yeah, just 2 big engaged tanks down there with a hypercarry ADC because both of these teams like to play a lot of Jinx. We've seen them both play Aphelios. We did see Matt play Draven the other day as well.
Oh my goodness.
And that game was crazy.
But
So,
you know,
yeah.
with that being said, Flash Abuser's ADC Lin, he doesn't really play hyper carries. He plays. It seems like he sides
a lot
more
of Ashe,
towards
actually.
that utility carry. You know, the Sivir, the Ashe, the Misfortune. We've seen him play Seraphine. That
yes, a lot of
time.
Seraphine games. Yeah.
So you know they might stick to that same play style. You know, have that ADC be that utility, and let's have the top side of the map be the carry. You know,
Right.
Vietnam Dragon was absolutely stomping with Ari.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, those games were crazy.
Against Crab Wranglers.
Those charms were. Oh,
yeah.
And his LeBlanc too. His LeBlanc too is gross. It's so gross. 4 games only dropped 1 on LeBlanc. So
yeah, it was crazy. I do hope we get a Thresh game out of Koyesh because the game that we saw from him during the regular season, that before it's been permabanned ever since. By the way, it's been permanent. It's been banned every single game first phase against him since that week, which is like week 3. So if it's open, I want to see him play because I know he's good at it.
I want to see if whoever picks up Leona, if they're gonna run the Misfortune with it.
Yeah.
Okay, I can see that.
I think that'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
Just because both ADCs can definitely play it. Matt G's more of the hyper carry, but you give him a Leona, I don't think he'd be unhappy. He's like, all right, you solar flare, I bullet time, they die.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we saw what he did with the Draven and Leona last week.
We definitely did, but we're gonna go ahead and dial it back just a little bit. Oh, Zol, no, it's okay, baby girl, it's okay. You come back next season. We got you.
Yeah, we got you next season.
Don't worry, big dog.
Yeah.
All right. But that'll do it for us for the time being. We're gonna go ahead and take a break. When we come back, there's a little surprise before we go into draft.
Yes.
So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back. Honestly, when draft is on the screen, so we'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah.
I think we could win.
A rematch waiting to happen, and a rivalry that may have started in the spirit of competition. Does Dorado Gaming have the stamina to go against a team who has proven they can go the distance?
They can force the end as well, as Massive is sitting in bot lane.
Oh, what a really good shield to
STP
stop that
though.
orb. Here comes the TP from the Gwen, and Massive has to try to get back here in time. I don't know if he's going to do it. That is a way to end the game. We have a winner, ladies and gentlemen. Flash Abusers.
Does Flash Abusers and their monster in the top lane have what it takes to stop the true monster, BB Bennett?
She's trying to play down Rocket. She is now excited, and the fight is going to break out right here in the river, and is getting very hectic, and going in favor of the world ender known as Bennett.
Can Winnitrap stand in the pocket and battle this absolute monster, or will he fall?
Even with all that lethality, like he's just tickling him right now. That's all he's doing.
Yep.
I mean, he can try to get some
See electrocute proc.
We appreciate and shout out to our
And there's the one, and there's the solo kill.
Flash Abusers have shown that they can team fight and hang with the best, but can they stand against Dorado Gaming and their fast and aggressive play?
Drop anything.
Oh, but here comes Olaf, though. A really nice root from that Senna, but BB Bennett has found his target and is going to be looking to section them up. Falling for you might be falling into the fountain, and this fight is just turned into absolute chaos. BB Bennett jumps on one target, make that two, and Zol dies coming out of his death realm. Dorado Gaming Omega. Oh, Lord. Is that Diana diving right on in a nice flash?
Falter under Flash
going to fall
Abusers.
down.
Absolute
Someone's going to try to do a
tenacity.
little bit of damage. A nice root.
This fight is a little bit split up right now. Massive is going to try to 1v1 that trend over. The rest of the team is starting to follow through. He spins the win inside of that Dragon Pit. Dragon does find a Charm and a Root. The Spirit Rush is going to go, but the Crab Wranglers do not find the Dragon. Now Flash Abusers have started to start this fight as well. Undying Rage is undying indeed. He finds one kill, and the rest of the team finds another. It is now a 5v2. It's going to turn into a 5v1 if I'm Bannigan does not get out of there. Oh, the Cheneker Grill hits the stun. What a kill!
10 players, 3 lanes, 2 teams, but only one can be unstoppable.
Whoa, we are just speedrunning through the draft.
Olé! We're back. It's Kai'Sa Ziggs. I didn't think I'd see Ziggs first pick that quickly. And there's the Threshman I was hoping we didn't see. But yeah, I mean, Seraphine, Ivern Bay makes a lot of sense. Flash Abusers were spamming those picks for a long time. We mentioned the Seraphine, how many games their bot lane has on this champion, the Ashe as well. They really like to play these two champions, so I'm not surprised that they got banned. We saw BKB on the Diana last week and how strong that was. So I'm not surprised that's been taken away either. Kindred usually is permabanned against them, so they'll be taking that away. And Kha'Zix's another carry jungler that usually is used as a counterpick to Kindred, but not the easiest execution.
Not the easiest execution. No, yeah, I was getting ready to say the exact same thing you did, but it looks like they are gonna most likely lock it in. They're kind of hovering kind of hardcore, so they will lock it in. So far you got Ziggs, Kha'Zix, Kaiser Kindred, which means we get to play my fun favorite mini game of where's the first mark gonna spawn and how many stacks does she have. But considering this is Bozos on it, I'm expecting probably some really good pathing coming out of them.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
We'll just worry about that later. And there's the rally you were mentioning that is probably most likely going to come through because with the Magnet Storm, she can lock everyone into a little area for Ziggs to throw his ultimate on. So pretty disgusting wombo combo. Now, let's say Kindred has ultimate, then, you know.
I'm expecting Alistar right now from Dorado Gaming because, there it is.
Ooh, Classic. You're so good with it. I mean, it's a counter, but still.
It's like the counter to Rel. If they weren't picking Alistar, I would hope that it would get banned this phase. I'm expecting 4 top bans here, 2 from each team. I am expecting Aatrox, Fiora, Jax, potentially the Renekton as well. I think Dorado Gaming Omega can afford to ban the Renekton and potentially blind their mid laner on the 4th pick here and just give counterpick to Bennett because I think this series is going to be really topside focused as much as both these bot lanes are very strong. It's really going to be about which one of these top laners can create the leads we know they can. So I would expect potentially, there's the Renekton ban, and then I would expect the Fiora or Camille to be taken away from Bennett.
Camille's more likely.
Yeah, we've seen both of those picks and what he can do on that, and we've also seen what he can do on Fiora. But I think Fiora is much easier to counter, and you can blind and potentially, and there's a few champions you can blind pick that Fiora is not really playable into. So potentially the Camille ban.
For the rest of the top laners after that, so I guess there's Aurelia, Gwen.
Aurelia, Gwen. I mean, we're not. Yeah, Jace. Actually, I think Bennett does have one Jace game. He played it in quarterfinals. Didn't look great on it. There's the Fiora ban. Zed blind.
Zed.
Okay.
That's interesting. If they decide to lock it in, this is a really, really confident pick. I'm going to be completely honest with you. But
Syndra, okay, makes a lot more sense.
Hold on. What are we doing right now? We said carry junglers, control mages.
We're on here.
Right on track.
Yeah. The Syndra makes a lot more sense than Zed, especially with, and there's the Victor. Yeah, classic mid lane matchup. We've seen this for years, and it's pretty neutral.
Good or what?
Yeah, I mean, hey, I would expect to carry blind for Winter Shard. I'm not sure what he wants to go with here, though.
Arguably, because they could put Cassandra. Let's just be real. Cassandra does too much damage regardless. I mean, Camille's also still open. They
could blind Gwen actually, but that's a lot of AP.
I mean, Gnar also is an option, and Kennen not so much. They need kind of more of a frontline type because you do have Rel.
Garen's open.
You need a little more. Oh God, not that again.
Garen's open. I know Bennett played it, but I think Garen's pretty decent for them. They do need a little bit more beef, but they kind of need. There's the Cassandra. Yeah, it gives them really what they need. It's still really high damage, but they need more frontline and they need more CC for the Ziggs to really play around. And there's the Garen. Okay, so we've got this draft was super quick. These guys, both of these teams have definitely done a lot of prep because most of the time we see these picks get dropped down to like the final seconds before they lock something in, and it's not like completely cohesive. But every single one of these picks, I mean, we mentioned it before, this is exactly how we saw the draft going for both of these teams. We know that Flashy Weezer's bot lane likes to play more supportive style champions. Ziggs is still a very heavy carry, but not necessarily that like hyper carry ADC. I mean, it's Ziggs still. And then engage in both of these supports, and carry junglers, carry tops. I know Cassantes and Garen are tanks, but they can carry games. We saw what Bennett did last week on the Garen, and then control mages in mid. The Syndra pick was much better than what they were originally hovering. Zed, that's probably just
that would have been bad.
It's probably just like a funny hover. I know that happens all the time. The Syndra helps the Alistar peel for this Kaisa Kindred, and the Garen does the same thing. It makes this Kha'Zix his job a lot harder, and he really has to be careful of where the flanks he's looking for are, and it makes it really easy to mark. And also, this Rel is going to have a hard time finding engages against this comp.
I definitely agree, but we flew through that way faster than I thought we would. So Hyper, bring us back and tell us what your thoughts on this draft are, and tell us how great me and Darter are predicting draft.
Yeah. We called it.
I honestly was not expecting the Ziggs. I mean, we did see the Seraphine first ban for the side of Omega.
Yeah.
And the Ashe ban. So I was like, okay, cool. So maybe they're gonna give Lynn something else, utility wise. I was thinking they might go for the Varus, honestly.
Yeah.
Just because I know that he could play that champ, and Chains of Corruption, super underrated ultimate. It's like you get smacked by it in a big team fight, especially with a rel, you could probably lock the entire team up. And meanwhile, everybody doesn't realize that it's going off because they're too busy trying to fight some beef tank that's right in front of them. So the Ziggs kind of threw me off. But as I saw the picks started coming out for the side of Flash Abusers, I was like, oh, that Ziggs pick. I really love it because you can put that Ziggs in a lane and just have him take the tower. And it just come back to oh my god, I just looked at the emo.
They're also flying. They're like flying through this compliance. So we're gonna wrap this up quick, boys.
Yeah.
I know. I didn't get much time to talk about it either. But no,
these teams have definitely prepped a lot.
This Ziggs pick is just so good because you got Cassante, you got Victor. They do a decent amount of damage to towers, and you put Ziggs there. Boom, it's done. Let's rotate over to the neutral objective. Hey, let's take bot tower real fast. All right, rotate over. Hey, we got nothing to do. Hey, let's send Ziggs down top lane and take the tier 2. It's almost done.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's just so good. And then the side of Omega, it's just everyone's so condensed. And like you guys are saying, it's going to be really hard for Kha'Zix and Rel to really get in there and find an angle. But with that being said, Cassante could be your angle.
Yeah.
Because he could just ult somebody away, Kha'Zix jump on them, and then make it a little bit easier to navigate that fight.
I think on that note, I think the Cassante's best target to ult is actually this Alistar, unironically. Because if he takes Alistar out of the fight, it makes their engage 10 times easier to pull off. So and that's one of the two only frontline that they have. So if Scatter of the Weak gets blown and Cassante and Wintershard finds an angle onto this Alistar to take them out of the fight, and actually so they can find an engage with Bento, and Flame and Land can follow up on that, because the other members are pretty squishy, and you'd expect Garen to not be in these fights all the time. I mean, we saw Bennett go Hullbreaker on it last time and just basically permanently be slamming himself into tower and create so much pressure. He's played that like that on many champions. We saw him do the same thing on Fiora, same thing on Camille, so he's definitely going to be very focused on these side lanes. If Wintershard can have that impact in these team fights and make his support's job a lot easier to find these engages, because this comp is very hard to engage into.
And not only that, if Wintershard is able to, pull that off to let Bento find those good engages for those team fights, it will force Garen off of a side lane to join them in a team fight.
Yes. Yeah, I will. 100%.
I'm gonna cut you both off because the spectator delay is under 2 minutes. So let's do Dragon Soul series prediction and then let's cut it. So we'll start with Dragon Soul first. Hyper, you go first.
I don't want to go first, but I guess I will. We're gonna start things off on a high note. We're gonna go.
Are we?
We're gonna go Fire Drake.
I thought you were about to make a pun and say on a high note and then pick Chemtech.
I thought about it. I 100% thought about it, but I was like, nah, I can't do that.
I'm gonna go with Hextech.
I'm gonna say Fire Drake.
Okay, so Fire Drake. You said Hextech.
Yeah.
All right, and I'm gonna say Cloud Drake for this game, and I'm gonna go series prediction now. I'm gonna go 3-1 in favor of Omega. Darter, who you got?
I'm on the same boat. I know last week I said 3-1 is the baby prediction, and I predicted a 3-0, which ended up happening. But I do think this game is probably a 3-1, maybe a 3-2. I do think Dorado Gaming Omega is still the stronger team, so I'm going to go 3-1 in favor of them. But I don't think it'll be a 3-0.
And then Hyper?
If it goes...
All right.
If it goes to 5 games, I think Flash Abusers have the advantage there.
Okay.
Right, fair enough. Well, that'll do it for us. So we're going to go
3-2 Flash Abusers.
3-2 Flash Abusers. Hey, that's even better. But we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. We'll be back during Game 1 of this powerhouse 2 teams, Flash Abusers and Dorado Gaming Omega. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Rift for Game 1 of our unstoppable finals. Dorado Gaming Omega versus Flash Abusers. We're starting already in the Dragon Pit of Shame as it's a Cloud Drake already, and that means DBZ is wrong. Very early on in the series.
Whatever at this point.
I'm gonna be honest, totally unrelated to the game play or the game state or the series state. If I don't see a 5-man stack in mid lane throwing emotes any point in this series, I will cry.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect the top laners to be throwing emotes at each other for sure, especially in this matchup. It should be fairly uninteractive.
I need a 5-man truce in the mid lane throwing emotes.
Yeah, throwing emotes. If it goes to game 5, we're gonna do the classic CS:GO like last round, knives out only, go mid. Just ARAM it down. But just a 5-point play to save from both teams, which is fairly expected. Neither one of them have a very strong level 1. I would expect both of these junglers to path up, because really neither one of these lanes is super strong early. And I mean, if you're Bozos, you don't really want to be ganking a Ziggs lane because his W just completely negates all of your engage, and Rel, you don't really want to be engaging into that with Alistar, because you want to be using that to counter the engage. So both of these junglers are going to probably be looking towards mid or top for their first plays, I would expect.
Also, speaking of random little games that was going on, let's play my least favorite Kindred game. Where is the mark going to spawn? Actually, I'm going bot crab this time because I think I went top crab last time, and I think I was still wrong, but it don't matter.
I'm gonna say top crab.
All right.
2 top crabs and 1 bot crab.
So Bozos is gonna get lucky on crab spawn, but he's gonna have to meet not important right there in the river. So we'll see if he ends up getting it.
Yeah, that was actually something I wanted to say, of course, because Kha'Zix versus Kindred. Obviously, whenever they meet, Kha'Zix will have the slight, and I say this in quotes, advantage because of the isolation damage.
Yeah.
But Kindred has the better kiting ability against him, as we see level 2 sticking over in the bot lane. Usually at this point, we see Alistar's kind of headbutt in and try to burn a flash, but I think respecting the fact that Rel was not too far away, we're getting some pretty heavy trading in the mid lane, actually.
Oh, yeah, we are.
Yeah. Oh, he missed the QE, but so BKB ends up losing that trade. And I think like on the note of trying to blow flash in bot lane, I think it's more beneficial for this lane to kind of just play for the mid game. And yeah, these top laners are just slapping each other every single wave, by the way. It's pretty funny. Every time I see Bennett just like run into his profile picture into his icon on the top lane and then walk out, and both of them are still 75 HP. As a Scatter the Weak lands, a lot of damage.
Oh, I thought it would be Electric Syndra, but it's not. It's actually Aerie.
I was expecting that as well, yeah.
Yeah, I think she wins that trade heavily more if has Electrocute there. Not judging, Aerie is still good, but Scuttles are going to be coming up in about 17 seconds from now, and we'll just see kind of where the Kindred needs to go from here. It looks like at the moment mostly full clearing because of that ward that I think they saw on the Raptors. She decided to go against it. Now they see where Kha'Zix is with them. Fire's been failing that position. And all right, where's the mark going?
Bot crab.
It's bot crab.
Yeah, I'm writing something. The game had to redeem me.
Bozos is sprinting down there already. I'm assuming both because he probably knows not important is on the top crab, because usually junglers playing against Kindred will 4-camp into crab, just in case they get on the right side. Unfortunately, it's not the right side still for him, but getting the crab is nothing bad either way. And then he'll probably finish his clear and take his recall as Bozos will pick up his first mark.
Did a 6-camp into the crab.
Yeah,
wow.
We did Raptors too before going down that way, but gonna scout out the jungle. It looks like there will be nothing there. I mean, the Krugs are getting ready to come up soon, but I don't think Bozos wants to stay here unless he goes for a mid gank here. Actually,
I mean, he did get that ward right there, but he might be looking for a mid gank. He is gonna jump on in. A nice Scatter the Weak for that stun and a first blood right over to Bozo. Did he throw the mark on?
Okay.
No, he didn't. Nope.
No, he did not.
Did not change the mark. Still on Kha'Zix. Would have given away the gank. I mean, you can change it last second, but the PTA proc was what the damage came from. I know you were like, whoa, well, I had to get one shot. Yeah,
deleted.
It was the PTA proc. Good first blood. Good gank to find the fact that Flame is pushed up. Does have to burn TP to get back into lane in time to catch the wave, but doesn't burn his flash or anything else. Just a kill, 400 gold. And I think there's not too much of an advantage really anywhere else, except for on top of that kill, that does give BKB a little bit of a CS lead as well. So It's not bad for a first play for sure, and that is the lane you really want to play with because Syndra has very good gank setup, especially for Kindred. She's looking down to the bot lane now.
At the mid lane, he says, "I see a sitting duck in the bot lane, and his name is Ziggs." He's gonna have to flash on out of there. Rail has to charge to try to save some damage. A really nice stun coming out from Kyoish, and Lin is gonna survive with a sliver of health and mana.
That's a great W.
Yeah,
just didn't have the damage.
Immediately coming down from that mid lane play too. Got a reset, it looks like, and immediately came down bot lane. I mean, but Leon and Bento were pushing in, so it makes sense. Even seeing Kindred on that ward they still had to burn the flash to get out. They burned the exhaust too, which is what prevented Kindred from picking up that kill. Honestly, gotta love it. I mean, it's really heads-up play coming in for the Dorado jungler, which we kind of expected. I mean, Bozos is very proactive on the map. We expected him to be kind of just everywhere all at once, and now thinking about
he was looking for Ziggs too because he switched his mark over to Ziggs.
Yeah. I do want to mention, if Koyash dropped the Ignite on that play, he does die. I don't know if he was out of range, which I think he probably was because Ziggs flashed pretty early on. And they might not have called target selection at that time. Probably thought they were going to turn on to Rel after the Ziggs flash. But Bozos really wanted the Ziggs kill, didn't quite get it. But that lane is very gankable still because Machi has both sums, no exhaust, no flash, and no TP as they're actually invading topside, not important, half HP.
They're going to try to jump in on the not important. He has to burn his flash to get under tower. Winnichard is on the opposite side of where this is at. Syndra did come up the river.
Oh, he came back.
Not important did come back up, but here comes Flame. Bozos is almost down. But that unleashed power just annihilates the jungler, and I think that's Herald spawning in a little bit too. Oh, wait, yes? Is my math wrong? Herald spawns at 10, right?
8. Herald
8 minutes. 8 minutes.
Did Kindred get the mark there?
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she got the Gromp, and the Chaos Storm just wasn't enough damage. I wasn't actually expecting Bozos to live there, to be honest, because he didn't have Smite. He healed up just enough off the camp, though, to be able to live. Not important, get caught out without ult there. Really good play by BKB to actually help his jungler there, because Flame did have first move, especially in that jungle, because he was still BKB was still crashing Wave under tower. But they did save his jungler's life, and that's a pretty large lead already for this Kindred in this game.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the Syndra too.
Yeah.
Well, oh yeah, okay, killing a CS lead, you're right.
Yeah.
I was like, what? No, but I remember she did the outplay button, not important. But Kindred is back up here. I don't know if she set the mark on the. Oh no, never mind.
No, she's looking for that top scuttle.
Top scuttle. This will be her 4th mark, and it's 7 minutes in the game.
Wow.
Oh goodness.
Bozos.
Yeah, they've been doing a really good job.
I'm pretty sure Kindred was banned against Bozos the entirety of last week.
Yes, it was.
Too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
now we know why.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it last week a couple times that I was expecting the 2 bans from that series I was expecting to stay were Kindred and Katarina. I was expecting those 2 champions to be banned the entire series, so I'm actually surprised that Flash Abusers left the Kindred open. I think that they probably knew they had the Kha'Zix answer, which is the answer for a lot of junglers, but if the Kindred is able to get ahead like this early on, she will just outscale the Kha'Zix, because Kha'Zix, as much as people don't really realize that, he is a farming jungler. He doesn't really get to do too much until like post 6 after he has a couple items. Then that's when he really gets online. So if Kindred is able to get, if Kindred is able to get the lead that she has now, it kind of makes this Kha'Zix pick a little bit harder to execute. It is.
But
not important is on a flash. Yeah, they both have enough jumps to get over the wall, so they're not gonna die for anything like that. No prio in either mid or bot, so Bozos probably won't look to go for this Drake, but he might look to go for a gank potentially somewhere. Or just to continue his full clear.
Yeah, Cinder had to reset because she basically had no HP.
Yeah, he's gonna hold this wave.
From Flame. Yeah, okay, yep, and get some nice juicy farm. Looks like this will be the Triforce Kindred build. It looks like not important will be getting the blue buff.
It's the broken build.
That's what I'm hearing, yeah.
It's very strong, yeah.
I haven't played against it, but I've seen it enough to where I just completely agree. Tower played
top laners are duking it out now. Really nice airborne coming out from Winnichard. He's gonna ult him. And here comes not important over the back of that pixel brush. Flash in and a kill over to not important. Flash abusers on the board.
Nice.
Really good job. That's Cassante level 600 tower right there. I mean, he's level 8 now, but that's exactly what it looks like. The wave was large enough to where I thought Bennett actually might have lived there for a bit, but as soon as I saw Not Important walking up, he was pretty much guaranteed dead. Good ult by Winter Shard to keep him on the wrong side of the tower there, force him to walk into the jungle where they have no vision. He didn't know Not Important was up there. Ends up dying to the Kha'Zix, which kind of closes up this lead that the Kindred has. It's still pretty substantial. It's about 2 camps plus a few CS that we saw him pick up in mid lane. So, but it evens up the XP and gives a little bit more gold over to Not Important, which is very important.
Yes, absolutely. It looks like they're going to try to make a play on mid lane here. She just needs to step up a little further, and then I think they make the
Bento's
call.
also here.
Bento is also here for this gank.
He does have flash.
Oh, and they're gonna pull the trigger. Here they come.
We missed the
and
flash Q.
Flash Q did not come through. BK.
Oh,
I'm so dyslexic.
I heard some
BKP.
things come out immediately after that, so I'm not sure what they were on, but I think there was
Here we
potentially
go.
things on the
They're
rail.
gonna try to jump on Flame 404
Good
here.
flash.
Not Important.
Nice,
Is
good
covering a really good stun, and they manage to pick up the kill, and they do not. Bozos does not get the proc. Killed him
We
too
saw
fast.
one failed flash engage and another very good flash engage from the 2 supports.
Yeah.
Koyesh made a great play there because he knows Vento's definitely leaving after that. So that not only that, but they should secure the Herald off this play as well because they know Not Important is on the bot side. So he will get Drake for that. Dorado Gaming will get Herald, and that's already 2,000 goldie for them as well, just mostly off this mid jungle, actually entirely off this mid jungle.
Entirely mid jungle. I was gonna say it is entirely mid jungle. I mean, Bozo's playing out of his mind on his signature pick, the Kindred, up almost 1,000 gold, and then 700 gold on the Cinder as well. The next Drake is a Hex Tech, so welcome to the club.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it happens, you know. I said Hextech Drake every single game last week, hoping I'd be right. So I thought I'd continue saying Hextech Drake because surely I won't be wrong like 6 times in a row minimum. But we're already wrong 4 times in a row, so you know. I think it was second. I think Hextech Drake was second every single game last time.
I think so. If not, I think you're right. You're absolutely right.
Riot Games.
And it was 3 games of Mountain Drake last week too.
It was, yeah.
It was
I literally almost said, Mountain Drake seems like a bait, and then it was Mountain Drake.
Yeah. If it's Mountain Drake this game, I can't.
Ooh, Bennett getting spicy with that one.
Actually, it's a 20 CS lead in top, which I'm surprised after that kill.
I'm not surprised. I mean, that's just kind of how Gary.
He had that CS
wait,
before
Kendrick's
that
here?
kill.
They can dive this. Winter Shard does not have flash.
And Bennett does have ult.
Bozo skews over the wall. Yeah, they're gonna go for it. They have no wave though.
Oh, he cleared the wave. That's actually a smart choice, and he sees the mark going on to him, so he knows it's time to kind of just dip.
Yeah, he will get cancelled though by Bozos.
That lamb canceling him.
Yeah, he's gonna get dove. It's only a matter of time before he goes down here. He potentially can get a trade kill though. Good CD. And he's been Garened.
And we saw that last week against the Talon.
He's been outplayed, if you will. Matt G very low actually.
What happened there? So
Dropped the bomb.
I think Matt G was recalling, and I think Leon used the ult to stop the recall. And that's kind of what looked like it happened. We're having a 3-play.
We are, yeah.
We are. Hex flash over the top of the wall. BKP is gonna get exhausted. A nice stun, and that's just how we spell it right there. 3-man on mid, and the mid laner falls.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely wanted redemption for the last mid play. So really good hex splash W to lock down BKB. They have a huge lockdown with Rel and Victor as well.
Not Important is here for this counter gank. Bozo's gonna jump right on the flame, but his damage is just so strong. Bozo's not have health right now. Bento is making his way up the river, and the damage coming through for Not Important shuts down the Kindred.
I almost thought he would kill him there. I wasn't expecting Bozos to do that much damage. He had Lamb's Dustbit available, actually. I'm not sure if... I
think he knew that regardless of what happened,
he's probably dead, so he just didn't want to save it for the next play. Yeah.
Probably for this next Drake, I'm assuming, the next couple of minutes. And it makes sense. At this point, I believe...
still very low.
I believe it's like a 2-minute cooldown almost at this point in the game. Unless
it's pretty long. It's pretty... I think it's actually longer than that. I think it's like 120 seconds rank 1 or something like that. Which is 2 minutes. Yeah, it's 2 minutes. So, yeah, I think it's super long.
Oh wait, we can go to Kindred to check the ulti cooldown right now. We can just check on that real quick.
I think it's 120 seconds rank 1.
Yeah, just hover it.
150. Yeah, it's really long. Yeah.
2.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's a very long cooldown.
Okay, so yeah,
Which it needs
definitely
to be.
saving that. Yeah, and looks like Kha'Zix is here for a potential return game. Syndra still has no flash if they decide to go for this. and she's
Vento's here
pushing up.
again.
I think she
Yep.
knows.
Oh, he's gonna face check the Kha'Zix instead. Not important, gonna
Oh,
jump
this
right on the
underneath doesn't
BKB.
hit.
They flashed the thumbs up because he know he'd been got. Walked into the bug's face.
Ganking
Wow.
mid seems pretty good this patch, I think.
Yeah.
We've seen what, like
Six is
6
too
mid
far up,
ganks?
six is too far up.
Bozo's proc.
He has flash, but he should be dead regardless. Vento's on his way down.
I don't know if he's gonna be able to get out of
TP
it.
is
Not
dropped.
important is also here as well. Lin is gonna
Very
get
short
slowed
is on
up
his
by
way.
Sansa.
that E, but he's
Good
gonna get a
flash.
nice chunk of damage here
Oh
from the top
my
laner and a
God.
massive ultimate from Bento. Lamb's respite is popped, so they're gonna save their life just a little bit. And I
Holy
don't know
Cassandre,
what
dog.
Minotaur is doing, but he is doing work. But BB Bennett shows up just in time
BB
to take
Bennett.
him out. He's gonna get stunned. He's gonna get silenced, but he's
Here it
gonna
all.
walk right into the face of the tower and takes one out. And he has 2 HP. This man will not die.
Oh,
Alistair
Koya.
did Oh my god, okay. Well, a lot is happening right there at the end of that fight. Alistair ends up going down as well. And that was a 5-man play there at 15 minutes into the game, right before Drake comes up. So both junglers die, so no one will be rushing this anytime soon. But man, just weird, awkward spacing coming in from Leanne there, being a little too close. And it just being up that far when you just killed their mid laner, their entire team might be in the river, is kind of like a disrespecting. So that play probably doesn't happen if Ziggs is this far up. But I mean, it ended up being what, a 3-for-3 there at the end of the whole thing.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, at least a 3-for-2. I know Leanne didn't end up dying, but I know when Urshard died and Not Important died. So
Okay, it's 2-for-3. It's 2-for-3.
Yeah.
I think Bento ended up falling on the back end of that as
I gotcha.
well.
yeah, he did.
So
He did,
it
yes.
was a 3-for-3. And
Yeah.
Bozo's just gonna rush this. How many marks does he have now?
Probably
I
like
guess
what,
5?
5?
Yeah.
Yep.
5. Yeah, he could probably just solo this if he wanted to. But
Bomb
Lamb
is
doing a
not
really good job
available.
of keeping vision.
Oh.
I
Good
probably
attempt,
would
good
have.
attempt.
I would have screamed if he took that.
Yeah,
There's
if
no
he
way.
took it,
Mountain.
if he took it with
Why is
6Q,
it mountain?
I'd be taking a vacation if that
No
that
way.
hit. I'm gonna be honest.
No way, this is a mountain again. Are we cursed?
Riot. Riot Games. We've had the same dragons 4 games in a row.
For context, from earlier, everybody, we had 3 Mountain Drake souls last series, and I
Yeah.
guess the trend is continuing for whatever reason.
That certainly is. Okay, one of us has to predict mountain so we don't get another mountain soul.
You right? That's a solid idea.
But
Sounds
it's
like no
gonna
one
end up
wants to
being
do
the
it.
first. You know what? You're probably right.
I can't. I have to predict Hextech every game. I have to.
I have to be wrong first Drake every time, so
First item completions coming through here for a lot of these members. I mean, actually, like, Matchy has a lot of gold. I wasn't expecting him to have that much gold being 003 and 10 CS down. He's like halfway to his Nashers, about a quarter of the way to his Nashers. He has the, he's at 6,000 gold. Okay, he's not that far behind. Only 400 gold down.
I think also, what was
He's
the
only
trade?
down that much because Ziggs was able to get a plate, and I think he was just able to play that
Yeah.
back.
A couple of plates. I think that's what happened, if I remember
It's
correctly.
1,100 gold lead in the jungle though, which is a
Oh, they're gonna gank Flame right here on the back
I
end.
think it's
Flash.
died because one shot this tower. They
Swept
know
the
now.
Vision. He knows he's got. Flame is gonna try to flash that scatter the weak, but here comes
Oh, no,
BKB,
they
flash over the
trade.
wall, but not important, finds him. Lamb Breastplate is gonna get popped right there. Bozo's health bars
This is
down
dead.
a lot. A stun coming out from Kyoish is going to stop, not important, so he can take the kill.
Oh my god,
And just
bro.
walk right over one
And he gets
tap
the
the
tower.
tower. But Alistar double buffs. It's still
He's doing what he
not-
can
no,
here.
2 for 2.
That
No, I
was-
lied. A 2 for 1.
1.
2
Not
for
important
1,
to
yeah.
pick
It
up
was
both
a
of those.
really risky dive there. I mean, they didn't have a huge wave. Matchy
Oh,
actually
man.
And then
solo
Lin just
killed.
gets a solo kill in the bot lane, dropping
That'll,
bombs.
yeah, he is, and that'll actually. Well, I was about to say, and we just saw it there. 1,000 gold lead now in the bot lane because of that,
Okay.
which is huge. And the gold lead itself is still at around 2,000 because this top lane difference is the entirety of the gold lead at this point, which is a lot higher than I thought it was. Most of it off the entire tower and the plates that he's gotten.
Yeah.
And the couple of kills in that bot lane play that was a 5-man. It felt like we were watching 2018 League of Legends with the bot lane 5-man. The
I don't
double
remember those.
TPs.
I don't miss those days.
I don't either.
It would be not fun, especially
I would be playing top lane if it was still like that. Let's put it that way.
the old TP where you can TP on minions and cancel it if something goes
at
wrong.
level 4, you ping your support to get a deep ward and then TP down. Yeah.
They didn't see Bozos hop over the wall.
No, they didn't.
Did he get the
back
mark
here.
there?
I don't think so, but he could get Bento here.
Yeah, I think he's gonna jump right onto Bento.
It's really risky though. He knows Leand is there.
And then not important is around the corner.
He's sitting on a ward.
That,
Yeah, not important. Did get the Krug. So Bozos didn't get his mark. Still at 5. This Dragon's still not up for another 2 minutes.
Not important's doing a really good job of making sure his camps are always on a timer.
Yeah. They got a lot of marks early, but since then they really haven't gotten any. He had Bozos had 4 marks at 7 minutes, we remember, and he's only gotten 1 since then off of a kill. So since those early plays, he really hasn't been able to find the marks on these camps, and I think it's because Bento's been doing a really good job at moving with Not Important to make sure that they're securing these marks. And there is, I would like to mention, a 2, 1, and 3 L-Star with the bounty on our screen.
Oh my gosh.
As Koyesh has gotten 2 shutdowns this game, both of which on Not Important. I think 2 of Not Important's deaths have been to Koyesh.
Oh yeah, I mean, and the worrying thing about that too is that shutdown is pretty much almost guaranteed to go over. Unless Koyesh is an absolute god and doesn't die for the rest of the game.
Well, he certainly couldn't. Yes.
But like, that's something you're concerned about, especially with that gold not being allocated to other places. Is it's guaranteed that a support shutdown will go over if you engage support. Because if you die for your team and they win the fight, but you still go over that give over that shutdown, that's extra gold to potentially a carry. Now, I am not surprised right now as to how Leanne is doing on this Ziggs. We saw Ziggs bot lane Ziggs bot lane a lot during the dreaded 8-13 patch. For those of you who don't know, that was the patch that really gutted all 80 carries.
Yeah, 8-13. Mages bot Syndra Sona, Ziggs bot lane.
I love playing Ziggs bot lane.
So that's when we kind of saw the rise in mages in the bot lane, and I would say it left, but it's kind of coming back a little bit. It kind of just depends on who you're against.
I'm gonna cut you off real fast. We got 15 seconds till Drake. Can we switch over to Omega's side vision real fast?
Look at their bot vision. It's crazy, actually.
It's pretty insane. Wow. F2, I think.
Yeah, two pinks, a ward on Raptors, a ward behind pits, and they also have a flank ward as well.
Yeah,
right now going for top side. That is gross.
Yeah,
Not important. We'll have to give this. Yeah,
it's F3 to go back to.
F3 look at it's F3, I believe. Yeah, but yeah, and we just saw there for a second, blue side has almost no vision anywhere. Bento now getting vision around Baron. But they only had 1 ward in the.
They did have their vision lit up over the dragon.
And it's gonna get down here actually.
Omega did a really good job of clearing it out.
I mean, they might try.
Right? There's no way.
They might try. I mean, the Leandry's burn is also going to stop them from continuing hitting the tower because it will target Ziggs every single time. So honestly, kind of good for Bennett there to not get Jove like that, because that would have been very ugly, I think, especially considering he has Ghost and he would have probably beelined it for the Ziggs.
I thought they might try just because Leon does have the bomb available, so he doesn't necessarily need to be under tower, and Not Important was walking up, but they just didn't have the wave. Bennett did a really good job at clearing that. Now we're seeing bot lane swap over to the mid as Baron pressure is going to be a lot more important, as we see, I would assume, Koyesh is making his way over to try and clear out the vision that they have up there.
Victor has death cap, by the way, and then
he does,
That's a lot of damage, and Syndra has the Shadow Flame, being able to kind of burst through these mages, and on the other side and squishies. I mean, it's something that is kind of expected. Syndra has had a pretty good I think she has a gold advantage right now, right? Probably not anymore. I would assume it's close.
It's probably really even. Yeah, it's like 500 gold down.
500 gold. But either way, from the kills earlier, the assist, and just solid farming coming out as well. We're seeing Syndra being able to keep up with them. Still on that 2 items. Statistically, Victor is stronger because of the death cap bonus that he gets. But both of these mid laners are going to do a lot of damage in this next fight coming up in the next 3.5 minutes, or Baron fight. It kind of depends. I kind of expect we're going to go a little LCK style where everyone just kind of farms it out, unless we get a pick here.
Oh, get a pick, but not important is here for that counter to get a really nice stab of the week, and unfortunately, Flame 404. Oh, I was waiting for that Ziggs bomb to come down. It didn't go through, but it does not matter because Bozos is forced to pop that Lamb's Res bit. Killer Instinct to go into that fight, and Kaisa picks one up as well.
Nice Killer Instinct there. Had to flash over the wall, uses it to reposition to dodge the Ziggs Q, grabbing a kill 3 for 0 on that. BKB had to flash out of the bomb. The Chaos Storm was doing a lot of damage on its own. It's just a flash out of that and the Ziggs bomb. Luckily, he's able to live. They'll grab the bot tower. Nothing really else for their troubles there aside from some gold, which does spike their lead. Before that play, it was only 2,000. Now 5,000 gold because Bozos got 2 of those kills. I believe one of them being a bounty.
Yeah.
Which is quite a lot of gold injected on this Kindred.
Yeah, definitely. And something I would kind of...
And that's 7 marks as well.
Is it 7? Oh, it is. You're right.
Oh my gosh! He picked up a mark, and then I think he grabbed the one off that camp right there. Yep.
Yeah, you just grabbed one off the crows.
2 off rip. As we were just saying. Yep, haven't gotten any marks in a while. Lamau, here you go.
Just got 2 more. Yeah.
I was gonna say also that that play was kind of greedy. I will admit. I do think you kind of cut your losses there and like maybe sacrifice the victor, and that way less gold ends up going over. But I'm gonna go back to what I was saying is before the whole thing started is I think we're kind of going to like an LCK style of gameplay where everyone's farming it out unless they can find a pick like we just saw in the belt lane there, except that ended up being 3 picks. So there's that.
Yeah, they definitely overforced to try and salvage the play. Ended up giving over a couple kills. I think they definitely felt that the members that were in that fight had more gold. It's just when Bozos gets an early kill like that, it has the Lamb's Respite to save himself and his team.
Is gonna get dragged under turret. Not important. And Beto are here. BB Bennett has found his match, and it is called a 3v1 massive shutdown over to Winchar.
3.5v1 because the bomb is dropped as well, which did a lot of damage. the Ziggs is already hurting.
500 gold shutdown as well, also over to the Cassante, which is pretty huge. That should almost finish the Thord mail, I believe.
Oh wow, look at top jungle.
Oh, wow, it is almost dead even. Bozos did not like the fact that he jumped on to...
He's not.
He can get
he did not like that at all.
He's not going for it. I thought he might go for it, but it's super risky if he does. But he has the damage for it. And yeah, both Bennett and Bozos have over 11,000 gold in their pockets, and their counterparts have just under 10k. So that's where the entirety of the gold lead is, pretty much.
Oh, a Baron call here. Hold on.
They can do it. They know Not Important had to base after that top play, and Winter Shard is down for 25 seconds.
She does have Nashers now.
Yeah, she has Nashers, so and Kai'Sa is one of the ADCs that can absolutely one-shot Baron alongside Aphelios.
Yep, that's just gone right off.
Really good call there. Dragon in 25 seconds as well. Both top and mid have TPs for it, so they can base TP down there, set up Vision, which they already have a couple pinks in key places. Koyash with another one in inventory. Now have the Knight's Vow completed as well. So Matt G also has Ginsu's Rage Blade, 3 items on this Kai'Sa, and 3 items as well on Bennett and Bozos. I wasn't expecting Matt G to have this much gold. I think off the back of that bot play where he got a kill and a couple assists really spiked him back in line with Lien. So that really helps out. Their 5v5 makes it a lot stronger. Lem's Respite available for this Drake. I think they have to give for flash abusers. I don't think you need to contest this.
I don't think I agree with you. There's no reason to fight for it right now. But
if they're not in the river a minute before any objective spawns, their chances of taking the objective are slim at best.
Yeah, at least you set up Vision a minute before, but you have to be there at 20 seconds ahead of time.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would argue like 40 seconds to set Vision.
Look at their bot Vision; it's amazing. I mean, Koyash has been doing a great job this game actually at warding.
74 Vision score.
It's look at their vision on bot side jungle. They see everything. They'll have to move their vision line up a little bit now that they've taken the tier 2 tower with this Baron buff. Bennett on bot side as well, pushing that wave in. They're playing a very clean 4-1. They're not going too far. Actually gonna have to back off now because Lian's damage is very high. Actually, as the Archangel is completed. Not quite a Seraph's Embrace, only 340 stacks on this tier, but he will stack that very quickly because he is playing Ziggs.
Yeah. What was going on?
Oh, not important. Just getting a little bit of cheeky damage. Not gonna go too far into that one.
I think a big part.
And we finally have objective bounties.
Yeah, we do. Bozos actually.
Oh, Bozos is gonna try to find one, but he's gonna get stunned up. Gonna go airborne. Lamb's Respite actually called Lamb Save Me because if he didn't have that, he was a goner.
Yeah, what I was going to say before that was nearly disastrous for Dorado Gaming is part of this lead is not just the gold, but the XP as well. I mean, Bozos is now level 16 to 14 on Not Important. Bennett is nearly level 18 as well. BKB also level 16. Finally, Flame has hit his level spike. The only level lead they have is in the bot lane, and Matchy has just ticked over to level 15 as I say that. Bennett just peeling him off. This is a 5v2. BKB has to potentially cover, but they might have to
just... Mad G, a really nice bomb from
that Ziggs to do a little bit of damage. Really nice stun
So
onto that
tanky.
top
Nice
laner, but they do not care because they're going right after Matt G. Matt G falls down, but so does not important. I guess our jungler is not important. It's a 4v1 now. Bennett
Oh my
is
God.
just so tanky. This man
so
does not
tanky.
die. Flame finally at the end of all that grabs one.
I gotta say, actually, that was a pretty heads-up play to kind of call that out. I
Yeah.
think they saw people resetting in the jungle, maybe, and then they decide to pull the trigger, and it ends up being a really awkward 5v2. Now, not important still does fall to the Kai'Sa at the end of that whole thing. I'm not sure by what. Might have been minion damage.
Wins!
I think it was minions, to be fair. I honestly am not entirely sure.
They could fight this in top lane.
Yeah, they can. Oh, they get a nice stun on Kyoish, but they don't know Bozos is here. This is going to be a 3v2.
Oh, no.
Bozos are just going to jump right into the face of the lane. A really
Good
nice
flash.
flash to get over the top of that wall, but the rest of the team has now showed up. And I do not know if the
4v3.
fight is going to continue any further.
Alice.
The Witcher
Oh,
and
yeah,
Bento
my
pop
God.
there. I'm going to go fast buttons. A nice stun coming out from the side of Flash Abusers. Winterchart finds a 2v2. Make that a 1v3.
Holy Cassante damage.
What's going to
Cassante.
take him, but a nice knockout.
Nice
Boy,
knock.
she's going to take him in the end.
Guarantee P,
Not important,
guarantee
can potentially
P.
clean up. Oh, he failed to jump over the wall.
Oh, here comes Garen on the
Bennett's gonna
back
get a
end. He finds Flame. Oh, and he finds another kill. Not important is looking like he's in a rock in a hard place.
That Magi's pushing down mid lane.
Yeah,
They
he
should get
is.
this inhibitor for free, and maybe a little bit more as well.
They
40
they do
seconds.
have a stacked wave. They could do a little bit of Nexus damage.
Vento's
I
up in 1
don't
second. I think they should just take the inhibitor and leave. It's really risky to go for more here.
And
Yeah, and they
Dragon's up
will.
a minute and a half, so there's not really anything for them to do per se. I will point out that the Dragon Soul and Baron are kind of like 10-15 seconds apart. So both of those being on the map will be kind of interesting, especially what they decide to kind of go for. Whether or not they threaten the Baron, trade the Soul, get the Soul, trade the Baron. It just kind of depends. But unfortunately, I do think. And this is just, purely speculation, so the game's not going to end immediately right now. I do think they are going to flip Soul for Baron because Flash Abuser's Baron take is so slow. So
It
they
is,
could realistically melt the Dragon, then rotate over for the Baron, wipe Flash Abusers off the map for this Baron, and just pretty much just take control. Unless they decide to fight for the Dragon here, which is looking to be kind of the
Looks like
the
they
case.
they don't want to give this Soul over. And really quickly before we see another 5v5, as Bento's actually might get caught out of here, so I might not be able to say anything.
Oh my God, Bozos does so much damage. Not important is here. Really nice stun from Bento, just to create a little bit of extra distance. A TP coming in from Lin, and it is going to be a 5v5 right here for the Drake.
Here we go.
In that last fight, Lian got one shot by BKB off screen. We'll see if that happens again. It nearly did in mid lane. But yeah, we didn't see it, but BKB one-shot Lian at the bottom of that fight as we have another fight here
Nice
again.
stun, and here comes Winterchart.
my God.
He
Wow, that
just gets
damage.
one shot as well.
Oh!
And just that a lot of damage from Lin right there with that big old bomb. But the Lamb's Respite is not going to be available for the rest of the
Bennett
fight.
wants it.
He's looking for it.
He's looking.
Killer Instinct is on
Bozos is hitting
cooldown.
from over the wall there. How many marks does Bozos have?
7.
He has 8?
now?
Oh, he only has 8. I thought he would have more because he has 9, 3, and 8 actually, which is
I
kind of
just-
crazy.
of
Next
these
mark on
kills
this
were-
Baron.
There were a couple of kills that he picked up alongside some of these massive
Yeah,
kills,
yeah.
so- But yeah, this will be Mountain Soul going over to
They can
Dorado
force this
Gaming
Baron pretty
Omega.
easily, I think.
I don't think it's really much of a force. I think they just get it for free, to be honest with you.
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
really
no,
I mean,
TP
their
Winter
top-
Shard
their
is
two
dead,
forms of
but they're
Engager
just
down,
respawning, yeah.
and it's for free.
Yeah. So this game should be wrapping up here in the next couple of minutes. But let's transition now to what we're expecting for game 2, because I'm expecting, obviously, we're going back to that Kindred ban, to be honest with you. I do not think it's going to be left open, but you have to sacrifice something else to leave
You have
open.
to drop for it, yeah.
That too, yeah. So I've already forgot what they banned at the game
Do you
1.
leave?
So
Do you leave the Nocturne open? Do you leave
Or
the Diana
Diana.
open?
Yeah.
I think Diana is the
Less
one thing you leave
Nocturne.
open, but we saw what BKB did on that last week, so I don't know if you necessarily do. Maybe you leave the Thresh open, but again, we know what Koyesh can do, and it's a permaban for every single team they play against. So I think your best option is maybe leaving this Diana open and potentially picking it away, because I know this pick has been rising in priority after the buffs. She's very strong in jungle right now and is pretty good in mid lane. Speaking of mid lane, they're running it down with Baron Bennett on top lane, now level 18.
Oh,
on
not important's
this
probably going to get
Drake,
picked
on
out
this
here
area.
inside of his own jungle, but he uses his wings to fly away.
Okay. It was a little sussy. Inhibitor should be coming up soon, I believe.
Yeah.
I think this is the last wave of supers.
Yeah, it really sucks that we don't get timers in spec mode, which is, you know.
Inhibitor's about 5 minutes, so it should be about a minute left until it respawns, I believe.
Yeah. That's fair. So obviously state of the game, as we're mentioning, we're already talking about what do they have to leave open. I might be interrupted by a fight here in a second.
Yeah, and we do. Winnichart's gonna pull the trigger. He's gonna grab Bozos. Bozos' health bar starting to tick down very slowly, but Flame drops a massive ultimate onto BKB and Matt G. He picks up the Syndra, and the health bars are just gonna get obliterated because the monster that is known as Bennett showed up.
Magi played that fight really well. I think both of you were watching the top side of that fight, but he ulted for the Kai'Sa shield, lived on 2 HP, flashed into the Kindred ult, used his E to reposition, and actually ended up living as Landon's getting nearly one shot by Bozos, but Landon's doing a lot of damage,
inside of the fountain at that, he's gonna pop Zonia's just so he doesn't get picked up by Matt G, and that is game one going over to Omega.
Garen's broken, I guess.
I guess so, and I think that's another champion we have to consider. I mean, they are 5'10", which, you know, is no big deal, but that's kind of one of those things where it's like, do we leave that open too? I mean, it's just the problem with like trying to target ban someone, especially like Bennett and Bozos, is they're so good at so many champions. So it's just like, well, what do you do?
It comes down to the lesser of the evils at this point.
Yes.
Which would you rather play against?
Kindred.
Which one can I tolerate the most, and which one can I not? And I don't think they can stand in the pocket with that Kindred, because Bozo showed his map presence is just ungodly.
Unreal.
Picking up 5 stacks at 7 minutes, not getting another one for another 10, but as soon as he picked one, he got another, and then it kind of just snowballed from there on. I think he ended that game with 10 stacks.
Yeah, he had a lot of marks. I think like you mentioned it. I think Kindred's easier to deal with. I know it definitely didn't seem like it that game. 33,000 damage on the Kindred. Next closest on their team was 15,000 with BKB. I know this Victor Flame did a lot of damage on this champion. I think he did also 30,000 damage. It just wasn't necessarily enough. Your top side was just too far behind. We saw what Bennett and Bozos were able to do. Bozos especially in these fights. I know I mentioned it in the last fight there. Matt G played that last fight very well, but he wasn't necessarily at that 4-item like poke Kai'Sa spike that we see be so oppressive. With this Shiv Nashor's build, the Kai'Sa doesn't necessarily do a whole lot of damage until she can get that 4th item, that Shadow Flame or the Death Cap. So I mean, really good job by Bozos. It was able to hold on to the early lead. A little bit of missteps from them in the mid game. We see the gold graph kind of evened out there for a bit, but they were able to find really good picks, able to secure their objectives, get Baron, play with it very well, and just close out a pretty clean game. Not a fast one, but a clean one.
Yep.
And honestly, I think Flash Abusers could have put up a lot more run for their money, especially at that 22 minute mark. Where we see that big spike in the gold graph. I think that was the fight where it was sectioned around the top lane, and Bento, along with Not Important and Winnichard, said, we're going to pull the trigger and just go. If they would have just backed off there and just, waited, like assumed the entire team is here to counter gank this, I think they would have been all right. I think they just rushed too many of those fights instead of, pacing themselves.
I agree. And we already talked about a little bit what we're kind of expecting for game 2. Are they going to leave the Kindred or the Garen open? It's kind of something that we'll obviously figure out when that time comes. But for right now, I mean, that's game 1. So Dorado Gaming strike first. And it kind of comes down to the question, will Flash Abusers be able to respond, or are Dorado Gaming going to go into match point? But that is a question we'll answer, when we come back. So we'll see you guys on the other side. Have a nice, quick break.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We're just going to get ready for draft here in just a little bit. But before that, I want to talk to you guys a little bit more about these changes that we were mentioning. I think the big one for me is this Kindred. I know that it's not necessarily, it's a very strong jungler, don't get me wrong, but it is counterable. Since their Kha'Zix answer didn't work, because this draft went very quickly, so both of these teams definitely knew what they wanted to pick and wanted to try. Do you think this Kindred will get banned away or left open and potentially they have other answers for it?
The only other answer I can think of that I would personally pick into it, and Twitch chat can say I'm trolling with this. Vi and Wukong were open.
Interesting. Okay.
That's the potential, but anything that can like absolutely like 1v1 her kind of hardcore. The only two champions I could think of off rip. Lee Sin has been a known Kindred counter pick.
It's so hard to execute,
so
and the
hard,
champion is
though.
also not really great. I think if the Ivern is open, which I doubt it will be, that's a very good answer into the Kindred. I think Evelyn also, if you're comfortable playing it, is good.
What about
another one?
Yeah. But I think it's going to be very difficult. Also, Omega is on blue side for this game. Flash Abusers chose red.
Lane swap.
So we'll see.
Side swap.
Yeah, a little side swap. So that may change a couple of the bans here. Maybe Kai'Sa gets left open by one of these teams. We'll find out as we're actually getting into draft right about now. There's the Seraphine ban still. I would expect Ivern to also go down. We'll see you, Hyper, at the other side of this draft and what you think about it. But there's a Diana ban again, actually. That was one of the champions that we mentioned that they should potentially leave up if they're going to ban Kindred.
There's the Ivern ban right now immediately.
Yeah, fresh as well.
I think the third ban probably will be either Kindred or Garen here. I don't anticipate. Mega ban's away the Zig. That's interesting. But
I mean, it was a very big issue for them. It was doing a lot.
Ash is going to be left open as a result. So the Nocturne is open. Will Omega kind of first pick it? No, they're going to first pick the Ash, which makes sense. They left it open. They know that Flash Abuse AD carry is really comfortable on more of these utility picks. So this will mean Mad-G is on that Ash pick, which I will say is a very good pick right now. She's very strong.
It is very strong,
is very good. We're expecting the Milio to be paired with her. Now, Flash Abusers might take it away, whether or not they're comfortable.
MF.
We might get that MF Leona we were talking about.
Interesting. Yeah, it's not a normal answer into the Ashe. I mean, my answer into Ashe is Nyla, but I know nobody plays that champion.
Not anymore.
I think the answer into Ashe for most AD carries is Twitch. I think it has a very good matchup in lane and one of the few champions that can survive lane against Ashe. I think MF is another one, but it's a little bit harder just because you don't have the same level of fanciness you can do on MF with Twitch. You're kind of just standing there pressing Q on wave. If you do get hit by an auto, you can't go invis to run away, which Twitch can do. So I think that's why the matchup is good. But again, like the Leona is a very good pick. I think Rel is also decent here, but again, we saw what the Alistar was able to do. And they're actually not going to lock in a champion. We'll see what that pick was intended to be. It's intended to be Jarvan, is what they want that pick to be. Which is good into Ashe. It's one of the better junglers into Ashe. I think Jarvan is good into any immobile AD carry or immobile champion at that. We'll see if the Nocturne gets picked. Braum, classic answer, and that makes this MF lane very hard. This is why I was kind of hesitant with the MF answer, because Ashe Braum is one of the best lanes with Ashe, and Braum is very good into MF, kind of neutralizes this champion. So if they don't have the right champion in this support role, which I think really at this point you can only pick, I think, Rel or Blitzcrank even. I know Nautilus is really bad into Braum and Blitzcrank isn't that great either, but you can at least make a play on this Ashe without letting her stand behind this Braum. And there's Xin Zhao, also another really good champion in this Misfortune. So, and also Jarvan as well.
We literally saw Bozos
We
play
saw what
out
he
of
did
his
last week on this, yeah.
mind, went Eclipse into Death's Dance and was absolutely shredding everybody.
14-2, I believe it was for him.
Something. Yeah,
Yeah, it was
gross.
ridiculous.
Ended up getting 3 kills, I think, at the start of the game, anyways, which made it even worse for Delta last week. But so we're here down to 0 seconds again. We know it's the
Kench.
Okay, so MF Tom Kench, possibly Tom Kench top. Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
So for those of you just tuning in, because I noticed we have a lot of people in watching right now. So we have Jarvan, that is the gap that is open. That will be the jungle leader for Flash abusers. So that way everyone's up to speed and kind of have an idea of what we're seeing. Now I expect the second phase of bans to stay probably the same with these top lane bans. We saw Jax, Fiora taking away Aatrox, and then we're actually doing mid lane bans this time.
Casio, I'm curious to see if Dorado Gaming Omega picked the Victor, because I do think it's still a very strong blind for them on R4 here. Because we saw what it was able to do even with the Syndra lane, which is generally a fine lane for both sides of the matchup. I know Syndra blind can be a little bit rough, which explains why I think the Casio is banned. So if they're looking to blind mid, then we could potentially see a Silas ban as well, maybe a Talia ban if we know that BKB can play that. So we'll see what they decide to go for. Maybe Annie as well, another pretty decent matchup into the Syndra if that is what they're looking to ban. I think Ahri as well is pretty strong for them on 4. With the Tom Kench flex, like you were mentioning, I don't think it's exactly the kind. There's the Aatrox ban as well.
Okay,
I mean, that's you kind of have
going away.
Yeah, Olaf instantly banned. Interesting. I'm
Did
curious.
Olaf? I think during the regular season, yes.
I think so. Yeah, I'm curious to see if they're actually going to blind top with that ban. No, there's the Victor blind. So we'll see if we have Ahri picked here for Omega. I think it's pretty good for them. Honestly, I think Ahri Gwen for them here is pretty strong, because
I would agree.
I don't think Wintershard has a great answer into Gwen, because the Jax is banned and so is the Olaf, and those are like your 2 of your premier answers into it. And Aatrox isn't available either. So I will see if they go for that.
Fiora, because that's
unless you're good at Fiora. I mean, he is good at Fiora, but it's not an easy matchup. It's not just a go. And there's the Ahri. Yeah, that makes sense.
Potentially Gwen here.
I think Gwen's super strong. We'll see if they pick it, but
and they're still
Rumble's also not bad.
Rumble, you're right.
Rumble's not bad.
That's a pick we kind of forget about, to be honest.
Yeah, it forces this Tom Kench into support, which I don't think is where you want it to be. So that, and the Gwen does the same thing. Yone. Okay, I was not expecting that.
I was not either. So not really a tanky team for the side of Omega. And then Malphite, which is like the instant counter into Yone, if they decide to lock this in, would be the full front line that they need with the Jarvan as well. They'll literally just Cataclysm into the Unstoppable Force. I almost said Unstoppable Onslaught, wrong champion.
Does he play Akshan? I think Akshan's really good for them, but I don't know if he'll play it. And there's Renekton, okay.
Renekton, okay.
Interesting. Renekton is so good into Yone. Yone, it's very similar like the Yasuo matchup. If Yone ever tries to go in, you just get slapped with a W in the face, which completely breaks the E shield, and it's a lot of damage right away, especially early on. So it kind of negates the lane pressure that Yone has into a lot of these top laners. So I think it's a really good R5 for them, and kind of fixes a bit of the damage issue that they were having, where even though MF Jarvan is a lot of damage, when you have Braum Zinzao, you need a bruiser to kind of deal with those 2 tanks.
I definitely agree with you, and that'll do it for me and Darter on draft. So let's bring Hyper in to see his thoughts about this draft for game 2. A little slower than last game, but it was still pretty fast.
I mean, I kind of called that one off screen. I was like, they're gonna definitely be a lot more meticulous game 2. You know, win or lose, doesn't matter who wins it, doesn't matter who loses it. It is gonna go a lot slower because they're gonna think about it a little bit more.
Yeah.
Because game 1 is it's just a feeling out period. But I got a question for you guys. So we see the TK more than likely, like 99% sure that's going to go.
I hope it's not Renekton support or J4 support in Tom Ken's jungle. So I would assume it's Tom Ken's. I would assume it's Tom Ken's support. But I could be wrong.
Sure that's the support. But I think why not do a Renata here? You know, they show Ash Braum Jin Zhao. Why not Renata?
It's a very similar. It's a very similar issue with MF. Braum Shield just blocks Renata ult. So
does it really?
Yeah, it does. It just eats it. So I didn't know that. I think the bigger issue I have is if you're going to be picking MF this early in draft, you need to build the composition around it. And there's really 0 layered CC that they have. At least lockdown CC. Because you have Jarvan ultimate, but Aside from that, you have a Tom Kench W and a Victor Gravity Well, and I don't think MF is really going to be wanting to ult over top of any of that when there's a Yone Ari on their screen.
Yeah, no
So
kidding.
without the layered CC, like if they had, let's say, a Mumu Nautilus, I know Nautilus is bad into Braum, but good for the game. If they had something like that, a lot more easy and layered CC and more peel for the MF, it would be a lot easier to execute. But as much as this lane should be fine, I think these team fights will be very hard for this Misfortune, especially if they don't have a lead in top or jungle, which is where you're relying on a lot of this peel to come from. And relying on a Renekton Jarvan for peel is not necessarily why you draft those two champions.
That's kind of why. That's kind of why I was kind of hyping up the Malphite hover, but then they switched over. Which, not saying that the Renekton pick is bad, because Winner is really good on Renekton, but I think the Malphite pick would have been better in that instance. Not probably would have taken away some of the extra 80 damage that they're going for with this comp specifically. But it also means that Yone will stop doing damage to him when he gets tanky.
Yeah.
So I just have to kind of wonder like what the thinking process there was to flip to the Renekton, which will be kind of whatever. As we'll see, as you mentioned, is really good into it when Yone tries to go in, and then you just press W and you just take a lot of damage. If this is press the attack Renekton, probably this might be a lot more damage, but this is most likely going to be Conqueror, I would assume, for those long extended trades into him.
I think PT is also really good, actually.
I think it'll probably go the Conqueror route, just because Winning Chart is probably going to play for the team fights, and yes, the PTA is broken.
It's really good for lane into Yone, but yeah, I think Conqueror is better for game.
Lane, because Conqueror, I mean, you kind of would need the Conqueror going up against the Jin Zhao, especially Bozo's, the way he pilots the champ.
Yeah, it was really ridiculous.
With that being said, should Not Important go tank here, and just be?
I think he has to,
and just be the 3-wall front line, in between Omega and Misfortune and Victor.
Without a doubt, yes.
Yeah, he has to.
It's just not one of those games where you can just build lethality Jarvan just because you want to. I mean, if everyone on the other team was squishies, then maybe you go kind of like the death dance and kind of just eat your way into things. But I'm just not seeing that for this.
I mean, you can argue the squishiness of the side of Omega. Granted, Yone and Jin Zhao will more than likely build bruiser items that'll give them some inherent, beef stats, but I mean, lethality is still lethality. You drop a cataclysm on somebody, 2 points into it, it's still going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, for sure.
Before we get into that, because we're at 1 minute 48 for Spectacly, we'll go ahead and talk about this more in game. So let's just run it down with Dragon Souls real quick. I'm going to pick Mountain just so it stops being Mountain Souls. So
I'm going Hextech again. I'm doing it every single game until it happens.
Okay. And then Hyper, what's yours?
I'm going Ocean Drake this time, just because I think it'll be kind of disgusting.
Fair enough. Okay, but we'll talk more about what we're expecting out of this Jarvan pick, as we're going into Spectacly right now, so we'll see you guys on the other side. And game 2 will be right around the corner.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Risen Esports Game 2, Flash Abusers versus Dorado Gaming Omega. And we have started this series off greatly because we are once again in the pit of shame. Darter, I am so sorry you do not win.
Yeah,
the
that's okay. One of these days I'll be right, I promise.
I'll be so sick if it ends up being a Mountain Soul. I'll be so mad.
It'd be really funny. I told you I used up all my luck in last split finals where I got every single Dragon Soul right.
Yeah.
So every time I've just been wrong ever since then. I got one right all split long.
Oh, you gotta love it.
Surely we don't get 5 mountains in a row. Right?
I'll actually be so upset if that happens.
I will be too. We've got it 4 games in a row, including semifinals, which is ridiculous. By the way, it's the first game where Hextech hasn't been the second dragon though, so that's a start.
Yeah,
improvement. It looks like
it's an improvement.
And I never see Mountain Soul in any of my solo queue games.
This is
might get.
Oh, all right. Level 1, cheesing it up. A nice charm coming out from BKB. Lane is forced to flash out of there. Matt G pop goes, and he's just going to probably run.
He's dead,
Lane down, and we got a first blood going right over to the ADC.
Yeah, that's why you don't invade against Braum, because Braum Ashe level 1 is probably the best level 1 combo in the entire game. They wanted the vision on red buff, but it's just not worth it. Leon burning both sums, still giving over the first blood. Matt G won't be able to back after that. But, I mean, still not at all what you want to have happen, because even if the extra gold won't be in the items, you're now down a flash on Misfortune, a very gankable lane, especially with an early jungler like Xin Zhao on his second clear. You're definitely looking to abuse that.
Yeah, so unfortunately also that first blood also goes over to Matt G, so
yeah,
extra gold in his pocket as well. Let's
check his PayPal.
I was literally going to say check the PayPal. We're on the same page. Goodness gracious, so already a 600 gold lead at the start of the game, 6,500 right now at the moment, and that's probably gonna be, I honestly feel like this is gonna be detrimental to the start of the game, because now your MF is behind.
Yeah,
takes over to level 2 way sooner than you were expecting, so this is gonna be a very interesting game, I think, from here on out. And Matt G still has flash and only burned the ghost in that last exchange.
Yeah,
Kyoshi did burn exhaust during that exchange as well.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, Koya's no exhaust, but still no cleanse on MF with Braum Ashe. You're
that's
four autos and you're probably dead.
That's a repeat gank.
Really good crash. I'm curious to see if Matt G goes for the cheater here. I would expect he does.
He's
sitting on like 1k gold or something crazy like that.
Not important. He's gonna flash out of there. Preemptible. Wind becomes lightning. He's gonna jump right on his face. Flag and drag to try to get out of there. Flash followed by Bozos. And the Conqueror proc to go with it. A nice chunk of shield. Bozos goes right on in. Gets the double buffs. But the junglers trade 1-for-1 under tower.
It was a Blabber type move right there. I'm not gonna lie. That's what Blabber would do. And the funniest part about that is Jarvan is still ahead in gold. Not much, but it's kind of funny.
Did you guys just see that right there? The top laners met in the top lane, and for a split second, they're like, "Oh, that's the enemy laner." they like both froze in lane. They're like, "Oh, hit each other."
A lot of damage coming up from Flame there, a lot more than I was expecting. Usually, Ari does pretty well in this lane, but Flame's been able to get Proud pretty well. CS is even, but BKB's very low.
Bozos has adapted
Flame has flash.
J4 Hive Mind. Flame doing a bunch of damage. Flash over. And it's not going to be enough. A charm followed by the wind becomes lightning. He does find the Ari with an auto. Wow!
I'm surprised.
On the mid laners fall.
I'm surprised BKB didn't die earlier, to be honest. I thought Flame had way more damage in his arsenal than that. Both of them burning flash there. Good flash from BKB actually to get around there. Unfortunately, he isolates himself and makes it take it a little bit longer for Bozos to get there, which I believe ultimately spells his demise there. Does land on the charm, so he buys himself a little bit of time, secures the 1-for-1. Not a bad place to put gold on is Bozos. We've seen what he can do with it on Xin Zhao before. Invading bot side, which means not important, will be invading top and potentially looking for a top dive as Renekton's getting this push in. We'll see if he goes for it. This is a pretty big wave.
I gotta say though, before that first wave crashed, Bennett only had 3 CS. I was like, how is that possible?
Yeah, it's a massive wave. Oh wow.
But Bozos, you know, he knows the Victor is flashless, and so he jumps right on in there.
Really good abuse on that timer because Flame TP's back. BKB lets him push in a little bit. Bozos is already invading the bot side for Not Important. After Grump hasn't taken his reset yet, he's like, hey, I might as well come back. Should be a free kill. Not Important sees Bozos on his Raptors, pings it off. Wintershard moving down.
Yeah.
Could potentially
He's
die
no
on
mana,
this.
actually.
He is coming.
No mana.
He is low on
That
mana.
is
Not
true.
Important does have double buffs. But they are even
Oh,
in
no.
items. Really good stun coming out from Winterchard and a shutdown right over to Not Important.
Okay.
Wow.
That's just good warding there, or not good warding.
Yeah.
That's just good placement right there, because
Mhm.
Jarvan, Not Important, was there right as Bozos was crossing over, so he's like, hey, wait a
Yeah,
minute, my
moving.
Renekton's coming, but wait, are you?
BKB's not
Oh.
6.
Bozos did it to his mid laner. He tried to do it in return. But that's just a transition gank. That's all that is.
Mhm.
Trying to get to the bot side of the map. I guess I'll mess with the mid laner.
Yeah.
Surprising after all of this, it's also just barely a 1,000 gold lead
Yeah.
for the side of Dorado, and it's just
And
been
that-
kind
and
of
that's-
chaotic.
And that's more from the first blood kill.
Yep.
Yeah.
So in reality, let's say First Blood didn't happen, it'd be like a 700, 500, 5 to 700 gold lead right now. So let's realistically say this game is definitely still very close, all things considered. Looks like Ash is trending very high up in CS.
Not Important looking bot.
Yeah, she is. She's gonna pop Ghost, but a
Actually,
nice
Flash.
exhaust coming up her
Oh,
Bento.
wow,
He's
the
gonna flash
Flash.
on there to try to stick to her, and she is just
The
kicking
flag and
down
drag was
slowly in
canceled
terms
for
of health.
stun.
That Tongue tried to get out for that last bit of stun, but a really clean shield from Kyoish, and that gank ends in just burning the summoners for the side of Omega.
Yeah,
But-
they tried to abuse Matt G because he burned his flash earlier already. We didn't see
Yeah,
that play
he
happen,
did.
but he didn't have flash, so Bento flash exhausting. They just weren't able to get the flag and drag, like you mentioned, DBZ, but Koyash actually canceled it with the Braum stun.
Mm-hmm, huge.
And then a
Honestly,
great
that's
flash
good
as well to block the MFQ to save Matt G. So at the end of all that, just no summoners left. Leon still does have flash, but no cleanse available, and Bozos knows that. He is going to probably look for his Krugs first. Not Important looking to repeat bot lane as well. Not 6 yet. He is a part of the hive mind because he's one camping into bot one camping into bot.
Well,
They're gonna see them though.
Zao kinda
Yeah,
looks
they
like
see
he's
him on the
doing
ward there.
Same kind of hive mind. Oh, they already see him on Vision.
They-
Bozos is here.
Not Important.
Bozos is level 6 though.
That's the difference maker. That's gonna be the difference maker. And they don't see them right now at the moment. Thank you for the toggle of the vision. Peek. Did they see the pet? I don't know if they saw the pet. I don't think they did.
I don't think they saw the pet. The Pokemon have not been exposed. Wild Bozos has not appeared yet.
All right. Nope. They
Looks
don't
like
see
he'll
him.
back off. They do have bomb pro, so they might look to pressure Drake because they know they have level 6 advantage in jungle because they saw Not Important only level 5. He will get 6 off this blue buff though. And yeah, it looks like they'll start this thing up.
Rotation over into the river too, so they kind of just take that for free.
Yeah, it looks like they know that they're on this. They shouldn't contest. And it doesn't look like they will. It's Not Important's going back to his top side. They should try to cross map Herald, although he will be a little bit late to it, so we'll see if they can. But Wintershard does have push in top lane. Like I mentioned, this Renekton should be underneath this Yone's tower the whole game, just because of how this matchup goes. Although Bennett is CSing pretty well.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, he's actually ahead in CS too.
Yeah.
And even with the assist,
I would
coming
say
in,
he's CSing exceptionally well.
I wouldn't say that. He's not 10
yeah.
CSing. He's not CSing exceptionally well, but he's CSing well for a
CS
counter
minute,
matchup.
yeah.
Yeah.
But Bozos is coming up here to the top lane, and Dominus is going to be caught by Winterchard.
Got splash.
And Bozos is going to dive right in, using that Wind Becomes Lightning. A really good flash by Winterchard,
Oh my
but
goodness.
that ultimate from Yone spells his demise, and Bennett picks that one up.
He saw him on the
saved
ward
his-
there too, so I'm kind of
Yeah.
surprised he didn't start backing off right then and there, but decides to think he can kill Bennett there. But I will honestly say a little overzealous from Winter
Yeah.
there, so unfortunately gives over a kill, and it goes to the Yone crucially, I will say.
Yes, very
So-
important for this matchup. It's good that Bozos didn't actually end up taking that one. He also was able to save his flash and his ult as well. Bennett not flashing either. So just a net positive trade. The only really important cooldown burned was Bennett's ultimate. So
here's
he
your
gets a
Jarvan
crash on
strat.
his tower.
Oh.
Yeah, he is here. He does have Cataclysm this
Coming
time
in
around.
clutch. They don't
Actually,
see
no
J4.
flash.
Kyoshi is going to get flag and drag, but here comes the Frog. He's going to jump right in onto Ash. Matt G is caught in between that Cataclysm. And a really clean ultimate coming out from Lin. And that's a double kill over to the ADC.
Clean gank. Again, Jarvan Hive Mind. One camp into bot gank, one camp into bot gank, one camp into bot gank until it works. They know they don't have any flashes up, so if they can land any CC, even a slow from a Tom Kench lick, is all they need for not important to get the Cataclysm down onto, very importantly, both members.
Yep.
And secures the double kill for Liam, which completely flips the way this bot lane was going for quite a while.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And that also gives a kind of bit of a preview of what we're expecting from this
Bennett,
team.
by the way, after that kill, he's taking these trades up with a lot more confidence.
I mean, I think you can imagine why. What is okay? I thought Boz was doing.
Yeah, I thought he was potentially going to herald mid. It looks like he might drop it top lane to get Bennett more ahead, but they see him on this pink.
Yeah,
he's going back mid. Flame is here. He potentially caught.
About to get caught.
Oh
no!
Coming
through. A really nice charm. Gravity Well is keeping a little bit of distance, but a nice silence and an ultimate from Victor, forcing the flash out of Bozos. But ultimately, he still falls.
Weird pathing, considering that you saw the Xin Zhao up there killing that control ward, so kind of questionable pathing coming in from Flame.
Maybe he didn't know the Spirit Rush was available.
I still think you still don't walk that way though.
Yeah, I think what he did try to get what he was trying to do is get the ward in the mid brush there, the bush in top river, potentially seeing if Bozos was going to go for a gank from that angle. But like you mentioned, you saw him clearing the control ward there. That's just not a safe way to walk, no matter how you cut it. Does pay for it there, not only with his death, but with the flash as well.
Matt G
does flash in like 3 seconds.
Yeah, the ghost is procced by Matt G. Matt G's flash is coming up in 3 seconds. Here comes the Frog and the Cataclysm, followed by the flash. The TP coming out from the Arnie, trying to swing this fight. It is now a 3v3. They got another TP. Here comes Winnicharge coming in from the Fountain, and the Dominus and the stun as well. He gets a really nice stun onto that mid laner, a humongous shutdown, and he's going to turn his attention right over to the bot lane. Kyoshi's going to walk him down in a really big ultimate from Lan, and his health bar is so low. They were not able to pick that one up 1 for 1.
Yeah, I'm surprised Liam didn't die there. I think they could have definitely killed him. He was able to get out with the flash.
I think Bozos gave the respect that J4 was on his way up.
The big thing I'm surprised about is not important didn't EQ flash there. He could have gotten onto Matt G in the alcove way sooner.
I'm looking at the Ari build and I see the Leandries, and I don't have too much fun with it.
It's a little weird.
It's a little weird. I would have. I know this is shocking coming from me.
Everfrost.
I would have preferred the Everfrost as much as I hate that.
Wow, really? Oh, I thought you were gonna say Ludens. I would prefer the Everfrost, but I'm surprised you said Everfrost as much as you hate that Ari build. Just because it's low damage. But in this game, I think it's definitely the best build to go for.
It's really good setup here, but it looks like we're gonna get the Herald dropped here in the mid lane. This should be the tower.
Yep. Rush right into Flame. He's gonna drop that Gravity Well, but he's still gonna get charmed up. Not important here for that counter gank, but it might not do much. Bento is making his way in from the blue side of river.
Dan's also
and here comes Len as well. And the Frog is just gonna eat the jungler, throw him right under the tower, but it doesn't matter. He still falls in the end. Len is gonna get stunned up. Throws that cleanse to get out of it. Kyoshi's health bar is getting really low, but that shield does just enough. A really clean flash by Lin to dodge that charm. And a chance to Herald to stum up the Frog. The electrocute was just enough to put him in distance. Double kill the BKP.
From further than downtown, Matt G gets the assist and secures the double kill. The flash charm didn't exactly land.
That was funny.
It was a little wide. But gets the kill anyways, thankfully. And I did think the Herald would get dropped still in inventory, which means they might like to drop it again on mid lane. Does get the plate by himself, solo gold on BKB, and that's a lot of gold going over to him off the back of that plate. 6 stacks on Darksteel, now 5 and 2. And despite all that as well, I would like to mention Bennett is now up a lot, even off of that one kill, and Matt G should be more than that. Actually, he failed though. He failed it. Has Cataclysm though.
Flag gonna try to get out of that. Really nice movement speed, but Cataclysm to lock him in place, and Len picks up a kill. Meanwhile, the Murder Bozo jumps onto the mid laner, throws the Frog airborne, and Kyoshi and the rest of his team are just gonna bully him down. Wind becomes lightning, and the Frog goes to the fountain.
We have epiphanies already. What is the what is happening?
Wind becomes lightning and Bento becomes sushi off the back of that play. I didn't even realize that they were fighting in the mid lane. I was focused on Magic getting one shot. Leon's also 100% dead here. Both of these AD carries. Wind becomes lightning doesn't land this time. Both of these AD carries not respecting these junglers whatsoever.
So Koyesh is honestly doing that thing we said. He has 8 assists, doing that thing where he's now starting to roam around the map. So Kiyosh is looking pretty good in this game so far. Bento also trying to roam around the map. This will be the second Drake that goes over. I say Omega is in a more commanding position in this game, as scrappy as it's been. 3,000 gold lead in the mid lane. Oh my god.
Another
Woo!
1,000 in jungle and 500 in top.
It's Infernal this time. Oh, thank god.
Nice.
I'm okay to be wrong this time.
Bennett is going to jump on a Lineage shard, forcing him to
could go for
Dominus.
this.
But Bento is here, coming up the river. Not sure if they're going to be able to get anything out of this, and it is a fire.
Oh yeah, you saw him on Scuttlecrabs. I'm okay, Bennett. You're playing with fire here, buddy. Drops the thumbs up. I think he definitely knows they're there, just taunting them, trying to waste a little bit more of their time.
Oh,
as
he has
Mid-Tower
no
goes down,
idea.
Bot-Tower
They
goes
came
down.
through a different ward.
Oh,
not
they're
important.
going
Bento
now.
Has
are
flash.
gonna
He
try
should
to
be more than
jump. And then there they come, but a Fate Shield is going to keep him alive.
Sorry, what? It interacted with Jarvan. Why didn't it stop him?
Yeah, I'm very curious. Riot Games doing a little hitboxing there. Not important, gets clipped, but doesn't. It's because I think it's because. Well, that doesn't make any sense. It just hits him. Whatever. I'm really
Riot
surprised
Games.
that Bennett didn't get stopped there. Anyways, gets out. Not having to burn flash there. Nothing else really burned for the top play. This Herald is up. Looks like they're gonna look to start it, knowing that Bento's on reset. As Bozo's just clearing up his blue buff. Matt G pushing mid lane. They are gonna rotate up for this. It should be all but secured. As not important on the bot side.
Probably dropped for the next dragon, I would assume, since the next dragon is under 4 minutes out. So should hold on to this, unless they kind of decide to drop it top lane. But I don't see a reason to, because the play typically is drop the Herald mid right before the dragon to gain mid pressure. But in this case, the timer is kind of close, and they might opt out of doing that and just kind of drop it.
He's getting collapsed on. Has Spear Rush.
Yeah, he does. Not important enough to let Flag and Drag to try to cut off his escape, but a charm is going to make sure he gets out of that clean.
It's a short cooldown at this point. Sort of. It's kind of a short cooldown. I think like maybe
fairly
100
long.
seconds.
Yeah, it's punishable for sure. Not nearly as bad as 64 seconds, actually.
64 seconds. Wow, way off there. And that was where they were using just one charge. And I think I saw it say like 44 seconds right as she was getting ready to recall. So short cooldown. So not really that punishable. We'll also have flash up for this next fight and whenever that impending time is.
Oh, guys, did you see items yet?
Oh, she has a death cap now. Oh. Okay.
Also, Leon has Kraken Slayer, and with PTA, usually that you don't see the crit misfortune build. I do also think in this game lethality is much better, just because you're not really going to get a chance to hit very many people, because if you are, you're most likely dead against this comp.
Yeah, no kidding.
The crit MF still does a lot of damage. Going to Collector second here makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I think in this game, lethality is definitely better for Leon, just so you can play, because you're going to be playing almost solely around your ultimate, so might as well get as much damage of that as possible. Doing a really good job getting this bot side vision secured. Looking to Herald the spot lanes here too.
That tier 2. Nice flag and drag from not important. Winter tries to go in to get that stun, but Yon is cursed to come back to his spirit. But they're not able to get it. And meanwhile, the top side of the map, a nice enchanted Crusade arrow is going to hit the frog, while Bozos was just absolutely tearing through the rest of the team.
Holy Victor
but he's
damage,
taking
bro.
a lot of damage. Flame picks up a shutdown. A massive shutdown from the mid laner.
Yeah.
And they're going to make their pursuit onto the inhibitor. Let it charge and walk away.
Yeah, the enchanted crystal arrow might have landed, but I think the charm hit me in my chair, because it went very wide. I think if that charm lands, they're maybe able to secure the kill, but Flame doing a lot more damage than I was expecting. Only having the Ludens completed there.
Half of
even still, he doesn't even have Sorcerer's Boots. He has Merc Tread still doing that much damage. Collector completed for Leon as well. I guess.
It's the tenacity, all the slows and stuns the other team has.
I guess so. That's kind of insane. But I mean, just gotta respect it, to be honest. Also, it looks like going for most likely, I assume, oh my god, tier second? Because Victor builds tier, right? Not anymore, I don't think.
I mean, sometimes you can. I think he's just potentially going for Shadow Flame.
That looks like Shadow Flame.
If he has one rod plus an Absol, it should be Shadow Flame, especially with the amount of shielding that they have.
Gotcha.
I think it makes a lot of sense. They should be able to secure this Dragon Berry. I mean, we can take a look at their bot vision. It's pretty much perfect. They set it up before that Herald play.
Oh,
It's gonna be
Kyoshi is
spicy.
probably going to find Bento right there in the river, but the rest of the team is
Charmlands.
going to rotate on over. Really good ultimate from MF over the back of that wall, but like you guys
Yeah.
said, Kyoshi and his massive shield making that ultimate do 0 damage.
Yeah, Koyesh
Yeah.
just eats it, and that's what I mean. Like, even Bozos wasn't even standing behind the Braum shield and still just full tanked it, and it did 0 damage whatsoever. Because he just has the steel caps, and when you don't really have that much pen, you're just not really doing very much, which is why I think going full lethality this game is a little bit better, because you know they're going to be stacking armor.
Good
And
top tower.
yeah, top tower is dead. Bot tier 2 is dead. Mid tier 2 was pressured as well by BKB before this Drake. Really good job there to get really heavy mid prio. They
Drake
should be able to secure this Drake really
up.
easily.
Puts them
I
on
don't
the
think
sole
they-
point if
Bennett
they
has
are able to
CP.
take it.
They're going to contest.
They're going to try to force this, and Trinic arrow is going to land onto
Oh, he's
that
finished.
Renekton, and he's going to get absolutely blown up. Bozo's ultimate has been used, so has the Cataclysm, but the chain CC is just too strong, and a teleport from Bennett just to make sure the rest of the Flash abusers don't go any further.
Back
Yeah,
it
they're
up,
not-
boys. That's Baron.
Yeah, pack it up. Pack it up. That's the Drake and the Baron and the midwave as well. They can very easily get mid pressure into Baron here as well. Translate their vision. The two main members that you're worried about for this backline are dead.
Down. Yeah.
So all you really need to worry about is zoning Flame off of this Baron, and because Leanne doesn't have the bullet time either, you know she used it earlier on, so it's all but secured. I mean, we've seen weirder things, but Chaos Storm is not what you'd be expecting to steal a Baron, and yeah, he's going to take his reset and clear out bot wave. So that's the sole point and the Baron. Now a 10k gold lead it will be after this Baron, I assume. Yeah. So, I mean, this game went from a little bit dicey early on, a lot of mistakes from both teams, into very one-sided very quickly.
Yeah, and the thing is too is we said that game one was kind of like the warm up, feel each other out game, and that's exactly what it was up until it wasn't about 24 minutes
Yeah.
of the game. But this one, right out the gate from that level 1 kill onto Lien, is what kind of set the tone for this game. And they have not taken their foot off the gas. We're at 27 kills at 21.5 minutes. That's just how scrappy this game has been. We're kind of trending like LPL territory in terms of scrappy that this game has been
Yeah,
going.
27 kills in 21 minutes. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love it. But it's just I would say that Flash abusers were kind of outclassed and outdrafted this game. They have made
Yeah,
good
I would
moments, I
agree.
will say, but 100% they were outdrafted. And we saw in that last fight with the
Mhm.
Braum and the MF Bolt interaction, it
Just
did
can't.
nothing. You just can't.
That's exactly what I was talking about in draft. I know we were talking about it. But this Braum pick, this is why I am not a really big fan of blind picking Misfortune, especially when you don't see the enemy support. If you see the enemy support but not the enemy AD, it's a lot easier. But if Braum is up or other really heavy engaged supports like Nautilus that can just completely negate you, it's really hard to play. And speaking of, Bennett might have a little bit of issues
Looking like
actually.
he's going to get caught out. Not important.
He should be
his
fine.
way
Has
there.
flash.
4 people were up here for him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which actually.
They do
potentially
back
spells
off.
a bot
They do
inhib.
back off.
Oh no, yeah, that's 100%.
Leanne is here.
Lien has
BKB
rotated
has
over to
Spirit
the
Rush,
bot.
has Flash. He'll be fine.
Should
Meanwhile,
be
they're
fine.
pushing mid lane as well. They're doing
Yeah.
a really good dance with this Baron, actually.
Yeah, they're
Uh-oh.
going to be able to get this bottom inhibitor. And here comes Bozo. It's a really clean flash in, followed by Kyoish. But Len is able to get out of that one clean. Bento gets shoved out from that.
Nice Chaos
There
Storm.
From
it
that,
is.
but Len picks up the Braum, and one also falls from the side of Flash Abusers. When
Holy
becomes
crap.
lightning, and he just charges right on in. He gets a double kill. Matt G doing a really good job of slowing up Flame from trying to do anything else.
Oh,
a Spirit Rush into
no.
Flame, into a
Holy.
Charm, into a triple kill
This
for
is-
for the jungler of Omega.
This is looking a lot like the Bozos we saw in semis on this champion.
And it's not Eclipse.
It's not Eclipse
Gore
either.
Drinker.
It's Gore Drinker with Rando and TP actually from Winter Shard potentially to try and catch out Bozos here, potentially BKB and Matt G.
Please stop. Do not
Yeah,
do this.
he's looking for Matt G. He's gonna get
Gosh,
slowed up and a
Flash.
flash right on in, but the
Oh my God, the damage.
electrocute damage. Oh, what a clean kill, but it does
Still
not
dies
matter
here.
because he's still gonna fall in the end.
Oh.
Yeah, he picks up Matt G, but not even a bouncy for his troubles. Will die, and the respawn timer is really bad because what it does is because Winter Shard's respawn timer is longer than Matt G just because of his XP. So for this next fight, it'll be a 5v4 for about 10 seconds. They can really easily look to force, especially since Winter Shard is one of your members with the most gold, and you need him alive to be able to even try to peel for your misfortune.
Yeah, absolutely. But
In backline at that.
I mean and one of the things we have to consider right now is pretty much it's a 13,000 gold lead for Dorado Gaming Omega at this point. So it's gonna be really hard. Let's just look at Zhao alone. 700
Yeah.
gold bounty, working on the Hex Drinker. So Victor's gonna start just tickling him in the on the cheeks a little bit, and that's not gonna really do anything. Yone, look at this build. It's whack, but it's still doing what it needs to do for his
This
team.
Ari's also fed.
And that's another thing I was gonna bring up. I'm surprised she didn't go Magi's. I was waiting
me
for
too.
the
10 stack Dark Seal. Yeah.
Classic, because that's usually what a meme that would happen whenever Hyper and I would cast Draft League last year is there would always be a Magi's in our game.
Yes, especially in Draft League games, it makes a lot of sense. There's always crazy stuff going on in those. I do like this Yone build. It really lets him side lane against Winter Shard very easily.
They just can't engage here, actually. And Zinzal's
Oh,
walking up
check
arrow.
is going to land onto the in-app, but
that
Bento is going to
missed.
save Len in the end. Gravity Wall to try to slow them up. They are still going to be able to get that mid inhibitor. They got a wave pushing up from the bot lane. They might be able to dive this. They do have ultimates from Braum and this Jin Zhao. There are 4 members here. Wintershard is trying to make his way back into this fight. Wind becomes lightning, but that Flag Dragon is going to be able to stop him. He's going to charge right in. They're going to try to retreat into the fountain to get a little bit of extra health. But it's leaves Braum ultimate on the back end. And Bennett, by the way, is just hitting tower and the clock at the same time. Cataclysm Fate sealed, and the fate has been sealed to Flash Abusers. Game 2 going right over to Omega.
Yeah, this game was a lot stompier. 25 minutes, 26 kills for Dorado Gaming Omega, not including the 13 on the other team. That's a lot of kills in one game. 14,000 gold lead in 25 minutes is nothing to scoff at. I mean, we saw it in game 1 a little bit, but in this game especially, if your draft is doesn't play the way you want it to, it's pretty hard to play out. And if it does play the way you want it to, it's really amazing. I mean, we mentioned that Kha'Zix is a classic counter to Kindred in game 1, but it didn't go that way just because of the early lead Kindred got. And this time around, we see the flip side of that. Braum is an amazing counter to Misfortune, and we saw exactly why. Just completely negated most of the bullet times in all these fights. We saw it at Nexus there. It did basically 0 damage. 9,500 damage at the end of the game for Lien, even after those early plays where they were actually able to start doing things. And most damage in the game is not coming from who you'd expect it to come from. Actually, this Ari doing 24,000 damage. Victor again doing a lot of damage, what we were expecting, where the only damage from their team was coming from was this Victor. And 18,000 damage for the Xin Zhao feels like a little bit less than what we thought it was, because he was definitely one-shotting this backline repeatedly.
Everybody. And the extra tick of the damage has to come from the Leandries that the Ari built, so it's kind of inflating it a little bit, but again, she was also landing some really good charms, followed by Qs as well. And that one bot lane play, she chunked out 3 people while those TPs were happening. And that kind of changed the fight into Dorado's favor at that point because of the true damage, return damage that it does. Well, surprising they haven't fixed that, but I mean, I like it because I play Ari, so I'm not going to complain.
Good. I mean, she needs it to kill tanks. It's kind of necessary, because otherwise you just pick any sort of bruiser and build any MR, and she's kind of useless. So she does need it. She still is one of the strongest mid laners in the patch for this reason. I mean, we saw early game it didn't really go BKB's way. I mean, we saw how much pressure Flame had in this lane, but it doesn't matter when you're able to find the picks, even if you're missing 50 charms out of 100. If the 50 ones that you land are important, that's all you really need to do. It's like Blitzcrank hooks. You can miss all of them, but if you hit one good one, you're the MVP. So
if you manage to hit the hook that grabs the jungler out of pit so that your jungler can steal it, then you're awesome.
Yeah, they hit very good key charms. I think Koyesh had a very quiet, amazing game on this Braum. Very good ultimates, really good disengages.
What do you mean? I mean, almost every team fight was started or followed up by him.
Yeah, I think he's having a very similar series to what we saw in semifinals, which is why we talked to him after the game. He's a huge catalyst for this team. We mentioned it going in. On these engaged supports, his team just has so much confidence in his engages, and he has enough confidence to go for these plays, and we see why. I mean, and we see why Braum Ashe is such a strong lane, especially when you can find angles like this. So, if coming off of this game, seeing 2 completely different drafts from Dorado Gaming Omega, the game's playing out similarly. Bozo's getting 10+ kills in both of them. What are your changes going into this elimination game for Flash Abusers?
I think you have to play more aggressive, to be honest with you.
You gotta fire with fire. Yeah,
you got to pick things that are more aggressive. There were 2 things that we highlighted, actually, that you highlighted, Hyper, in the hype video.
Yeah.
Dorado Gaming are aggressive.
Yeah.
Flash abusers have tenacity, so they can withstand said pressure. But that tenacity is not showing that what we saw in the 5-game series that they had against Crab Wranglers. Granted, one of those games, the game 4 ended kind of hilariously, and that was just completely wild. But that's not the point. The point is that I think they need to draft more aggressive picks.
Yes. Yeah.
And I think they need to go more aggressive. I think bot lane's okay. Well, just don't blind MF when you don't see the support.
Len and Bento are definitely doing what they're supposed to be doing. Obviously, we didn't get to see him do anything last game because of Braum exists. But game 1, we definitely saw Len putting the pressure with that utility carry that is Ziggs. If they stick him on a different utility that's not MF, like maybe the Varus, I want to say Twitch, but he's not. He's more hyper carry, but he still provides a lot of utility, especially in team fights too. So maybe just put him on the utility, and you know what, Winterchart, go at it, go nuts.
Yeah. I think Wintershore was doing everything he could this game.
I am not going to visit your lane. It is all you. You're the island. Go nuts.
Yeah, these guys in 1v1 and top lane have both been doing a really good job on either side of their matchups respectively. I think the biggest thing for Flash abusers is they need to get Leon on something that's comfortable for them. We saw the Ziggs in game 1, how powerful that was. Even despite them losing, it did a lot for them in these fights, and was part of the reason why the game was even as close as it was because of this Ziggs. And on this misfortune, they didn't look bad on it, but definitely out of their comfort zone for sure. With all that said, I think that's enough from us for a little bit as we'll head into a break and see you guys on the other side to get ready for game 3 of our finals. Potentially a 3-0, hopefully not. I would like to see a little bit more games from both of these guys.
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Risen Esports Unstoppable Finals. Dorado Gaming 2 up so far on Series Point and Finals as well. So they win it here, they win it all, and I don't know if there are any Flash Abuser fans out there. I know I am. I'm probably the only one. I don't want to see a 3-0.
Getting a little dicey for you guys. I do think I do think it have it in them to bring this to potentially game
really
5.
do.
It's just like we mentioned before heading into our short little break. It's really tough for them to like if they're gonna be drafting like they are. I really think they need to focus on comfort for this game. It's an elimination game, regardless of how your comp turns out. Obviously, you want it to be relatively cohesive. You need to be on something you know you can perform on. Because at the end of the day, like if you're not going to play well on the best pick available, it's not the best pick available.
True.
Very true.
It's just one of those things that like comes in a best of 5, and it looks like we're gonna go ahead and get ready with draft. And as I finish this point, one thing that makes a best of 5 kind of exciting are the changes that teams have to make kind of on the go within the little bit of a break. But we're gonna go into draft right now, and Omega are staying on blue side this game, and it looks like the Seraphim band is going to stick. And they just need to do exactly what you both were saying. Actually, all three have Poppy band coming in, which is interesting. I wonder if they're sniffing something that that we aren't, which is entirely possible. So
I mean, the champion is very good. The thing is it depends on what you're trying to first pick.
I think I understand. There is a potential. This could be one of a few picks that they're going to first pick. It could be going towards Kaisa. Could be going towards either Vi, Wukong, or who's another really dashy champion that's really good in the meta right now.
There's Rakan. That's very strong. But blinding Rakan is very hard because if you blind Rakan, there's Nautilus is open. There's a few other support. Diana. That's
the other one. Okay. I say this getting in
Yasuo. They're gonna deny the Yasuo. Like I said, you can deny this if you want. If your mid laner's comfortable on the champion, by all means. But you like for this game, if I was Flash Abusers, I would be focusing on comfort more so than anything, just because you want to be on something that you know you can perform on. If he is comfortable on the Yasuo, by all means pick it away. You don't want to give them the combo. But there are a lot of other things, and there's the Ivern. It did get left open this time around. Very strong pick, flex between mid and jungle. I know Flash Abusers in their series last week against VG, they played it support in 2 of their games with Ashe. So I'd be looking into potentially an Ashe pick here as well, because that's a pairing that this bot lane is very comfortable on and has very few counters.
Yeah, especially with all the shielding, it kind of forces you to build shield reduction items, especially if you're an AD champion. And with 0 seconds now on the clock, looks like he's gonna go Xayah instead. Okay. I would argue that's kind of a safe pick. Yeah. Yeah, so that's not bad. That's not bad. I'm okay with the Xayah pick here. I mean, she still has the shielding from the Ivern to come in. Omega kind of have options to kind of do whatever they want. They see who the bot lane is. They can pick a counter into the Xayah or lock in Samira and make me and Darter really excited because we really love this champion. And they insta lock in the Yasuo. So we have the Diana Yasuo combo with the Samira who can play off of both of their CC. So we got a pretty nasty wombo combo happening.
Yeah, as a Samira one trick myself, this is a really bad matchup for Samira.
I agree, 100%.
Xayah is, and yes, I think it's what this still can be is Diana Yasuo mid and top, but I doubt it. And there's Rel. Yeah, this Samira's gonna have a very hard time in this game.
The Alistar ban instantly. And that's something you mentioned in game 1 is if you're going to pick Rel, ban away the Alistar. Now Nautilus and Thresh are still open. Sorry, Nautilus is still open, and I guess Leona too, but I don't think.
I think a Nautilus ban is very strong. I think Braum ban's also decent, but not very good with Samira. I think Nautilus is probably the champion you should ban here. Either that or Janna if you know they're gonna pick it, but again, not a very good pairing with Samira. And on that Samira train, like I said, this is not a very good game for the champion because 2 reasons. One, Xayah is one of the counter picks into Samira, and 2, and there's Aatrox ban, it's been permanent all series, not surprised. Mordekaiser
because they say Wintershade does play Mordekaiser, so that's actually a pretty good adaptation. They're banning away the comfort that we mentioned, which is really funny. So Nico also left open. Honestly, the champion's broke. That's all I have to say. Nico's broke. So.
Yeah, this game is looking harder and harder for Dorado Gaming's comp to execute into. It's very hard to engage into Ivern, Nico, Rel. And that's pretty much entirely what you have to do. And there's Zach.
Zach. There are a lot of
Mumu,
knockups
okay.
in the insta-lock on those 2 picks.
Yeah, they needed more engage
So-
and they have it.
Yeah, so it looks like it is going to be probably Diana Yasuo. So Diana will be in the mid lane with Yasuo top lane.
Yeah.
Most likely no, it's going to be a Mumu support and Zach
I
in the
think so,
jungle.
yeah.
It could be either one, to be completely honest with you. But Set being hovered, okay.
Ilaoi, it's pretty
Jax
good
is
in this
open.
game. Ilaoi's pretty good. They're all melee.
Yeah.
Darius also is pretty decent.
Darius is also good here. So
It's a pick we've seen Winter Shard play before and is, again, a comfort pick for him. So it looks like they did go with a lot of comfort champions here. I think the only one I would consider not a comfort champion would be Lien on Xayah. I don't think I've seen them play it before. But again, very, very safe pick, especially into Samira, which you didn't see that necessarily. But into Diana even is you just kind of completely negate their engage. And I just can't get over how hard this game's going to be for this Samira. It's going to be very difficult.
I do believe with the layers of CC that it might be okay, but Hyper, you've been watching this, and let's see your thoughts on this really spicy Omega draft.
Yeah.
So, I know you guys saw my face when they locked in the Samira Yasuo Diana. I was like, oh my god! And then the Xayah came through. I was like, oh no.
It's really hard.
They straight up counterpicked it. Oh,
they counterpicked themselves. Like as soon as you see Ivor and Xayah, I think Samira is just off the table. It's not as bad as things like Alistar, which is like the Samira counter. But anything with strong disengage, like a Samira running into Daisy with a Rel next to it, is just very hard. I think if they do get a lead, this comp is very strong. Obviously, we know how strong Diana Yasuo is. We know how strong Samira is, especially DBZ and myself. We play this champ a lot.
And we know how Matt G can pilot these like super aggressive champs.
Yeah, I just hope like if Dorado Gaming get behind this game.
Stop everything! Stop! Bozos has locked in Yasuo.
Wait! Is Yasuo jungle?
Or is BKB gonna go in the jungle and Bozos is gonna go mid lane?
And they're lane swapping? Wait, that's so strange. Wait, hold on.
I'm not gonna lie. So
it could also be Bennett going jungle and Bozos going top with the Yasuo.
Okay,
I genuinely think that Bennett's gonna take the Zach into the top lane.
I'm so confused.
It's just. There's no way Bozos plays Yasuo jungle,
There's
right?
no way he plays this. Like,
is this the for content game?
I think
mentioned?
this may be the Dorado Gaming for content game.
Wait, they gotta be lane swapping, right?
They have to be. I mean, if they're not, they're just losing the game for fun. I think
they won a 5-game series too.
Like I was going to say before we saw that. If they get behind with this comp, it is immensely hard to execute. Even with a lead, it's a hard composition to execute. But if you're behind, especially into Nico, Ivor, and Rel as these champions, you're just asking to lose every 5v5.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. So we're gonna skip the pedantics of what we think this Yasuo is going.
It's Yasuo jungle.
Zol is saying that they want finals with it.
Jungle. Yeah.
But this is insane. I am kind of with you that this is probably, if they win this game, I don't know what I'm going to think. But
I don't know what to say.
If this is the for content game that we predicted, then this will not be surprising if they lose this game. To be completely honest.
Yeah.
Maybe they want more than 3 games just for trolling, and I mean, good for them, I guess. But
this comp, there's no.
I just don't know.
This is a solo queue comp.
It's worse than that. It's worse than that. But yes, yeah, it is. I don't know what to say. Like
it's a bot game. A bot game.
The only really insight I can provide with this is like if this Samira and Mumu can generate leads and Diana gets ahead, you do have insane wombo. Obviously, we know Diana Yasuo, we know Samira if she has a lead. But again, if Xayah has a lead, this champ is nigh unkillable. Same thing with Ivern. Daisy is so strong. Rel, the best support on the patch, especially into very like one-dimensional compositions like this. Rel can very easily cut off their engage. So I think comp-wise, very clearly favored for Flash Abusers, although we've seen execution-wise this series be pretty favored for Dorado. So, and if they have played the Yasuo jungle before and won with it, I mean, we can only hope to know what this game's gonna be.
Yeah.
Does his kit even do damage to monsters?
It does. Yeah, just not a lot.
Yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and now go to Dragon Soul. And we'll start with you,
Oh, by
Darter,
the
this
way,
time.
it was a Flame Drake last game, a Fire Drake last game. So guess what?
Yes.
The Mountain Curse is broken.
It is, yeah.
I can't believe I don't have to say mountain this
Thank
time,
God.
but
Yeah.
I am
ahead.
gonna go Mountain though.
Okay,
Oh.
I'm gonna go Hextech again, and I'll
gonna
surely be right this time.
I'm gonna go Chemtech myself, actually. So
Okay.
that'll do it for us as we're wrapping up this really bizarre draft.
It's
So we'll
so
see you
hard to
guys on the
play.
other side of this Spectale. And if it's a Yasuo jungle, I will throw up. So we'll see you guys at the start of game 3.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Risen Esports. This is game 3. We're going to ignore the fact that I'm wrong on the dragon pick, but it is, in fact, a Yasuo jungle.
It is, yeah.
I am disgusted. We got a 5-man
Oh.
bot happening our way, just like we wanted, and it looks like they're going to cross and see each other, and here we go.
Oh, and Kyoshi draws first blood with a nice root, but Bento's gonna dive right on in. It is a
Very
5v5, and who is gonna get caught first? Bento's gonna force his flash over the wall. Really nice exhaust dropped right there, but Winchard has Ghost going, and he's gonna throw his axe, try to get a little bit of damage down. I don't know if they're gonna get anything else after that. Huge root coming out from Flame, and that is how we start off game 3.
We got a bunch of flashes off that, too, so incredibly worth for flash abusers there. They got 3 flashes. Zach's
Yeah,
flash,
and they have all of
Zer's
theirs.
flash, and yep, exactly. The only thing they burned was the exhaust and the ghost. Those will be back up in a couple of minutes, so not that big of a deal. Honestly, worth for flash abusers, so good on them for getting a pretty spicy start to this game. Much better already compared to the last game when First Blood was given over, and I still want to throw up that this is a Yasuo jungle right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's gonna have to go leashless, but thankfully they're able to leash him. I'm just so curious to see this clear speed because If it's as fast as I think it is, he's gonna get double scuttled by this Ivern because normal jungles do.
He's not doing any damage to any of this. I mean, like, he's doing damage, but like it's not as much as you'd expect.
Yeah.
And just before we go ahead and like continue further, if it sounds like we are flaming this pick, it's because we've never seen this a day in our lives.
I'm not flaming it necessarily. I'm just very surprised that they're willing to lock this
the
in.
reasoning behind it.
I'm very shocked they locked this in.
That's why I said, like, if it sounds like we're flaming it, we're not really flaming it. We're just not sure what to expect, and we're not sure what Omega is cooking with it. They're definitely cooking, but we don't know what they're cooking.
Yeah, they're cooking something. We're not sure if it's burnt yet. That's what I'm waiting for. I would assume that most of these lanes should be uninteractive for the most part. These top laners are going to slap at each other.
Winchard right there. Bennett did a really good job of walking into that right there, but he's still going to die, I think.
He has his passive available, and I don't think Winchard is able to dive in. Won't die, actually.
Oh, he popped his pot. He popped his pot.
It's close.
Pot plus D shield. Winchard potentially, it's very risky to dive back.
Passive off.
It's definitely it's so risky.
If he wants to dive it, he would just have to get the passive and walk away.
-1.
Bozos is here. He is level 3.
He Qs once, E's through wave, Qs again, and then E Qs. That's the only way you can gank on this champion.
That's kind of what I'm
I've been looking bot lane, but shouldn't be anything.
Aside from the bot lane, each lane has a knockup. So
yeah,
I mean, he could just last breath in off of their engage, and you would never know.
He Zacks Diana, Samira's if they're CC, so there are ways. What are they doing here? They're looking
and the claim
is immediately
popped by land, but a counter from Bento right there. Wow, Bandage toss huge. And Bento's health bar is getting really low. Matt G has a lot of stacks.
Oh my god!
Nice a stun and a first blood going over to Samira. But Len and Matt G are going to duke it out, and Len comes out on top.
I was a little worried there because Lien stopped kiting and stood still for a second, ends up flashing to get the blade collar to land. Does get the double kill, the first blood gold going over to Matt G. Will drop a little bit of CS off the back of that play as well, so we'll be down probably about 10 farm off the end of this play, maybe just 5, given that this wave didn't crash cleanly.
And you know what? We said they got to be more aggressive, and you know that's what they're doing.
I mean, but also Bento's on rail when his signature picks held up here on the top side.
Bozos is here, and Winchard's going to respect Flash. Not important is here as well. But Bento has made his way into the mid lane along with Kyoish. BKB's health bar is very low. Flame is doing a really good job of poking this Diana out this entire way, this entire lane phase.
This is the first gold lead I think the Flash users have had the whole series.
It is, yeah.
Okay,
and it's exactly what you want it to be as well. If this Zaya's fed, she'll have a very easy time in this game kiting all of these members. I think the main issue she'll have is with this Amumu because of the layered CC. The ultimate doesn't really do too much to stop Koyash's engage. So if she's able to position correctly, I think a fed Zaya is definitely what you want in this game. It's just a matter if she can maintain the lead.
And just real briefly, kind of back to the mid lane match. Going to the mid lane matchup. Diana is going to have a very hard time up until she hits 6 because Nico can just kind of abuse the crap out of her. But when Diana gets to that one-shot range, when she gets about half of an item, oh, Yasuo is here. I mean, I see how the gank works now because of movement, but it also looks like that not important
is here as well. Bento is going to dive right in, but a really clean bandage toss. Len is going to back his way out, but not important is here for that counter engage. This is a 3v3. Win wall very clean. They went, they tried, and they failed.
Okay. I mean, no sums were
nearly a kill. They just didn't have the damage to actually secure the kill onto Lien, unfortunately. So nothing really will happen off that bonk gank. I don't really think they'll even have to base necessarily given the wave state, but they might be forced just if they are scared of Koyash just going on them because Machi does have a lot of damage at this rate. They're completed already. They are walking up on wave. We might see an engage in bots.
Chart is level 6, but meanwhile back in the bot lane, we're gonna duke it out a little bit before this Drake. But Winchard is just gonna drop the axe. I don't know if he's gonna be able to get the kill.
We looked away for 2 seconds.
Samir picked up a kill. Looking for a little bit more. And Winchard did end up grabbing Bennett on the back end of that.
Yeah, they
looked away for 2
overstayed way too
seconds.
long. Yeah, they should. They didn't get their base timer off. Leon was half HP, no cleanse, and no cleanse against Amumu is instant death pretty much. Especially with the Samira in the lane, and that's exactly what happens. A shutdown on Samira is not what you want to have happen. Now both bot laners 2-1, but Matt G with the gold lead because he'll pick up a shutdown and an extra plate for his troubles as well.
So that should be going towards what I assume is probably Duskblade.
I hope it's Collector.
First.
Hope it's
Yeah,
Collector.
it's
first.
either
Bozo's
Collector or
out
Duskblade.
farming, not important.
That's not a surprise, though. I mean, he's just kind of all over the map. And I wouldn't argue that he clears faster. Only sort of because if not important's waiting on those timers to go through for the jungle camps, that's kind of why that's going on. They're really close in gold, though, so there's that. All things considered. But man, I'm really so Samira just backed. What did she end up buying here? She should be Collector. Was going towards Collector.
I hope
first,
it's
I
a pickaxe.
believe.
Because Collector, so I think the Duskblade Samira build's a little bit dead. I know it still does a lot of really good damage, but since they fixed the Duskblade interaction with her ultimate, it now no longer procs on any channeled ultimate ability. By the way, not just Samira and Katarina. So don't build Duskblade on Misfortune people. It doesn't proc on your ult anymore.
I guess I should have known that before my last ARAM game.
Yeah. So I do hope it's Collector into Infinity Edge, especially after the Infinity Edge buffs. The 45% crit damage is a lot on this champion. And I think you're more than willing to sacrifice the 1080 for that much damage on her ultimate. So I do hope it's Collector into IE. We'll see what it is. But off the back of that, Matchy is still down a little bit to CS. Not important is down here. They don't see.
Gonna go for that one, but not
Great
important is
crash
here to follow that up,
flash.
and they are just doing a lot of damage. Lan ends up picking up Kyoish on the back end of that. Not important at the right spot at the right time.
Yes, it's a pickaxe.
It's a big ass.
I'm
Okay,
so
it's
happy.
Collector. Okay, cool. So it will be the Collector into IE, most likely.
Yes, I hope so.
And another kill going over to the Xayah, which is what we mentioned. That's really important for her to be ahead too, so you can carry some of these later team fights in the game. Really good kiting, and the Lamau Chemtech Drake actually will go over to the side of Flash Abusers. This will be their second Drake of the whole series. Fun fact. I've been keeping
Also,
track.
fun fact, I think this is the first Drake we've seen Omega not get to first.
Oh yeah, I think you're right.
I think every single Drake's been fought over, at least, or Omega has just taken outright.
Cloud next and trading in the top side. Darius kind of does win. Okay, so it's also not going to be the AP Bruiser Zac build that we sometimes see, I will say. Probably going to go the Sunfire first into
Matt G is level 6, I gotta say.
He's playing with fire here, though.
Also using the fun Samira skin. By that, I mean the new one. I love that skin.
I have it as well, yeah.
I don't play Samira, so I don't have it. But I do have that Xayah skin.
That is a good Xayah skin. I do like that.
I played this Samira skin in my match yesterday.
We're not
going to talk about how that went because I'm sad.
I played it in ARAM a couple days ago. Also, will not talk about how that game went. So we lost that game.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
We lost that game so hard.
Yeah.
I tried what I could. I almost got a pent to that game too.
Nice.
Now that I think about it, I feel like if you're playing Samira and don't almost get a penta, are you playing the champion?
Not really. It's pretty hard to not to get a penta on that
here
champ.
we go.
I wouldn't say that.
Oh, really great apprehend.
Oh,
and he gets the 5 stacks, drops the axe while Bennett's just flying
I don't know if the hemorrhage is enough. No, the hemorrhage leaves him at 50 HP.
Yeah, no, not enough, but still super clean. Not important here to grab this bot wave.
How did they get bot prio? Oh, they took a bad base timer. That's why.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was like, I was curious
gotta...
to see how they were able to get that plate, just because not important was hovering on them.
I do gotta say, Matt
risky.
has been doing a really good job of forcing bad base timers. But Bennett is here. But he says, let's bounce, win a chart, let's game, let's play. I don't want to play or I'm going to the fountain, and win a chart picks that one up.
He's definitely having a little bit of fun with that for sure. I think he probably thought he had the damage for it. To one-shot the wave. Vento's here, so it's not important. This is very risky to go for.
That was honestly Bennett's first massive mistake he's made all series, to be really honest.
For sure, yeah.
I mean, like you said, he's probably just having fun with it at this point. I mean, which we did say this is probably the 4 content game, as Flash Abusers are now crested over 1,000 gold, by the way. First time all series.
It is, yeah.
So it's just... Oh, goodness gracious me.
Yeah, but I just gotta say, not important and Bento are here for that counter gank. Bozo's trying to jump on a flame, but it's not going to be enough because Daisy is just beating him down. A really clean flash by not important to dodge that Tempest R3, and they're going to get a double kill in the mid lane.
Okay. 2,000 gold now, by the way. Are they actually trolling here?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so. It doesn't look like it. But I think they're definitely just playing the champs that they have fun on. And speaking of,
Koish was going for that bandage toss onto land, but a really clean TP on the backside. BKB is going to be able to get through, but a flash and those feathers dragging through. Matt G ends up getting a double still, even with all that mobility.
I was hoping he would flash for that.
I
was hoping he'd flash for that. I saw the play in my head. I was like, I hope he flash EQs because she's dead 100%. And he does, gets the double kill. Now very fed on this champion. Which he has to be, given this game. So definitely carryable.
Darius is going to build Bruiser. She won't be able to shred through him as hard, but she can get through Nico and Xayah. So those are maybe arguably Ivern 2, more or less, but the shielding is going to be a crucial part of these next upcoming fights as the game goes on. Rift Herald being traded on the other side of the map. This might actually be first tower going over as they're going to try to break top tower as well. They're kind of watching it.
They end up getting the flash. Tornado comes through.
So
I mean, they tried, but they're going to drop that Herald down in the top lane.
He's going to get first
Daisy
tower.
comes out as well. Might be looking to die. Bennett, his passive is up. But they're probably going to wait for this Herald to smash in, that tower, and then go and commit towards the fight. Bennett tried to jump on a not important, but now he is just bubbles trying to get into the trying to get back to his body.
They do cross map the bot tower. A lot of gold onto this Yasuo and Samira as well. However, this Darius is extremely ahead. Yeah.
Oh my god, and maybe a second charge here as well.
It should be, yep.
Yep, okay, he will get the second charge, and it's going to be a lot of damage onto that tower, so that tower is prepped for later in the game when Darius will most likely go back up there. I think at this point you build the Hull Breaker, to be honest, if you're Darius. You probably are going to be splitting most of the game, because Zach sort of can't match you. The only one who realistically can right now is Yasuo, I would assume. I don't think Diana can really match him either, to be honest with you.
No, not really.
So really just Yasuo is the only one who will have to match him in these side lanes, which makes things a little awkward. It's going to be very interesting as the game goes on. The next Drake is coming up, which is a Cloud, as we can see.
Well, if this Samira gets a few more kills, she can match him in side lane. I don't think you exactly want Samira to be in a side lane against Darius, but it is it can work if she gets a couple more kills and a little bit further ahead. Yeah. And yes, it is the Infinity Edge second. Good. He is a knower. I am proud.
They're just gonna shred this Drake though, and I mean,
they shred
in the back actually.
You know, over for the river really early, but a TP from Bennett is gonna force them off of the Drake. We're gonna have a 5v5 for the second Drake.
They should.
Omega has started it up. Daisy has started to walk down the river.
Combo
really clean tornado by Bozos to knock up Daisy, and the damage from Matt G is just insane. Daisy falls down. It is now a true 5v5. Diana has somebody marked, and it's Winnichard. Winnichard has stopped running because that was Nico clone.
They know Zach's lurking somewhere.
Drake resetting, they know Bennett's over the wall. They're just trying to find where.
Trying to get the vision. They got the right people in the river for it. They stopped Flame from doing that pop blossom. If they wanted a time to engage, this is the time. Diana ultimate into the back line, but Lynn picks that one up. Kyoshi dives on in with that bandage toss, but so does Matt G. Matt G finds two. Matt G's looking for the third. Winnichard is in run for his life. But that tornado does find him in the end. Omega end up taking that team fight and the Drake.
Okay, interesting.
I think BKB is more than happy to sacrifice his life. He got a ton of damage off there, allowing Matt G to come in and clean up a couple kills, securing the Drake for them. And a Cloud Drake is really important for this team as well, and that'll be Infernal Soul once again, which is also very good for them.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. I mean, I will admit at first I saw BKB going way farther ahead. It's like, okay, not ideal, but the Diana, like you mentioned, did a lot of damage. Being able to like let Matt G clean up, but I will point out that the Nico ultimate, somewhere she got knocked up and it canceled.
It was the Yasuo tornado.
Right. Okay. So if that's what it was, I think that's what made Dorado Gaming be like, this is the go button.
Sure,
we have to go now while that's down, because if they go in while that's up, they all kind of just die, and that's
and that's why I'm confused as to why the Pop Blossom was used in that way. I think all that Flame has to do is stand next to their carries and wait for them and just wait for the engage. They can play the standoff all they want. Because if Dorado Gaming are the ones to go in first, they more almost guarantee lose that fight, especially given the state of this Darius. If they go in at the wrong time, they're setting themselves up to get pentakilled. Whereas if Flash abusers mess up their engage, you're setting yourselves up to be pentakilled. There's a very fed Samira across the map from you. And if you have a bad engage, take too much damage, this Samira can very easily clean up every fight.
And speaking of Samira, very fed on the other side, I don't think I've seen that Amumu miss a bandage toss yet.
I've seen a couple,
He's
but
missed
all the
3.
good ones he's hit.
Yeah, the ones that matter.
I was about to say, every team fight that we've gone into, I've yet to see him miss one.
Fair. It's under 3 minutes to Baron. We're cresting over 17 minutes right now.
Yeah.
And we're kind of just going back to that little LCK farm and wait for picks kind of type of deal. Because Dorado Gaming's comp is more of an explosive comp.
Yes.
Arguably, because I mean, there's a little more sustained fighting that has to be done on the other side, minus the Nico. If they somehow manage to Magnet Storm Nico ult at the same time, then that's more of your bursty. But the Bozos on the Yasuo, BKP on the Diana shows, we're gonna try to blow you up before the fight can even start, and that's what they want. It's looking good so far. I mean, they're only 2K gold down. Okay, I thought BKB was gonna do something there. But
yeah, they're 2K gold down most, and I think the entire lead is on this Darius. I mean, he's a full item ahead. Yeah, he's 3K gold up, so that's your entire gold lead. If this Darius isn't, if Winter Shard is not able to do what we know he can do in these fights, you're actually staring at a gold deficit in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, about 1,000 gold.
It might start right here. A flash right up to not important, but a really clean stopwatch to stop that Matt G damage from coming through. But a clean stun from the Mumu is going to lock them all into place. But Len is just doing a lot of damage on the back line. A double kill for Winter Shard. And Matt G somehow manages to get out of that one alive.
Wow.
Yeah, that was way too aggressive to go for that play there. I mean, good enough to force the stopwatch out, but trying to like kill him after the stopwatch. Koyesh was trying to salvage the play on the other half, finding a very good engage, but his team just was not able to follow up on it. They were focused too heavily on not important stopwatch. Wintershard was able to get 2 kills off the backside of that fight and just completely win it for them. Thankfully for Dorado Gaming Omega, Matt G's shutdown doesn't go over to anyone important, but Wintershard now sitting 5-0 on this Darius is more than scary.
Big flashbacks from the semis, except it was Crab Wranglers that was playing.
No, he did play a Darius too.
He did play a Darius game after that, and it was just exactly like that. It's just this dude is so good at Darius. It's one of those picks that I don't think that Dorado anticipated coming out, but I feel like now, like, let's say hypothetically that Flash abusers do win this game, I do think they might leave it open and pick something else into it to be able to stop them. And oh my god, hold on.
Bennett says,
no
witness
flash.
me as he dives right on in there. Not important, does get stunned up, but Daisy's gonna knock them all up. Really clean root, stopping them from trying to dive him under that tower.
Okay, interesting.
Things are coming down on the Baron. I'm curious as to what Flash abusers are looking to do here. This drag is up in 50 seconds.
Oh man.
Wintershard exerting a lot of pressure in this top lane.
Top tower should be gone. I mean, it was already half health from the charge, so...
Yeah, looks like they're trying to force Baron.
Oh, it's long gone. Wait, when did that go down? I lied.
They have Herald in pocket, by the way.
They do, yeah.
So they're gonna...
Matt G playing with fire in this mid lane.
Oh, speaking of mid lane, if this fight breaks out, I'll get to my point later because it looks like it might do it. Because Pop Loss on the other side of the river is going to walk up to a really big shutdown, going over to Flame, and it Flash abusers all the way. Lin goes up in the air, throws the feathers down, brings them back, and Bennett's the last to fall.
Baron and Dragon, and potentially, they're gonna do Baron first, and we have Injected Bunnies active for Dorado Gaming Omega for the first time. We did say that this draft was gonna be a little weird because of just the sheer peel that they have for this Xayah, and it just goes to show that's exactly what happened. And Flame with a really good flank, and it was clean. They didn't expect the Nico to come through, and Machi's caught completely off guard by it. It's getting blown up. So there should be Baron, there should be Dragon, unless they're gonna reset here. Okay, they're gonna reset. So
I feel like their composition in a vacuum necessarily isn't bad. Obviously, the Yasuo jungle early game is pretty rough, but after the early game, it doesn't really matter what champion you have in the jungle. But when you're when your in-gauge is this far behind and your Zac really isn't able to frontline the way he needs to be, your Amumu also can't frontline very easily. Speaking
Bandage
of,
toss finds
it's a very risky play to go for. They're just gonna get turned on.
Here now.
Found their way here. Apprehend locks him down, and he is now legendary. They are looking for Bozo's really clean stun, and that wind wall is just going to save damage from the ADC, but it doesn't matter because the top laner's looking for blood.
Yeah.
Nothing there.
I mean, we mentioned it in draft how difficult this comp is to execute for Dorado Gaming Omega. Not just even on its own, but especially into this composition. One bad engage, like I said, that spells death for not just you, but your whole team. Especially when you're not ahead, and Magi's really not able to find the angles he needs to because his team just doesn't have the damage that he needs to be able to follow up.
We get a Herald in?
They are
going to have a dancing Shelly?
They can still full HP.
They're gonna. Oh.
Respawn timers on Bozos and BKB though.
They do have the Baron buff as well.
I think you just get the crash in and
get the crash and back away.
Yep.
There you
go.
My
god, that almost melted that tower. Woo-wee. Okay, 22 minutes. Really good Baron power play as we're going on.
Yeah.
One day I'll be able to call it the G Fuel Baron power play, but looks like that Dorado Gaming are looking to engage here.
Yeah, they are, because that Bandage Toss is going to find someone. Bennett says, witness me, jump to the back line, but a Pop Blossom in the back line of Dorado. Omega Flame finds the whole team, picks them up, drops them down, double kill!
Game's over. We're going to game 4.
BKB gets a kill. Yeah, BKB gets a kill on the backside of the Lian, but it's too little, too late. The shutdown won't mean squat when your base is dead. Not important. Flashing, missing the Q, hitting it on blue buff instead. BKB flashing just to preserve the KDA, and we're gonna head to game 4. I wouldn't say not expected based off that draft, especially how the early game went for them.
Yeah. Well, that was their 4 fun game, so they're gonna play seriously next game. So there's that.
Yeah, you say that, but they could also do this again and say, guys, it wasn't draft. I hope they don't do that. But I think I also do hope that they've learned their lesson from this game, and we do not ego pick drafts in the finals of a playoff series.
And I've seen it before in pro play, and it was something.
Yeah.
I just gotta say one thing. I believe Flash abusers. I believe in the reverse sweep. I believe. That's a confidence booster. That is a confidence booster. If you don't have one, that's right there.
I only don't believe in the reverse sweep because that draft from Dorado was kind of troll.
So bad, yeah.
But
I'm not gonna lie, yeah, it was kind of bad.
if for example, let's say that Flash users can draft another comp like this again, where it's like you have to play on their terms. They only really had to play on their terms because, like I mentioned, Dorado's draft was that we're gonna blow up one person if possible. Yeah. But the Nico pick, I will point out, getting some really clutch engages that came in. So something like that.
That last Pop Blossom. Oh my god!
Yeah. Just you look at the damage numbers as we're seeing right now, and it looks like Darius did the most damage, I believe. Was that Nico who did the most damage?
Nico, man!
Nico just
Flash abusers mid laner showing up to play in the finals.
I got to admit.
Actually, no. Darius did a little bit more. Darius did 700 gold, have 700 damage more. But like, I think BKB did his best to try and salvage the composition. A lot of those fights, he was doing a lot of damage, as we see on the graphs there, and Matt G was able to clean up a couple kills off of that. But what I was gonna say before the game just ended was Samira being your only damage isn't what the champion necessarily does. She's a very good cleanup champ, but if she's your only damage, very hard to play, especially into a composition with this much disengage. And when your Yasuo's this far behind and half of your front line is as far behind as it is, you're really relying on your Diana to half one-shot their whole team and then go in and one-shot the rest of them. And a couple fights did go that way, but it just, when you're this far behind, it's nigh impossible to ask that.
And you're asking the Diana to one-shot a Xayah who can just go unstoppable, pull her feathers black, stick her in her place, and she get chain CC'd after that. So
and Iron Shield, there's that too.
Yeah, so it's really hard to put that kind of weight on somebody's shoulders when there's just so many tools Flash abusers have at their disposal to protect their carries.
So looks like your 3-0 prediction is dead, Darter.
Hey, I said 3-1. I said 3-1.
You guys
said 3-1?
I did say at the beginning, I said 3-1 is the baby prediction. So I would say 3-0, but I do think it'll be 3-1.
Okay. All of our predictions are still on the table. That's what we'll go with. And I will admit that if we and hilariously we memed about it last week and this week that they are going to have a for fun game. I think this was the for fun game. So I do think we will see a completely different draft for the next.
Yes, I would
4.
think so. Yeah. And we didn't see a for fun game from them last week in semifinals.
I think that last game was 100%.
Which is why I didn't think that they would do it for finals. But
Right.
I think they had a lot of confidence after those first 2 games, and they got it looked like they got pretty cocky because they instantly locked in the Diana Yasuo Samira without even looking at what the enemy comp was. And then they kind of realized what they did, and they're like, oh, I think we're playing Diana Yasuo Samira into Rel, Zaya, and Ivern, so it's just we're definitely fighting an uphill battle, because I don't think necessarily that comp is like bad in a vacuum. Because like I said, near the end of the game, Yasuo jungle obviously is bad early, but when you get to a certain point, it doesn't matter what champion is in the jungle. And their composition has a lot of damage and a lot of wombo.
A lot of knockup.
Yeah, they just got so far behind, and even if they weren't behind, I think it's just equally as hard to execute into just the composition that Flash Abusers are playing. So good for them for draft. Good for Flash Abusers to pick up a win in this fashion against that draft. I think if the game was even close, I think we would have a lot more reservations about Flash Abusers going into this next game. But showing that they definitely can win when they're supposed to, definitely puts confidence in themselves going into next game.
Yep, and that's something. Unless you got something hyper before we cut out.
No. I was gonna say 100%. Dorado Gaming still on match point. Flash Abusers able to close the gap ever so slightly, but we will see what happens in game 4. Am I mathing right? We're gonna see what happens in game number 4. So stay tuned, and we will be right back.
everybody. Welcome back to Risen Esports as I'm getting my stuff situated.
Yes.
We're at game 4, which is completely shocking to be honest. But
Yeah.
we're just gonna kind of do it live from here on out at this point. It's we're hoping that Flash Beezers kind of do the same thing they did in that last game. We hope that Dorado doesn't troll the draft this time.
Yes.
And we were expecting it to be a closer game, if possible,
Mhm.
kind of like game 1 was, until some things kind of went out of control.
Yeah.
But boys, what are you expecting out of this one? Starting draft.
How about you
Never
guys tell me
mind.
how draft went?
Yeah. Well, how it's going. Bans are rapid
They are
fire. We're seeing,
flying. Wow.
yeah, we're seeing the same bans from game 1, with the exception of the Nocturne being left up and the Ash being left up as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Flashy Weezers actually first picked the Ash. We know that's Lien's one of their comfort champions as well. We talked about this in draft last game before it went off the rails. That comfort is everything in elimination games, and especially when you're on like the confidence high from winning that hard, regardless of what you're playing against.
Mm-hmm.
I think playing comfort really is even more important because you can really use that. And there's Varus actually, another champion that they don't necessarily play a lot of in these games week to week, but they play a lot of it in solo queue, very similar to Ashe utility ADC that we are accustomed to seeing Lien play. So not very surprising. And I think Varus is very underrated in a lot of these leagues because it's still very strong. Just because its win rate in solo queue drop doesn't mean it's weak at all.
Ooh, Ezreal. Okay, and we've seen Matchy on Ezreal before.
Yes, we
actually
have,
does really well on this champion. Ezreal's also one of those weird champions that no matter what the meta is, he's still a good champion. So really a decent answer into not the Ezreal, the Varus. So from here, I mean, you could probably pick your support. The classic, as we all know, is Ezreal Karma is just broke for whatever reason. Or no, maybe any other like shielding enchanters whatsoever. So, but 5 seconds here for Omega. They're gonna go ahead and go with Graves. A really but pause. Graves is a flex pick for those of you watching. Yeah. Technically a flex pick. We saw Insanity do it in the mid lane during the LCS. It's most likely
can go top as well.
Oh, you're right. Yes, it can go top as well. I would assume it's for Bozos or against, again, really good on carry junglers as we've seen. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
There's Nico again.
Really good pick, but it would be blind. We have to keep that in mind.
It would be, yeah. It's really up to if you think BKB, and there's the rel as well. Makes a lot of sense. It's really up to you if you think BKB is going to play the Annie into it. I think that's like the premier answer into Nico, especially in lane. It's one of the few things that can actually match her in lane. At least in my opinion. There are other things that have good win rates into Nico, but I don't necessarily trust them. And there's just the Alistar counter pick. You want to get it out of the way now, just so it doesn't get banned away, because you need that counter engage for this rel. I think the other mid laner potentially, I've mentioned it earlier on in the series, but Talia is another champion that not only is very strong and doesn't get played very much, but does do well into Nico. Very similar reasoning to Annie. It's one of the few things that can match her in the lane phase, and also when it comes to team fights, does really good job of peeling her off.
Yes, absolutely. And the Poppy ban will be coming in first for the side of Omega. Not much of a surprise because they do have the Alistar, and the Ezreal could stop those dashes. Garen being taken away off the table. We saw what Bennett did in game 1. They don't want that again. Other than that, in terms of like other top laners that they've picked, there's really not much of any effects at the Aatrox if they take off table. Darius ban, by the way. So not much of a surprise there. Was absolutely stomping up there in that top lane, but it was against Zach, which is kind of a weird pick. But we saw what they were cooking. We saw it was
we saw what they were going for.
Combo.
Yeah, they were trying to get knockups in every single lane. I know you mentioned it at the beginning of the game. Was Samira does have a knockup with her passive, so technically they had a knockup to in every single lane. There's a few things that are open here.
Yeah, a lot of carries in the top lane that are open if they want to go for it.
Aatrox is open. I think Aatrox is pretty good for them. Although blind, it's hard. We know that Winter Shard can play the Fiora. But I'm curious to see if he does play it. I think Winter Shard's counter will be the Olaf or potentially the Renekton if they do decide to blind the Aatrox. Right? Yeah. They're definitely thinking about it, and they will go for Syndra instead, just saving it. So we'll see if Winter Shard decides to pick up the Aatrox for himself, or if he'll go for a safer blind.
I would rather he pick Olaf here, to be honest with you. I honestly think
Olaf is super strong. Sejuani, so yeah, that Nico will be going mid. I was thinking for a second it could be flexed into the jungle now that we see Syndra, in case it's a bad matchup in their opinion. I think Nico into Syndra is more than fine. I think it's actually pretty good for Nico early on. Syndra can't do too much. Yeah. As the game goes on, Nico is very one-shottable by Syndra, and with Scatter the Weak, it kind of negates Nico, very similar to Talia. And there's a Renekton blind, very strong on this current patch. So we'll see if the Aatrox gets picked up. I don't think it's a great matchup necessarily into the Renekton. I think it's definitely more than playable, and Aatrox is one of the better top laners on the patch, as we know. I'm curious to see if Bennett is willing to play Kled, because I think it's very good for them here.
Kled would be fun, yeah. I can see that, but they kind of need a little more frontline.
They
all
do,
things
yeah.
considered.
Oh, he
And
does
then
pick
there's
Aatrox,
the
okay.
Aatrox. Okay, there it is. So Aatrox being left open, and
Mm-hmm.
I'd say this is a better draft from Omega this time.
100%, 100%, yeah.
100%. This is going to be a very interesting jungle because
Yeah.
Graves is going to outfarm Sejuani pretty much every game, no matter what is going to happen. So, Hyper, as you're seeing this draft unfold, with Flash Abuses is kind of more or less the same thing as it was in the last game. Except the difference is Varus is a lot more mobile than Xayah is.
Yeah.
So let's get your opinion on what you're feeling for this draft from Flash Abusers in Omega.
You mean less mobile? You lead less mobile, right?
Did I say immobile by accident? My bad.
You said you said Varus is more mobile than Xayah.
Oh,
yeah,
okay. So you said the correct sentence. My interesting brain decided it wanted to decipher that.
Varus is more immobile and more killable than Xayah.
I'm actually really glad that they put Lan onto this Varus. I said it all 3 games. You know, stick him on this utility carry. He can perform on these utility carries. Varus is a really good utility carry. Now the Ezreal matchup is going to be interesting. I love Ezreal. You'll never see me hate on Ezreal. Ezreal,
right.
He has so many different paths he can build. He can go tank, he can go AP, he can go PTA, Conqueror. It just depends on what the comp is throwing at him.
This game is pretty hard for him to play, though.
This game will be really hard for Ezreal. Kind of force him into that Divine Sunderer, which inherently is weaker on Ezreal at the moment.
Yeah, I think he still has to go Trinity Force. I think the solution to his issue is going Conqueror, because he's going to be hitting a lot of beefcakes. They just have so much engage, and this Ezreal's gonna have to be Matt G is gonna have to be very careful as to where he's standing. Even with Arcane Shift, it's not gonna necessarily be enough to evade all of this engage that they have. You do have Alistar Syndra to help peel you off, but that's about all you have. So if you find yourself a little bit mispositioned, you can very easily get caught out with this composition. However, if you're fed, you can be one-shotting a lot of them, because they only have 2 dedicated tanks. Renekton is just a bruiser. So if you're fed on this Ezreal with Conqueror, you're going to be stacking it very easily in these fights. They are very short range, with the exception of this Varus. So stacking it's going to be very simple, and I think that he has the potential to do a lot of damage in these team fights, but it is very hard to play if they don't get the lead that we know they can get.
And he could also big brain go first strike and force Lan to use his E off cooldown to keep the first strike proc off, make him burn through his mana.
Yeah. Actually, I also think this is going to be a full a cleanse Ezreal. There is a lot of CC on the other side, so I'm kind of expecting.
Yeah.
And if this is going to go the way I think it is, because I'm going to reference yesterday's NRG. Oh my God, who'd they play yesterday? Who'd they play?
TL, right?
TL, right?
TL, okay, so I'm gonna reference that. FBI's spacing on Ezreal in that second or third game was immaculate every single time. Even to the point where he got so far ahead, he was able to arcane shift forward and do big deeps of damage. So if Omega can peel for him to let him have this agency that we know Ezreal can have when he's really strong, this will probably be a very good game for Matt G. But now you have Leanne on the other side on a utility carry. Who kind of thrives on those kind of 80 carries. This is going to be a very spicy bot lane, I think. The 2 supports are going to duke it out as they always do. And I will say they've both been roaming exactly how we predicted they would at the top
they have been.
And it's
I do gotta say, that game 1, Kyoshi was making the first step, but after game 2, Bento was an immediate response. It almost felt like the 2 were synced on wavelengths, and the lane that they were both pathing to off of basing from Fountain was the exact lane the other one was going to. Bento is matching those roams, marvelously.
Yeah, they've both been everywhere and finding really good engages for their teams in these fights. Unfortunately, Bento's team has been behind in a lot of these games, so he hasn't really been able to have the same impact that we've seen him have in games even just in semifinals against VG. He had a huge impact in all those games, and in quarterfinals we saw how good he is on these champions, especially on Rel. So, but yeah, unfortunately they've been in a position where it's very hard for them to find the fights that they want to. We'll see if that changes now in this game. And like you said, I think this lane for this bot lane is going to be entirely on these supports, because both of these AD carries are going to be poking each other out, just looking for CS, and it's really on these supports to see if they can find the right angle and the right timing to try and get a kill down here, because both of these junglers, I would assume, are looking down here, and also at top, it's Renekton and Aatrox after all.
Yes, actually. But
And
let's go ahead and,
Sejuani can actually split the difference. She can look top, she can look bot because Rel is melee, so she can stack that passive that Sejuani has.
But I'm going to go ahead and cut you off there real quick. So we're about a minute and a half. So let's do Dragon Soul and go ahead and get to this next fourth game. So I'll start first this time. Yeah, no, I'll start first this time. So I'll go ahead and say it's going to be an Ocean Soul this game. I'm just seeing the beefcakes on the other side, and I think just having either an ocean or a mountain would be kind of detrimental for Omega. So I think it's going to be an Ocean Soul.
Okay. I think it's going to be a Hextech Soul. Surely I'll be right this time.
Surely you'll be right.
I actually think this one's going to be a Cloud Soul, just because the big ultimates on either side, and they're all, and Varus could use a little bit mobility, but everyone else is pretty mobile. So just the added mobility on the map is going to make it even more entertaining to watch.
All right, well, that'll do it for us for this draft. We're going to be loading into Game 4 very shortly. Can Flash Abusers take us to Game 5, or is this done and dusted 3-1 for Omega? Stay tuned.
All right, everybody, welcome to Dorado Gaming versus Flash Abusers. It is currently 3-1 in the favor of Dorado Gaming Omega. We're here for Game 4. 2-1, sorry, in the favor of Dorado Gaming. None of us are wrong on Ocean Soul. Ocean Soul, Chemtech Soul, Jesus. We're here for Game 4.
You know what? Darter, you sound a little tired. You know what you can enjoy right now?
What?
Nice
G Fuel. Yeah.
G Fuel. I haven't done an ad up most of the season.
You haven't done an ad. Please sponsor us.
We're not sponsored, but we should be.
Yeah, we should be.
By the way, we need to get with Chippy. Every time you say drink some G Fuel, we need to have like his camera just pop up.
Just with me in the corner.
Just get a pre-recorded like super cheesy like thumbs up from DBZ and just have it like play as an emote every time it says G Fuel.
And probably
like a subscriber kind of emote going.
Yeah.
Just gotta. You know what? I'm committing to this next split. We should do it. We might get in trouble for that actually because G Fuel.
We probably would.
Why are you advertising us?
You're welcome.
Why are you advertising us?
I thought publicity was good no matter how
Tier
you
start.
look at
Okay.
it.
Wait, now getting a little bit back on track. I want to mention Matt G has tier start, which is very interesting.
Interesting.
Probably
I think
it's gonna go like a passive lane.
it's really usually you want to go like longs or 3 pots or something if you're just trying to get through lane, because it's especially in something like Varus, which has a lot of poke. You kind of need that to sort of survive. You do still get 2 potions with tier, but you kind of gimp yourself in trading. And on another note, we have a phase rush Syndra in this game.
Which is interesting. We predicted that's probably to stay away from the CC if the phase rush does get proc. So that's what we're assuming it's for. And just looking across the board in terms of summoners, the cleanse on the Ezreal, not a surprise, just with the amount of raw CC they have. Unfortunately, you can only cleanse one CC, so just gonna have to time it right and just be able to get out of a situation, which Ezreal can do. He can get out of most sticky situations. Are those okay? I thought the wolves are gonna reset there, but Graves will have the faster clear naturally. That's not a surprise to anybody whatsoever. He will get the the heads up on the top crab when that spawns in about a minute. By that time, the whole jungle should be clear on his side. Whether or not he goes for a top play here, considering when Richard is pushing forward in this top lane.
Yeah.
It's going to be very interesting to see. It looks like Winter Richard's going to give some respect, knowing that could be a possibility. Or he's just going to go for the cannon. Never mind. But bot lane going about what we expected, sort of. With the tier start, it does make it more in favor of the Varus with him having the long sword. Wait a minute.
Potentially a gank here, just probably covering off for the Bozo's gank, just because Winter Richard is trying to crash this wave and potentially take a base for himself. As we see, Bozos is clearing these Krugs, which opting for the full clear. We'll see if he does go for the top gank, actually, because it is possible, even just to force the flash, make Bennett's life a little bit easier. It is warded, so they will see him, and yeah, he's going to go for it. Winter Richard does see him. Unfortunately, won't get the crash off. We'll have to let Bennett get control over this wave, which is, even that is enough to let Bennett get control over this lane again.
Yeah, and it looks like that Graves is going to get the top scuttle here. They are aware of it. They are pinging it. Because they're like, okay, he was on that side. But will he go for the double scuttle, potentially? It looks like yes.
He's looking like he might go for an invade right here.
He's trying to go back top, actually. Bennett's taking a lot of damage in that trade.
Yeah, he's going to go for an invade here. Spot's not important, though.
I don't think
Spots him out. He knows there's no camps left on top side. Nothing for him to do here. No gank available in the top lane either. So, and this bot lane about as passive as we'd expect it to be. Looks for a gank in the mid lane. Flame, nice E.
You gotta love that smoke screen. Best,
also
not broken ability.
It's
also
not,
really, wait a
wow.
minute. Wait a
Not
minute.
important wrapping around to get
he's
behind
the
Bennett.
WRD,
Kind of
that's very
huge
low.
because here comes the gank from behind. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to stop him. He is not. He's going to flash over that wall. They don't. I mean, I could call that worth.
Yeah. On the other hand, it was a little weird that Winter Richard started that a little early because I noticed he used the W, which could have actually procced the stun and probably got the kill on Bennett sooner. But
yeah, especially if it's an empowered W as well.
Bozos is on these Krugs. They have a ward right there in the entrance, and he did walk over it.
Yeah, they see him here. They could potentially force him off, although they're dead now.
We're long gone. He's just gonna eat back over. Yeah. Goodbye.
Leaves the scraps.
Nico?
For not important. Although Flame is here.
Nico is going to meet him here, I guess, just to escort him out of their jungle with some really massive damage.
Yep, Nico base damage is very high. They could have potentially killed him there if not important was able to get there a little bit faster. Unfortunately, didn't keep him around for long enough.
I feel like that does more damage if he has a long sword.
And yes, it does. Yeah, Magi's poke really doesn't matter for these guys just because he has the tier start. He's going to get it stacked very quickly, but that usually isn't a problem for most Ezreals, especially if you're able to take a base really early on and buy a tier in Sheen at around like 6 minutes, about this base timer now on this crash. You more than easily can stack tier before 20. So it just makes the lane phase very interactive when you go tier start, and you can like looking for potential kills is a lot harder. But not a bad start, just makes it very passive.
Yeah, super passive lane.
Super passive. So I don't expect anything down here. I also want to point out we're 6 minutes in there.
Oh, I'm going to pause you right there because Dominus in a stun, but Bennett responds with the World Ender. Who comes out on top? Top lane versus top lane. Winter has the damage. He has the flash. He has the kill. He has the first blood. And the Croc is on the board.
Was literally about to make a comment that we haven't had a first blood yet, but in the other few games we have.
I thought you were.
There's that.
Yeah, it nearly went bad for Winner Richard. I feel like if he didn't backstep, he might not have been able to. He might have been able to get that without even having to flash. But the flash is just good for the secure, even if he didn't take that short little backstep. Gets the solo kill, crashes a 2-stacked wave under tower as well. So will deny a lot of CS as Bennett doesn't have TP. So not only does he get the kill, he'll also get a 10 CS lead off the back of that as well.
Flame.
Good sidestep.
Not important is here for a counter gank. Pop Blossom puts the flash from Bozos, but that smoke screen is going to stop Flame from doing any other damage. She's going to flash over that wall. Not important also is going to follow suit in flashing. And not important is matching Bozos in every lane so far.
Much better than the rest of the series up to this point.
Yeah, looked good at the start there. If Flame followed with the flash, potentially could have secured the kill. It's a very tight window. Not an easy thing to do when the Pop Blossom is about to go off with flash, because you can get canceled halfway through your dash. But if he did follow, there was potentially a play there. Glacial Person wasn't available, though. Bozos did have 6, so taking the 2v2 is a little bit risky. Speaking of, BKB's up 15 CS in this lane, which is... He was getting pushed in early also. Koya's getting very chunked.
Bento found a nice engage for Leanne to jump on. His Chains of
like
Corruption were down.
damage.
That G is only level 5.
Only level 5, and... Yeah, only level 5, only has tier, so he's not able to get the trade kill. Has to burn Cleanse as well in that fight. Leanne, the chains landed onto Koyash. Good thing he's playing Alistar. He's able to cancel Bento's engage. No flashes burned for any of these laners. No kills going over either. Magi will just collect this wave. Will have to base, unfortunately, so he'll lose a little bit of the next one. He actually ults the wave, so he's guaranteed to lose the whole thing. So he's actually going to have to stay.
Bozo's looking for a little bit of vertical jungling.
Winter Richard crashing another wave as well. Bennett's going to have to run up here to try and get it. Winter Richard could potentially zone him slightly.
They know he's here. Bozos does end up getting the blue buff. They're going to dive on in. BKB has the first rotation. Glacial Prison is going to fall. But there is Flame 404. And there's a 3v3 right here. Kyoshi has made his way up. Bennett, the world ender of Flash Abusers, ends up getting one. Bozos picks up another. The rotation for the side of Flash Abusers just wasn't there.
Yeah, Bozos kill secures onto not important like a minion would, just smiting it away from his top laner just to make sure he doesn't get more gold.
Interesting call there too. I mean,
yeah,
it was. Oh, hello, Bento.
He's just trying to block at BKB. Koyash not gonna let that happen.
Get out of here.
So Bennett getting a kill on the Aatrox is really good. That kind of mitigates the lead that he sort of had on after that first blow that happened in the top lane. Looks like that will likely be a Gore Drinker first. I assume.
Chains of Corruption are going to land. Arcane shit's not going to do much, but forcing the flash out of Matt G.
Leanne a bit early there. If he waited a little bit longer to land those chains, could have actually secured the crash down, because Matt G was just able to flash out of it. Bento no longer having his flash available. Koyash having his.
Flame doing a lot of damage to BKB right now.
He has the Pop Blossom.
Still has flash though. That's the only thing.
Yeah, BKB has the flash. Also has his own ultimate as well. So if Flame gets too low and BK lands a good scatter, it could spell the end of him as Bozos is clearing back towards his top side. As both the Dragon and the Herald are up at this point in the game. Neither have really been focused, as Prio in these lanes has been hard to get. Not important, looking for potentially a lane gank in topside. Bennett sort of sniffs it out, puts a ward in the river. Looks like not important, just going to channel his Drake. Will cancel. Bozos looking on the Drake at this point.
The ult won't be up.
Don't think Bennett knows he's here.
Looks like he has some idea. He's not playing nearly as aggressive as I would expect him to be, as he has been in this lane. Not important, dropping the sweeper just in case. Winter Richard also playing very aggressive, so Bennett might have a little bit of an idea of where they are. He does. Ping's going down on the Herald. Now Bennett knows, and Bozos on this Dragon now should be secured.
Yep, first strike over, and the next will be... We lost it. All right, so we'll find out what the next strike is in a second.
Yeah, ping's going on to the Herald from both teams now. BKB has first move. It's very risky to go for. If Bennett bases here, it should be fine for them.
Okay, yep.
He is going to look to stay potentially.
I don't think so. I think he's just get the wave in and kind of just shove it in. He probably has money for a really huge component of the Gore Drinker. 700 gold, so maybe not.
No, he just bought it.
Oh, okay.
Flash from BKB. Pop Blossom doesn't land. Gore Drinker is bot.
Okay, interesting.
Not important. Getting a little saucy
it's
with
really
that.
Really risky. Winter Richard nowhere nearby to help match. Blast Cone is all that's needed. He didn't have flash there either, so he could have easily gotten caught out if the Blast Cone was popped. Luckily for him, he's able to get out. Bento is taking his recall and did hit level 6. And I think the biggest thing to come out of this early game, aside from the couple kills of a top lane skirmish, is BKB's very quietly in this mid lane, aside from a few times he's flashed out like just now, has a 30 CS lead.
That's
Yeah. Kind of expected, though. I mean, all things considered.
It's a decent matchup for Syndra, but usually it doesn't go this well.
Doesn't go this way, yeah. It's like typically you see Nico kind of more ahead on the side.
Yeah, at least early for sure. Yeah, Nico has a lot of lane pressure, and Flame has been getting the push. Potentially just missing a lot of minions. Bad base timers is all it takes to miss a few CS. So
we got a lot of gold on the Varus. It looks like it's going to be the on-hit Varus, I would assume, with the Kraken Slayer coming in first.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to play in this game. They have so much range, and if you're hitting an Aatrox, you're dead anyways. So
if you're close enough to auto and Aatrox, you're too close.
He is going to build the Kraken Slayer. I was expecting the poke Varus potentially. Or AP Varus, but again, with AP Varus, you're relying solely on Renekton to do damage, which is why I think he's going the on-hit build.
It's a Hextech Drake second.
Oh,
it's a Hextech Drake. I'm not right ever. It's been the second Drake every single game except for game 2. He doesn't land. Bozo's eating out of it himself.
This is so like I kind of feel like a tension going on right now.
I can feel it too.
Omega's up 1,500 gold, but it's like no, they don't want to take risks. Omega kind of wants to fight, but Flash Abusers are not.
Dominus from Windstar is going to be popped. He's going to get out of that yank back. Good trade right there. World Ender still yet to
drop
be
as
used.
the chains land.
I don't think they saw Not Important, did they?
I don't think so. I don't see any words.
Might have seen him on the ward as he walked into Tribrush. I'm not 100% sure if he walked in through Krugs or not.
For another time.
But yeah, like you mentioned, like the big thing for both of these teams is they spike really hard in the mid game, which is around when we are looking to do these second, third Drakes. First item completions coming in for most of these laners, and I think the biggest thing now is Flash Boosters can look to flex their advantage that they have in mid jungle with these items.
Caught out a little bit right there.
Should be okay with the blast
going to be able to get there. Bennett trying to get over the top of the wall, but the Scatter of the Weak is going to fall on, and Not Important. He's able to dash out of that. A Glacial Prism just to disengage that.
Glacial Prism thrown down as disengage on will save the Flash, thankfully. Use his empowered recall as you have more fighting down here.
Duking it out. Ultimate from the Ezreal is not going to be able to land, but Lian's doing a lot of damage. They managed to find Matt G, but Bento gets knocked back into the turret. Kyosho finds the stun, and a stopwatch is going to save him, and a flash is not going to be enough. When you go golden, you go to the fountain.
That's a lot of damage early on. I mean, Kraken Slayer is a huge spike. There's a reason why a lot of these AD carries will rush it as we have fighting in the top lane. I don't think there should be anything else. World Ender is available. The Dominus not for Winner Richard. Bozo is looking at mid lane, actually. Flame should be more than out.
Yeah. And,
Herald actually dropped in the bot lane as well to get Lian even further ahead.
And the tower there's no plate, so this should be first tower going over. And if you are just tuning in, it is the series is 2-1 currently. Oh, the tower doesn't fall. It is 2-1 currently in favor of Dorado Gaming Omega. It will be 200 health on the tower. Actually, it might still go down. Okay,
it
never
does,
mind.
yeah.
Tower,
No local gold though. I don't think anyone got local gold off that. So.
No, nobody got local, which is a little unfortunate for them. Although still nearly a 1,000 gold lead in bot lane is Winner Richard.
Taking these trades super confidently.
Dominus is available, but the World Ender is as well.
Bennett hit every single sweet spot.
I'm gonna let Aatrox players in on a little secret. If you full combo then World Ender, you don't kill people.
Flame?
If you World Ender then full combo, you will kill people as Flame almost dies in the mid lane.
Really?
But yeah, if you're looking to full combo on Aatrox, please ult first. It gives you bonus AD.
Syndra did use Unleashed Power, so her ultimate is going to be down.
It looks like we got rotates coming in also, so this should be the top tower falling to the Varus, and the second Drake will be traded in return. So I mean, not really ideal.
They are going to take bot tier 1. It looks like.
So yeah, not a worth trade at the end of the day. And let's find out what the soul is. I can't wait to be wrong.
It is definitely the safe.
It's Infernal again.
Infernal.
There's no way. 3 in a row.
Okay,
No,
well
two in a row.
At least we stopped the Mountain Soul curse. Now we're just on the Infernal Soul curse.
I guess so. So overall, the state of the map right now, top tower does fall. Yes, that's the play they were going for from the minute they started rotating Leanne up that way. But unfortunately,
What's
the trade does go
building?
in. Good question. But the trade does go in favor of Dorado because they got the Drakes, which pushed them on a dragon
He's not
stack.
gonna go Gale Force.
I hope
Please
not.
do. That would be hilarious. But don't do it, actually. Do not ever build Gale Force on Bears. You can't see my cam, but I'm pointing. Don't do it.
Please don't do it, please.
At the end of the day, it does.
Razor?
Oh!
It doesn't build out of BF.
Oh,
Chains
Oh, he
land.
found the Chains of Corruption. What a
And-
shot! Wow, Leanne just, you know.
Lens is down. They can easily force this Herald fight now as well. As Winter Richard has TP, can get back here. Bennett catching a wave under tower. BKB is sitting in bot lane, has his own TP as well. I don't know if they'll look to try and contest. They know the chains are down.
And they do have vision of
We have our first
them
kill.
entering.
Oh,
The Pop Blossom is gonna go
no.
out. She's gonna hit a 2-person stun. BKB is gonna TP right into that river flush, and
There's
Winter Strider's gonna
Connected.
have a really massive
my.
flank TP, picks up Matt G, and the rest of Flash Abusers are gonna counter engage. They're gonna find the stun on the Bozos, but the Lander Bennett has just stuck himself to the Croc and is gonna try to pick him up. The cow is
No
gonna
way
fall.
he
Still
Winter
lived,
Strider's gonna try to
bro.
jump right back on the Bennett. The Worldlander is down. The stun is gonna go up. Bozos is looking at a lot of health bars, and BKB is also dishing out a bunch of damage as well. Really nice stun coming out from Bento, and the fight dissolves after that. They pick up 2 and lose none.
Herald, though. That's the...
Renekton's not broken, I promise.
He should have died, but
I don't think anybody got Herald. Yeah, nobody actually picked up the eye. I'm not sure who killed it, but nobody ended up picking it up.
Raids did, but they didn't pick it up because of the fight.
Yeah.
So it's very, very interesting.
Little
And
unfortunate.
I honestly thought that fight was going to go more in favor of Dorado, but
Me
Renekton
too, yeah.
being in from behind, catching
Winter
up
with
the
a
Ezreal.
huge flank TP.
Yeah. And then just catching out the Ezreal as well, which that is something we were saying. If Ezreal has both sums, he kind of just lives, but
Yeah.
didn't have Flash. Used the E prior to that, I believe. And
Yeah,
just was-
also they burned the cleanse on the mid lane with using the chain, so he couldn't cleanse out of the Renekton W. Just gets one shot sitting on his own as the rest of his team is going in.
Oh, Pop
Koyash
Blossom
did a good
too.
job of Koyash did a good job of peeling, but wasn't able to do enough because they weren't able to catch the flank TP. Great TP act by Winter Richard. Great ward actually there to find that as well.
So honestly, I will say, yes, they are down gold, and actually it's a little inflated because of the 2 Drakes that went over to the side of Dorado. But this is a much better showing from Flash Abusers.
Yeah.
They're not rolling over like they did in game 2. I won't say game 1 because that one was close for a while.
Yeah.
But they're not rolling over. They're taking the fight to Dorado. They're showing them that they are a contender, and that's why they are here in these finals. I guess they just needed the first 2 games to warm up.
Bozos is gonna face check Winter
Yeah,
Richard. Leanne is
Leanne is
first on the
here.
rotation, but Kyoshe is coming over as well.
I didn't know. Yeah, it was a ward.
Leon's not
I
picking
do
up his
gotta
red
say,
buff,
this is
and
the
I'm getting a
first
little
time that
mad.
I've seen Bento with more vision for, Scatter the Weak is gonna slam into not important.
Leon just let the red buff expire, and and as an ADC player, it makes me mildly annoyed. But it's okay.
Oh,
The chain's landing again. He doesn't have
Chains of
flash
Corruption
stun.
is gonna land, and the Glacial Prism as well, followed by the Pop Blossom.
That's
The
a lot of
Wombo
ults.
combo is disgusting. Kill going over to the ADC.
They really don't like this Ezreal, I'll tell you what. Glacial Prison, Chains of Corruption, and the Pop Blossom all burned. Don't necessarily think it was necessary, but a kill's a kill. Getting mid pressure is more than important. I think
really
keeping this Ezreal behind is also fairly important.
I will agree 100% with that one, and unfortunately, there's nothing really on the map for them to get. They're not really going to rush a Baron with a 1.5 item Varus. That's just not going to happen right now at the moment.
Yeah.
Maybe if he had a second item, they go for it, so that way they can
What
prep
is he
themselves.
building?
Dragon.
I think it's Novori.
Navori, yeah.
Okay, I can roll with Navori.
I think it's a bit weird, but if it gets his Q up faster, so he can do a little bit more deeps that way. But again, I think the best on-hit Varus Mythic is against his Rageblade by far.
Yeah. Rageblade into Bork, I believe, is the move there. So 20 minutes
quick
is
blitz,
over. The gold is dead even. The Drake is coming up in 17 seconds, and we know Flash Abusers have to fight for this. Let's keep in mind the Flash timers. Ezreal has Flash this time. Graves does not, and neither does Aatrox. However, Leanne on the other side does not have Flash. That's crucial.
Right.
Neither does Flame. So this is going to be very interesting if one of these two get called out or just kind of jumped on immediately.
Chains of Corruption, by the way, is about to come off of cooldown. A nice Scatter the Weak onto Bento, not the target you want to hit at the moment.
Okay. This
See
is
who's going to be able to start this off. Not important. Can start this fight off if he wants to change the corruption. Is going to win. Bento is on a really massive flank right now on that plan.
Risky. He's looking to cone over.
Yes, Flash. This could be
Vinchard is also looking for a nice little flank. He is going to cone over. And who is going to start this fight off? It looks like Flash Shooters forced their way into the wall. There it is going to pull the trigger, followed by a Pop Blossom. They're only going to be able to pick up one, but the World Ender is going, and on top of it, Ezreal Ultimate is just going to annihilate Flash Abusers. BB Bennett is still looking for blood in the water. Stab of the Week is going to finally end in Flame 4. Hopefully the computer doesn't crash because you're the only one up so far.
Questionable engage.
I see why Aatrox was permabanned this whole series.
Also has the last prefer, by the way, so there's that.
He's going Cyrilda's Grudge second, which I think is very good in this game.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage. It was a really good. It was a really good engage at first for Bento, but Koyesh did a great job at peeling everybody else. Great scatter of the week by BKB, and obviously Bennett just came over the top with a lot of damage to clean up the rest of the fight.
Absolutely, and it's unfortunate. I think knowing that the Alistar can knock the Nico out, it's kind of unfortunate that Flash Abusers weren't ready for that kind of play.
Yeah.
That's what it seemed like to me anyways, because Alistar was holding his entire combo for the Nico, and I've been on the end of that. It's not fun.
Yeah, he did a great job in that fight. If he doesn't do what he did there, that fight is completely the other way, because Bento found a really good start to the fight, but Flame, with not able to land the Pop Blossom, just completely flips it over, because Bento's now completely split. Your carries have no front line anymore because your Rail is sitting in Narnia trying to fight their back line. So really good job by Koyesh and BKB as well with the scatter to hit 3 people in that fight as well.
Exceptionally done from Dorado. I mean, this is why they went undefeated. It's just superior, like micro. It's those micro things that you do in team fights that will separate good teams from great teams. So just really well done. A heads up play from Koyesh on that one. I will honestly give him the praise for that entire fight.
Yes, yeah.
Because without that, they lose that fight 100%.
Yeah, this may be an 0-3 Alistar, but do not get it twisted. He 100% carried that fight.
Oh, Scatter of the Week is going to jump right onto Leanne and Unleashed Power. Syndra's got a Death Cap and a Ludens. She's does damage.
She's kind of doing what she does.
Yeah, she's definitely doing Syndra things, especially when there's an 80 carry at the other side of the lane.
Yeah.
Great scatter
really
again.
Great scatter
he's dead.
When it charged, health bar really low. Use Dominance just to get that extra bit of
down,
health.
Mr. President. The minion blocked the Q, so he's able to get out with his life. Bot tower also taken. They're playing on 3 lanes again, much similar to what they were doing in game 2. Very clean map with this Baron.
Oh, really
and it's unfortunate too because Flash Abusers were looking so good up until that last fight. Yeah. And we got flanked from Bento actually, but he's spotted.
Bento is spotted out by Bennett. Bennett's going to jump onto him, but that stun is going to go through. He's going to get slowed up. Scatter of the Week. Is he going to be able to hit that plant? No, he is not. Yikes. Bennett does pick one up, and there. The mid lane is going to fall.
Yeah, Bozos is here in top lane. Winter Richard doing his best to try and stave off Bozos. Bozos with the AoE Graves Autos taking a couple tower shots. Shouldn't matter too much.
Yeah, he's just doing so much damage.
Drops the smite, the slow goes down. We'll flash also.
Clean it up. They managed to get an inhibitor in the mid lane as well, and Bennett is just pushing this bot lane.
Yeah, they get an inhibitor in mid. 4 of them move up to match up with their jungler in this top lane while Bennett is grabbing this bot lane. They should very easily get a triple inhibitor here with the way they're playing this.
This is insane, especially how this game
super clean.
Flip-flopped. So clean. It's just these are the little things we talked about with Dorado, what they can do. Bennett
is gonna be able to get stunned
He
up.
thought about going in there for a second.
On the other side of the map, though, they managed to stop a few of their backs. So Pop Blossom's going to go up, bring them up, and drop them down. Matt G's health bar goes down ever so slightly, but comes back up. And not important is also just getting shredded by Matt G at this point. Glacial Prism just to stop him from dealing any more damage.
And the game,
and his health bar is so high right now. I don't know if they're going to be able to stop them if they decide to pursue.
We looked away for 2 seconds and Graves was dead, so there's that.
Yeah. Shouldn't matter too much for the state of the game. Yeah, shouldn't matter too much for the state of this game. It's a nice shutdown going on to your Varus, but this Graves will be up for the Dragon. 12. Oh my God, the gold lead in topside.
Wow. Okay.
We haven't mentioned it in a while, but the gold lead is 10,000, and almost all of that, actually, the entire gold lead.
Yeah, that was all the gold
is
lead.
in topside. 5,000 gold lead between these two junglers, 2,000 between these top laners, and another 2,000 between these mid laners, and a little bit of gold lead in the support role as well.
Wow, that's kind of nuts. But this Drake is now up. It's live. I mean, you kind of have to give up the goal. They can't fight this.
Yeah, they can't fight this at all. I think they have to play just for the Elder Steel in 5 minutes time, but we say that, but I think this game will be over before then, especially if Dorado Gaming can find the fight that they're looking for. Winner Richard may be caught out here as well. If BKB can land a scatter like he's been landing.
They don't go for it. There's no tower, so they have nothing to really hide behind.
They can hide behind each other.
Well, I guess they can, but someone dies if they hide behind each other, so there's that. But it's just overall, the way this game has kind of like shifted in the last like 5.5 minutes completely on its head. Just 5 minutes ago, we were talking about, that Flash Abusers are in a really good position. They instantly lose a fight at Soul Point, and then the game changes on its head. They get Baron. Like, okay, now Dorado Gaming Omega's ahead. They're about to triple inhibitor here. This will be Super Minions doubles coming in every single lane. Really hard position, and I think the game is honestly just over when these waves start crashing.
Yeah, we'll see how the fight goes. The Glacier Person goes wide.
It's not gonna hit. And the fight might look like it's about to start right now. Israel Ultimate was pop. Whenever Richards is looking at that top lane, but Flame is looking for that pop blossom right there in the mid lane. And the health bars for the side of Omega go down, but they just come right back up. It does not matter. Leanne is actually doing a lot of damage on the back end of that. And it does
Somebody
not
honor
matter.
this Alistar.
A double kill. Omega, you have won the finals. You are the unstoppable one.
Honor this Alistar. That's all I gotta say.
Honor the Alistar.
MVP.
Honor this Alistar. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I know when we do like player of the game, we usually never give it to support, but Koyesh deserves player of the series. Unbelievable every single game, even on the Amumu game that they lost, landing everything, perfect near perfect engages, and just Koyesh is so good.
Yeah.
Let me just go in and try to pop blossom. No, try again. You're not doing that. You're not gonna mess my team up. I am gonna protect them.
Same thing with Rel Engage. Just Magnet Storm, you psych. Bye.
Really good
job. Again. Oh, you're gonna get away bandage toss. No, you're not. you're not going nowhere.
And I think the gold lead that they had is very much reflected in this mountain climb ski slope of a graph.
Right, it's that barrier.
If we can show that one fight around Dragon, where, I mean, we mentioned it, Koyesh absolutely carried that fight, canceling the Pop Blossom, and then the Scatter the Weak to follow up on that, hitting 3 people, Bennett's damage to follow up, and we can see the damage from these 3 members in topside, and Matt G as well, and Ezreal not doing peanuts of damage by any means. Had a little bit of a rough start for sure in lane, but definitely pulled his weight towards the end of this game for sure.
And and what sucks is like Flash Abusers were starting to get back into the game, and they just took a bad. They had
Koyesh was having none of that. Koyesh was having none of their gold lead. That Nico, like, if we saw what Flame was able to do in the Pop Blossoms in the previous game, albeit that was a very different draft, but still there were huge engages all over the place. But this game just completely different in these engages. Koyesh doing so much in these fights, buying so much space for his carries. And at the end there, especially around Nexus, that was a lot of damage coming out from this Varus. But he completely zoned off Winner Richard, which, I mean, just made Matt G live after his entire team was 5 HP. If he's able to get an EQ in the middle of that fight, that's potentially GG. So it's, yeah.
So this is where it's going to get weird, because normally we interview one player, but I kind of changed the game a little bit, because the way they do it on like big stages in pro play, they interview the entire team. So I feel like it's fair. All of them. I don't know how we're gonna get them all in here.
You guys want to do it one by one? Do like one question each, and then we saved Kyoish for last because we all agree he was the MVP.
That's fair. Yeah, I'm cool with
Yeah,
that.
sure. We can bring him in one at a time. Just
So
so
let's
we
bring the
can
top
talk
laner
to
first.
him.
Let's bring in Bennett. Bennett, if you're
Yeah, let's
watching
bring
the
in Bennett.
stream right now, prepare yourself. You're about to be moved over.
Yeah.
Go ahead and do that, Robert.
Chippy. There he is, the World Ender.
I was waiting for it to say it
shit.
on stream. I was waiting for it to say it on stream before I did anything, because I'm like, I want him to hear it first if he's watching.
2018 Aatrox, little crazy game from you there. I do.
A little wild.
Yeah, real quick before we get into it, what were you guys cooking in game 2? Or game 3, sorry. What was going on there?
Game 3. Well, old captain in the jungle just asked if we wanted to for fun a game, so.
Yeah,
told
there
you
it
we
is.
all-
There it is. I was surprised you guys didn't have a 4-fun game last week in semis.
I'm
It
telling you,
wouldn't be
game 3
Dorado
was
without a
fun.
4-fun game.
Yeah, it would
Come
not
on,
be Dorado
guys.
without a 4-fun game. Let's be honest. This is why DBZ and I predicted a 3-1 because we figured you guys would do
Exactly,
something like
you know
this.
what's up.
Hey, you know us so well. You know us so well. When we expect the 4-fun game, it happens. We got it.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. So obviously, you guys are the unstoppable champions. That's how I'll start off
Yeah.
with all of you. I will say you are the unstoppable champions. How are you feeling in this moment to be on top of this league?
I'm feeling pretty good, man. I think we were pretty confident that we would take home the chip.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's good to do it again with the same players in
Yeah.
jungle and AD. So yeah, great performance all around from my team, and I think they really carried me tonight.
Humble man. Even though you
Nice.
kind of helped carry the last game, but
This
I'll
is
give
not
you
a top
that.
player. He's too humble.
He's not. Yeah, this
I
is
mean, he
not
had-
the top laner experience.
I can't talk shit completely. He played well.
There it is.
Like he just
Okay. No, you're cleared. You're
sat
cleared.
down
You're
and
top
bent
laner.
good,
over
you're
like
good, you got it.
Zol did. So
Yeah.
Fair. Gotta get a little Zol flame in there just for fun. Nice one.
I mean, after semis, deserved.
Darter, you're up.
Yeah, I think, from you, we've seen a bunch of monster performances from you all split long on a number of different champions. We've seen Aatrox permanently banned away a lot of times. Was it just meant to be when you saw it? Even though it was Renekton, it's not necessarily a great matchup for it. And the Garen last week and this week, both great, fantastic games. What champions that you were you able to pick everything that you wanted to, or are there still a couple of carries and bruisers that you felt that you left out on the table that we could look forward to seeing next season?
I think I laid out all my cards basically.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you guys weren't able to see some of my other spicy picks like the Quirky or Akshan, but
Yeah.
they
I was
just
kinda
happened to
expecting
pick another
Akshan.
time.
I did mention Akshan in game 2, but you didn't pick it. I thought it was a decent Akshan game, but unfortunately we didn't get to see it. I know that champion's
Yeah.
a lot of fun to watch.
I don't got that dog in me anymore, bro. I play for the team.
I don't got that dog in me anymore.
I play for the team.
I see.
My last comp season, so just had to
okay.
give it my best and see what happens.
You certainly did. So congratulations.
Yeah, no, congratulations. Coming into the finals, and even all throughout the split, you and Wintershard probably were you guys were setting yourselves apart from the other top laners. You know, you guys probably hands down the best in the split.
Yeah.
So how did it feel finally going up your Aatrox versus his Renekton, and absolutely able to handle it and take a win on top of that?
Yeah, I mean he played well. It was pretty fun, pretty much every game. Yeah, I think he was probably the best behind me, of course, and I think his Renekton is definitely something to be feared.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
I mean, he's had a bunch of monster Renekton games, but
Yeah.
and it was a bit dicey a couple times in top lane. I know there's one time where I gave you a little bit of a jab with the Aatrox 1v1. I thought you could have killed him if you dropped World Ender before full comboing him. But it is what it is. You've definitely made up for it in that game, so I will not flame the Aatrox performance.
I won't either, but
yeah.
that's all of us for our one question. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to your jungler next. So thank you very much, Bennett.
Thank you for
Go
having me.
ahead.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations once again.
Yeah.
Celebrate with the rest of your team while we kind of
Cycle through them.
bring in the rest of them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and move you back. Where is
Thank
your
you.
thing at? Where is it at?
Who are you looking for?
I can't move it. Where the heck is the Dorado thing?
I
there
got
it is.
it. I got it. I got it.
All right, we're bringing their jungler in. Hello, Mr. Jungler. How you doing tonight?
Pretty good, pretty good. How you guys doing?
Pretty all
Pretty
Not too bad.
good.
Yeah, go ahead. Hyper, you first. Go ahead. And...
All right. I have a 2 series. I have one. It's more of a comment because I thought it was funny, and the other one is more of a direct question. I also think if you're 6-0 as the ADC, you should 100% win the game.
Yeah. Any other 6-0 ADC carries that game for sure.
Facts.
I agree.
I also agree. But what I wanted to comment is last week when we talked to Kyosha, he said that you are very prideful when it comes to vision and being able to spot the enemy jungler and rotations. We saw that today. I didn't realize how much of a presence you had on a map until you played Kindred. So what goes into that thought process of I need vision, go get it?
Personally, as a jungler, I feel like I'm pretty aggressive, so I feel like I can just like out mechanic any jungler in the league, and I feel like I'm probably like the best jungler in the league, hands down. So I feel like if
I do gotta say you were, I would say not important is second.
What happened?
I would say you are first in the split, and not important is second in the split.
I mean, you've had so many games with 10+ kills.
Yeah.
Just in the last 2 weeks, you had a couple monsters in Jug games.
He says I'm pretty aggressive. Did we all watch the same Jin Zhao game?
Yeah. Pretty aggressive is a yeah.
And I just gotta shout out my teammates because most people they don't really like to adapt their play style, but everyone was pretty adaptable and they made changes to their play style to kind of fit mine. So
yeah,
that worked out clearly. Darter, go ahead.
Yeah, I do want to ask because I saw a few comments about your signature Yasuo jungle. Is that normally how it performs, or are you just making it look bad on stream just so it doesn't get banned away from you?
Okay, before today, I will say I had 100% win rate in comp, and I played it a couple times. Okay, and but usually, we don't I kind of just normally I would just be like, all right, everyone else has to play standard picks, but I get to have the fun. But I was like, all right, it's probably our last time playing as a team together, so everyone just pick whatever you want, and we kind of just locked 5 melees, and they kind of Thanos stuff.
You locked 5 melees into Xayah, Rel, and Ivern, and it did not. You did not have
Darius
fun.
Was
Darius was a little fed. It's all right, happens.
Yeah, and then I actually gonna change my question now. I noticed that you said this might be the last time you guys play together as a team. Are you guys planning on kind of parting ways and joining different teams, or are you planning on staying together potentially?
I know Bennett is probably retiring, and Matt G wants to move up. You might see me. I might play in Risen again next split if I'm allowed, and then I might stick on a team with BK and Koi. We got to see if we can find other pieces to fill the void, and if not, then this probably won't happen.
I hear there's a Samira who would absolutely win that game 6-0 on the caster desk.
I'm gonna talk to Matt G about that later, but I know Matt G is Elo sitting in Emerald 1, so I can see why he wants to move up.
Yeah.
I know he's a good AD carry for sure, 100%.
Oh, no. Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely. So that'll do it for your set of questions, Bozos or Dojos if it's on Discord. So thank you very much for that. We're gonna go ahead and send you back to your team, and then we'll bring in the next person if I can find where the Dorado thing is.
Mid laner.
BKB.
BKB.
There he is. Hello.
What is up, gentlemen? How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing great.
Congratulations.
Good.
Thank you.
You're up first, Darter. It's your turn.
I'm up first this time. Okay.
Yeah, it's your turn.
I think the big thing I want to focus on is the 2 Cinder games you had were very clean, and not only in this you hit a bunch of key scatter of the weeks, not only to start team fights but in the middle of team fights. Is that a really comfort champion that you are comfortable picking into pretty much anything? Because normally it's not exactly a counter pick into Nico, but you were pretty confident locking it in. So were you confident that you could win that lane and as the way that you did and can play the champion to that level whenever?
Oh yeah, definitely. I used to one trick the champion, to be quite honest with you. I got like
I can see
significant
it. Yeah,
mastery
I
on
can
it.
see it.
We could see it.
Definitely had some rough plays during the game, but just because
Yeah.
the guy was a substitute mid, I was kind of like, whatever, let's play whatever into him.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna caveat that even though a substitute, and focusing more on the Ari game because that seemed to be the one that was set aside from the rest. Even though he was subbing in, how do you feel that that matchup went in terms of you guys as the laners going into the rest of the game?
I'm not gonna lie, the matchup don't mean shit because I'm Doja's little doggy. I'm just running around playing for the invades, bro. Play some aggressive
Are we sure this
stuff.
isn't the top laner?
Bozos has you on a leash. Okay.
Get over here.
Usually from the mid laners I've spoken to, it's the other way around. They have their junglers on a leash, but
I mean, the guy drops 10+ kills like every
he
game.
does,
He's
yeah.
1v9, you know.
I'd go on a leash.
You know your
myself.
Yeah, you're fine playing Syndra Ari if you can pick up the scraps, yeah.
Yeah,
Pretty much, yeah.
All right then.
So that leaves me now. I guess the one thing I want to kind of mention is, who made the shot calls for you to roam? Was that you yourself making the proactive, conscious decision to move, or was Bozos, like you mentioned, being like, "Come here, boy, go here"?
Fetch.
I think it's a team effort, just depending on what the play's going on. It's respecting what I could do with the lane state and what everyone else can do. Everyone's pretty vocal on the team. No one, I mean, besides Bennett, but he's playing fucking top lane, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But yeah.
The man's on an island sending out signal flares.
Your attitude definitely suits you for top lane, although you are a mid laner. And I mean, like the way you're talking makes a lot of sense based on how you play, because you do walk up a lot. We saw you on Ari play a little bit on a knife's edge there, especially in early game. But I think you're able to do that really well. And again, congratulations on winning the split, guys. You guys definitely deserved it.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for the cast. I appreciate it.
Nah, we appreciate watching you guys play. We're just here having fun and potentially flaming you guys, which we might have done in game 3.
Yeah, you can watch the VOD for that if you'd like.
Talk about that game, man.
Hey, listen. You did really well on Diana, okay? Your team let you down. Your team let you down.
And your AD carry let you down too.
Good engagements, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Speaking of the AD carry, that's what we're bringing next. So Matt.
All right, Matt.
I know what I'm asking.
Oh boy, I can't wait. So
I know what I'm asking.
Take care, BK Feet. We'll see you on the flip side.
Perfect. Thank
All right.
Get this one briefer in here.
Ready.
All right.
All right.
Hello.
So congratulations on winning the split. You did play pretty well in most of these games, with the exception of game 3. Really bad game on Samira, couldn't carry. I do want to ask, did you pick that just to troll me a little bit, or was it because that Samira pick was really bad.
No, trust me, I know. We were talking about if they left Diana off, we were gonna just play Diana Yasuo, but it's gonna be Yasuo jungle. So I was just thinking about things I can go in with it, and we didn't really care. So I just left in Samira because
we noticed.
Yeah, we noticed. I mean, hey, you got a lot of kills and you got really fed. It's just so hard to play Samira in that game.
I mean, that game is unplayable.
It's so hard to play Samira in that game.
Yeah.
Nice. Hyper, you go ahead next.
So coming into the finals, did you know stats wise you were first across all the 80 carries in KDA?
I did not know that.
Yes, absolutely were. I do have all their stats, by the way.
I'm just a KDA player.
But even with that being said, it's not like any of those kills that we saw tonight were forced. They were definitely I wouldn't say calculated, but they were taken without an ounce of I will lose something in return of this. How did it feel for you landing against somebody more of a counterpunch, like passive 80 carry, being that aggressive hyper carry that you can be?
I mean, playing against our bot lane, from what I know, is because we played them in regular season. Well, we played them in the last week. It was pretty slow lanes, from what I remembered, and it's kind of they were playing more to scale. And also, I noticed not game 1 really, because they played Ziggs, but game 2 and up, they put a lot of jungle pressure bot lane, from what I noticed, and Bozos kind of ran the map so it doesn't really matter to me. I'm fine with being ganked and playing weak side. It's whatever. It's my team just wins the top side of the map, so it's fine.
Fair enough. Then I'm gonna kind of piggyback off something that your jungler said earlier, is that you're planning on moving on because you've kind of been sitting at Emerald 1 right now.
Yeah,
you're
you're
popping
elo
off in
sitting.
solo queue.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, listen.
Well, no, hold on. I
We're
understand.
not flaming. We're not flaming.
I think I understand why, and that's fine. I actually wanted to ask you competitively, how far do you wish to go? Whether that's here, NACL, even as far as the LCS, just things like that. Like, what is your end goal for competitive League of Legends?
I mean, listen, I ain't going NACL or that, but or LCS. I want to play. I played Diamonds a while ago, and
Dominant. Okay, cool.
No, I didn't play it here. I played Unified like a long time ago.
Okay.
And I really enjoyed it, but at the time I didn't think I was as good, and I didn't think I would really hang with the rest of the 80 carries up there. So, but definitely with this split and then our last split that we played with Omega, we won both, and I feel like I've definitely improved. So I think I could play up. I plan on it.
Hey, you put your mind to it, you can accomplish anything. Even though that's a famous quote from Back to the Future, that's a really solid piece of advice. So honestly, I believe in you to be able to escalate to that next level. And if Dominant is in your sights, or even Divine in the near future as well, if that's your goal, I say go for it. And honestly, you guys earned this win today. We trolled in game 3, but that doesn't matter. But if you guys didn't do game 3 the way you did, it would have been a 3-0 tonight. Let's be real. But I'm glad you went 3-1, so Darter and I could be right with something tonight. So good with that. But from here on out,
I just realized all finals I have been wrong on everything.
Oh, that's right. Even in draft when you and I did that, but that's a whole other thing. But thank you, Matt G. Congratulations. We're gonna send you back to your team. Now we're gonna bring in our MVP, the support. So let's go ahead.
My goat boy.
He's so good. He's so good.
Take care, Matt.
Later.
All right, let's bring in the goat.
Let's bring in the goat himself. Where is he?
Oh, there he is. This is the
there
goat.
he is.
Whoa,
and
whoa.
the jungler is also here.
Oh shit!
All right, welcome back.
Hey, Bozos. Chippy, get him out of here.
Or you can hear us
Get him out of here.
Either way.
Yo,
Doesn't really matter.
You are our MVP game 3, game 2, game 1, game 4. You are the MVP of the series, hands down. No two ways about it. You can look at the stat board. There's damage across. You don't hold the damage, but you definitely held every team fight by its neck. If you didn't make the play that you made, you guys lose those fights. So congratulations on the win, my guy.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. And I'm gonna start off rip with just once again. I'm gonna point out your vision score in game 1 was over 80
it's
by
crazy.
the end of the game. But you told us last week that your jungler would flame you to get more vision in the game, and clearly that showed in this series. So
not game 4 because you actually were losing up until that
dragon fight.
Yeah, up until the dragon fight.
Yeah.
You were actually down in vision.
one thing that I wanted to say and ask you is, so you guys made it. I don't remember if you played in the spring on Dorado. I don't remember off the top of my head.
I was playing on Lambda, and then I had health issues because of something important in my health, so I decided to step up for Lambda and let my teammates do the work, and they won a chip, which I'm happy for them.
Fair enough. I think I do remember you on Lambda actually in spring. I think, but kind of across the board now. Here you are on Omega. You guys won the series 3-1. Did everything go pretty much exactly as you predicted last week?
I did say that we're gonna throw a game, so I got that one right.
Yep,
definitely did.
Overall, the game was fun. Yeah, it was a fun finals. But I'm kind of I feel bad for their mid laner because their mid has a wedding, but they want to say that congrats to him.
Congrats. Congrats on the last minute sub then.
Yeah, actually, I mean, if he has a wedding, I mean, it's a little bit more. I'd say that's slightly more important to be there than for Unstoppable Finals. But I mean, congratulations to him for that. Unfortunate that he couldn't make it, though. Obviously.
Yeah, unfortunate. I mean, it is what it is. Hyper Darter, you got something?
Darter.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the two biggest games for me that are the reason why I would consider you MVP were the two Alistar performances. I mean, especially in that last game, you put in so much work on disengage duty for your team, Nico was never allowed to get a Pop Blossom off. If Bento found an engage, or if Nico found an engage, you were able to disengage the rest of the team to let your team survive, especially at Nexus at the end of game 4. And there were so many fights in game 1 where you took Gasante completely out of it, or you took Ziggs completely out of it. And I mean, when you're able to buy that much space with the carries that you have, it's part of the reason why you're able to win in such dominant fashion. Is that something that you personally have been practicing on, is like playing that sort of disengage role? Because I know last week we saw you on a much more engage heavy role, playing things like Leona and Rel, but this time you're playing Braum in 2 Alistar games. Is that something you're comfortable with? And do you offer Alistar coaching?
Usually, okay, so usually like we like, so usually for Omega we usually just like prep the scrims. So like we've been practicing Braum, but we haven't like gotten any use with Alistar. But this is like my first final series of playing Alistar.
Okay.
And we were like much prepared picking the Braum because we knew that their support's gonna pick Rel. But Rel, so we decided to pick Braum or Alistar. I was just like kind of pissed broken.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. We were much prepared for finals.
We kind of figured that, especially in game 1 where you guys flew
lightning
through the draft.
Both you guys and FA kind of just like flew through the draft. For like, this is what we're picking because that's what they're picking.
Yep. Yeah. Piper, you got anything else?
No, I mean, you guys already said it. Like, I just want to hit on that vision again, like that.
Yeah.
Game 1 really is where it's shown.
It was crazy. Yeah.
Every time that neutral objective was up, you guys had that side of the map lit up like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, and they couldn't see anything. And when we toggled vision, it's completely lights out for them and just nothing but vision for you guys. And I think that's so important.
And even some glimpses on the other side of the map, which is kind of insane. And I know the team itself places the vision, but I specifically see you walking through the jungle, sweeping, dropping wards, sweeping, dropping wards. So I put that on your as your like that was you. That was you who did that. You lit that jungle up because it came off of what you were doing, and like that's incredible. I don't really have anything to ask because I've asked all the things I asked last week. I am just here to give high praise today because, like Darter said, that Alistar game, that last
especially game 4 is fantastic.
Yeah, that game 4 was phenomenal.
Yeah, like
you held that headbutt every single time, and you waited for the Nico, you waited for the Rel, you waited for somebody to start dishing a lot of damage, and you're like, nah. I don't like that. I don't like that.
You aren't playing. You aren't playing.
I want to see how you would do on a Poppy. That would be
if Poppy support gets back in meta, I would like to see that.
I would like to see you on a Poppy just throw the entire team out of a fight.
But I think that'll do it for us for UCO. Yes, like I mentioned, congratulations on the victory. You are our MVP. All three of us, we collectively agreed pretty much like unanimously like, yeah, no, this is definitely, and that's something you don't hear very often. You don't hear support players getting that kind of an accolade. So put that on your resume.
Yes. Yeah, no, you 100% deserve it this week. And same thing with last week when we talked to you. I mean, your performance in this last week playoff, because I remember on Lambda as well. And I think you've improved a huge amount. Not to say that you were bad on Lambda, obviously, but you've improved a lot, and you are playing exceptionally well throughout these playoffs. So congratulations.
Thank you. I want to give a quick shout out to my teammates Omega for bringing me into the tryouts for Dorado. Yeah, I'm really happy. I want to give a quick shout out to the owners, Zoe, Hoshi, and Efron for giving me a chance to play on the organization with them.
Yep, nice.
Yeah.
One shout out to my my ex teammates for Lambda. Really grateful having you guys.
Yeah.
And but my biggest shout out will probably be Matt G for vouching me to be on his Omega team. I'm really happy
that's
that
huge.
my choice for him.
Yeah, having an ADC be like, yeah, this guy's really good. Just please let him try out. I mean, that's high praise in itself.
I mean, you throughout the supports this split, you're first in KDA and first in Vision. Yes, I am super glad they decided to put you on the team.
100%. I'm glad we were able to watch you throughout these playoffs. It's been great to watch.
It's been so cool. But thank you again. We'll catch you on the flip side. Hopefully, see you sometime in the fall. Whether it's either here or maybe even in one of the other higher leagues. But you guys are a phenomenal team. And
you guys are great,
Yeah. I think I'm pretty sure Omega won't be able to play together since Ben is done.
Yeah,
I'm probably gonna like focus on playing on solo queue and climb.
Okay.
Oh, we're looking at a future support in the dominant league, maybe.
I'll see you up there.
Maybe Divine? Who knows?
Wait and see. But yeah, thank you again, sir, and you enjoy your night. Enjoy the victory.
Enjoy it. Celebrate with your team.
Yeah.
All right. Well, man, we made it, guys. 12 weeks of this.
We made it.
12 weeks of this, and
yeah,
here we are at the end. And Dorado Gaming once again. They won in spring too. It was just 3-1 over Flash of users, and it's kind of I got to admit it's a little bittersweet, especially because how fast this split went. Just the three of us just kind of rambling on every single game we've had. The memes of every series went to 3 games, and then all of a sudden the last 2 didn't. But whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, the last 2. You guys weren't there for the last one. I was though. But then again, I wasn't there for the first one, so it balances out.
It balances out. Yeah. And for those of you who don't know, the 3 of us will be around. We don't know which league yet in the fall. You'll see when the streams start. I believe we start in September, I think.
I think September, the weekend of September 9th, I believe, is the first weekend of the split. I could be a little bit wrong on that, but it is at the beginning of September.
Yes, so we love you guys. Thanks everyone for tuning in. We peaked at over 100 viewers at one point, and that's crazy. Leaving because they're like, oh, interviews, blah blah blah. But you missed out on some really good content if you left. So jokes on you. Hyper, Darter, anything else before we send it off?
Yeah, not too much other than like thank you guys for sticking with us throughout the whole split. It's been super fun to cast this league with both of you guys. We've had, like you said, a bunch of memes, good games, some troll games, especially even today as well, even during finals. Yeah, it's been a good time.
I mean, I just want to say, thanks to you two for making this split enjoyable. When I came on Arisen, Freak was my first partner, and I'm like, oh, I gotta cast with this guy all the time. Our one brain cell just links up very nicely
somehow.
So I really appreciate you guys. I get to hang out with you guys every week. Shout out to Chippy tonight.
Yes.
Awesome observer, and also
go to production. Yeah.
Also for helping me make that video. I had the idea. Chippy said, "Let's do it." Towards the start of last week, so like Tuesday, I was like, maybe we don't have enough time, this, that, and the other. Like, let's not do it. And she's like, nah, we're doing it.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, we're doing it.
More that next split, actually.
Mom said we're doing
it.
I think we should do more of that. So hopefully we'll have some hype content coming to you guys in the fall. But that'll do. This is weird to say because that'll do it for us because we're done.
Will. Yeah,
Probably is over. Dorado Gaming Omega are the champions. Now, luckily for you, you still have Draft League playoffs that are still going on. I believe Rampage was rescheduled to tomorrow.
It was, yes.
Okay, and then Divine or Dominant, I believe, is also starting playoffs soon, I think.
Yes, they are, yeah.
And I don't know about what's going on in Divine right now. So.
Is next Saturday.
Okay. So there it is. And
yep. So Dominate semifinals is coming up on the 5th of August. So Dominate quarterfinals starts tomorrow alongside Rampage, which was rescheduled. Actually, we won't have Rampage on stream, unfortunately, because of rescheduling issues. But yeah, Dominate playoffs do start tomorrow. Their quarterfinals will be the next week, and then the week after will be Dominate finals, as well as Draft League finals will also be that week on the 18th. So there's a lot of good playoff content coming up. Please do be sure to tune into that stuff. I know Dominate and Draft League are really fun to watch. So
they really are fun to watch. And Darter also plays in Draft League.
I do play in Draft League. Yeah. No, he didn't.
Oh, never mind.
We did beat one of the playoff teams last week though, so we kind of we forced them to play for a tiebreaker, but unfortunately we didn't make them.
Hey, that's the way to do it. But wow, that'll do it for us. Thank you, Risen, for having the 3 of us on. I honestly hope it's the 3 of us again next split because this was just too much fun to do. But
it was a great time.
Twitch chat, go enjoy your Saturday night. Be safe, be kind to each other. We'll see you guys in about 2.5 months, I guess. So
yep.
Till next time, take care.